Before we can begin, it is necessary that both Cinema 4D and Redshift are already installed. We will do this, of course, via the Maxon app. As I'm sure you know, you can find the Maxon app directly on the Maxon website. You go to Products, directly to Downloads, and then you can download the app right up here. For Windows, Mac or Linux, you can also download it here below. Then we open the app. Then you can update Cinema 4D and also Redshift to the latest versions. And then when you open Cinema 4D, it should look something like this. Then on the right side, under the command groups, you will see these three objects. These still contain some Redshift objects. Then you should also see Redshift at the top of the main menu. And if you don't see either, then you probably haven't switched the renderer to Redshift yet. It's very easy. You go to Edit Render Settings. Then you can switch it back to standard. And if the whole thing is set to standard, you can see here it looks like this. Then now we have here the default objects of Cinema 4D. The menu up here is completely gone. Let me put this back. It is possible that you have switched the renderer to Redshift and still don't see a menu from Redshift. In this case, you can go to the menu to Edit, then Preferences. Navigates to the renderer section, opens the menu and select Redshift and go to the user interface, and there you have the checkbox for Redshift main menu. If I uncheck this, the menu disappears for me, and activate it again, the Redshift menu reappears. Now we need something to render. I suggest we create a very simple scene. I will just use the Cinema 4D's asset browser for that. In the search bar, I type in backdrop. The backdrop object is a fillet. Here's our fillet. I also have the list view displayed, so you can see this better. The name is Studio Backdrop, and you can also see the Redshift logo by the object. From this, we can conclude that this object contains a Redshift material. Then I double click on it. Here's our parametric fillet. Now, if I click on the object, then I have some parameters here that I can adjust. Here you can adjust the fillet as needed, then replace an object on the fillet. In the search bar, type Redshift. Here are all the models with associated Redshift materials. Scrolling down further to take with, I will take a chair. I choose this blue chair. You can choose any object you like, of course. You can also work with basic objects. Even a simple sphere on a surface would be enough, but I will take the designer chair 01 now and place it directly on it and close the asset browser. And that's it for now. Now we have a basic scene. We can start rendering directly in the viewport. To do this, we have to click on Redshift in the viewport menu and then on Start IPR. IPR stands for the Interactive Preview Renderer. This will render the entire image directly in our window. We can then navigate as usual. It is easy to imagine that a larger window size requires more performance, and the navigation is slower. Let's make the window smaller. Then we immediately notice that the display becomes much faster. So we can deactivate that again. For this, we have to select the corresponding command in the menu again. Then we can switch off the function again. Of course, we can open the whole thing in a separate window. We can also move this window to a second monitor. This window can be found in different places. One is directly in the menu under Redshift. There we find the Redshift render view, or we can call the window directly, and that's right next to the render settings button. I will click on this for a while. Then the option Redshift render appears to call the view. Now we see the window described before. Here we also have a button to start and stop the IPR. When I click on it, the rendering starts. However, navigation does not occur in this window. This would be possible with the Octane renderer. Navigation is done in the viewport. What we see here is the default light. This is also the case with Cinema 4D in the default renderer. This is a standard light. Once we place the light in the scene, the default light is switched off. If the initial brightness in the rendering bothers you, even though we don't use lights, you can simply turn off the default light. You do that in the render settings. Then you select the Redshift renderer. Then you navigate to the category Redshift. There you change the mode from basic to advanced. This will give you the access to more settings. Then navigate to the Globals tab. And in the option section, you will find the option to disable the default light. We update the renderer again. We click the refresh IPR button again. As expected, the default light is now switched off. Switching it on again and update the whole thing again. I would say that's enough for this video. In the next video, we add a light source and a camera. Next, we want to add a light or a rectangular light to our scene, and we can add lights in different ways. One way is through the Create menu at the top. Here we find the light category, and since we have Redshift activated as the standard render, we only have Redshift lights available here. We can also go to Redshift in the menu above, then we can select the corresponding light under lights, or we can click directly on the individual buttons here. Then we can see all the light sources. If I press once, we can see which light is currently activated. And now we simply want to have a rectangular light. The arrangement of the lights works just as you know it from Cinema 4D. We can move it normally here. I will rotate the light by 90 degrees. Then I will position it a bit to the side. I will raise it slightly. Now let's start the rendering. I go to Redshift and select Redshift Render View. Let's start the rendering. Now I will take this window and move it to the side so that it doesn't cover too much. This light now reacts physically accurately. It behaves just like in reality. When I move away, it gets darker, and when I get closer, it gets brighter. If I make it smaller, it becomes darker, and if I make it bigger, it becomes brighter. We can already see that the light automatically casts a shadow. We can also see it in the reflection on the material. And it has a quadratic fall off. Now let me adjust the window a bit larger from the attributes. Click on the light, and we can see the decay option. It is set to quadratic, which is the physically correct setting. We also have the option, like with the regular standard light in Cinema 4D, to click directly on the light. Under Object, we have the option to add an align tag with this small button, but is not related to Redshift. That's just the standard in Cinema 4D. Next, we can easily create an align tag with a null object, add tag and null. Then we can easily adjust this light. I will move it up a bit. Feel free to be creative and make it look good. Now I will place this light a bit to the side and maybe make it a bit darker. To do that, I can go to the light, then to Object, and simply reduce the intensity. Adjust it to your liking. Next, let's move on to working with cameras in the next video. Next, let's add a camera. We can do this in the same way as we did with the light. We go to Create, then select the camera. Here we can choose a camera and we will go with the default one. We can also do the same process from the Redshift menu up here. Go to Cameras and select the default camera here as well. This default camera is visible as the first button. So we just click on it once to view through the camera, and we will have the camera position to look at our chair. Now, if we activate the camera, nothing new happens. It works just like in Cinema 4D. I can now move around and we can see the rendering in real time. If I get a bit closer and look to the left, we see a small drop-down list. By default, it's set to render. This means the active render window will be rendered automatically. In Cinema 4D, we can set this directly in the viewport by clicking on View and selecting Use as Render View. So any window set to active will be rendered if render is selected here. Now if I press the middle mouse button to go to the quad view, I'll make the window a bit larger. If I now select the top view here, go to View and activate Use as Render, we will see the top view rendered. It will switch back to the camera and it will be rendered as the active view. Clicking on this button above, we have the auto option, which means automatic. Any window that is currently active will be rendered. We can see that the lock icon disappears. So with auto selected, if I activate the perspective window, it will be rendered. If I click on top and activate that window, it will be rendered, and the same time goes for the right or front views. If I only want the top view to be rendered, I can click on this window and set the lock symbol. By doing that, it will automatically switch to the top view, and I can also select any of the orthogonal views from this drop-down list. I can deactivate the lock symbol, activate this window again and set it to auto so that it renders the activated window. Now we can specify a specific camera for the window being rendered. In our scene we have the Redshift camera, RS camera. I can switch to it from this drop-down list. And when I do that, I will see the lock symbol appear automatically. Now I can exit the camera view by deactivating it, and as I move around here, the Redshift camera will be the one rendering automatically. In this tutorial, we covered this topic. In the next one, we will see how to quickly render an image in Redshift. Let's assume that we now find this image fantastic and we want to render it out following the same workflow as in Cinema 4D. To do that, we simply go to the render settings. Then under output, we specify the size of the final image. I will leave all the settings as they are. Next, we click on Save. I click on Save at the top here. Then I provide a path at the top. I will save the whole thing on the desktop with the name My Rendering. Next, I specify the format. For the image, I will choose PNG and multipass image. We can now deactivate some options here. Finally, we move down to Redshift. For now, let's keep it simple and set the mode to basic. We will see later how everything works and how we can optimize the settings. Now, for the time being, we simply set the bucket quality to medium. So we are leaving everything at its currently set. Alright, now we can go ahead and render the whole scene normally. To do that, we click on this button at the top. We press and hold on it. Then we can either choose render to picture view or use the render option in the menu. Alternatively, we can press Shift and the R key. I will go with render to picture viewer, and now our image will be rendered. But it currently doesn't have the correct perspective. I will quickly exit the rendering view. We forgot to activate the camera because this is just the IPR window view. We want to render it through the camera for the final result. So we activate the camera to render through it. Then I will render it again. This time I click on the button at the top again. It's being rendered directly in the Redshift picture viewer, which is rendered by Cinema 4D. I will overwrite the rendering result and it will render accordingly. Initially, it might look a bit different, but right after rendering, it will look the same as in our render view window. Now I will minimize the Cinema 4D window. We now have our image directly on the desktop. Let's quickly view it in its full size. I will choose Open with and select Photos. After there we have it. Our first rendering with Redshift is complete. When rendering with the render view window, a progress bar labeled Progressive Rendering always appears in the lower right corner. This bar always ranges from 0 to 100%, and once 100% is reached, preview rendering is complete. When I move or navigate in the viewport, the whole process starts over. The duration of this preview rendering can be set in the render settings. This is done with the progressive passes parameter. This means that when 100% is reached, a total of 1024 passes are completed. So if I enter a lower value here, for example a 10, the bar will be calculated much faster. The resulting image is then of course not so perfect, but rather noisy. So moving now, we can already judge the image pretty well. However, the quality is a bit worse in this case. The result we see in the preview image has no influence on the final rendering. Now we will take the render settings for a moment and drag them down. Let's briefly move the render view window to the left side. Then we start rendering. After that I click on Render to Picture View at the top, overwrite the previous result. Then we notice that the rendering is not calculated using the progressive passes, but the buckets. Instead, the bucket quality parameter is displayed directly over the progressive passes. So we see the bucket quality parameter directly above the progressive passes. So the progressive passes are the value we need exclusively for the preview. The bucket quality influences our final result significantly. The higher I set this value, the more precisely every single box of the image is analyzed to reduce noise. The only parameter we can control with these presets is the threshold parameter, which I can expand here. The smaller the value, the more accurately each bucket analyzes the image to minimize noise. Let's take a closer look at the presets. For low, the value is 0.1, for medium 0.01, for high 0.005, and at very high is 0.001. Now I will choose an individual value. I choose a larger value, for example 0.2. Custom is then automatically selected. Now I would like to show you briefly what influence the individual presets have on the quality. I start a rendering with low, then with medium, then with high, and finally with very high. Then we compare the results and the respective rendering time. Let's start with low. To do this, I click on Render to Picture Viewer at the top. I have now rendered through all the presets and added some custom values. Now I zoom in a bit closer. Currently I'm at 100%. To be able to see this better, I zoom to 250%. The anti-aliasing is a bit worse now, of course, but it's all about noise quality for now. Here we have the low parameter with a render time of 4 seconds. You can clearly see that the image is very noisy. Next we have medium. The render time here is 7 seconds. From low to medium there is already a clear difference. If I then switch to high, the rendering took a total of 13 seconds. There is a noticeable difference in quality here. The difference is now less noticeable. When I switch from high to very high, there is another significant improvement. The noise has almost completely disappeared. However, the render time is now 16 seconds. From low to very high, the duration has quadrupled. For testing purposes, I also entered my own threshold values. I choose a very high value. I have entered a value of 0.2. The whole rendering took only 2 seconds. or actually 3 seconds. When I switch to low, it's 4 seconds. This corresponds to the value of 0.1. And if I set to 0.2, the result looks like this. That shortened the rendering by 1 second. If I change it to 0.5, it took 2 seconds, so 1 second less. The result is clearly worse, and the highest value that can be set for the threshold is 10. The rendering took 2 seconds here as well. There is no visible difference between threshold values 0.5 and 10. What do we learn from this? We don't necessarily have to work with the highest settings to achieve good quality. Often is it enough to work with medium or high, because the remaining noise in the scene may be useful in the first place. And secondly, it might be useful for an aesthetic look. However, if the noise is distracting, I wouldn't recommend going to very high settings just to remove the noise. Instead, I would work with denoising it accordingly. And we will see how this works in the next video. Before we start with the denoising, I will insert this footage here to show you how you can best work with the presets. So if you find that a certain preset gives you a very good result, for example high, well, you are not entirely satisfied with medium, I would recommend just using high immediately. Instead, I suggest gradually approaching it by using intermediate values between medium and high. That means I will expand this section here. Under medium we have the threshold set to 0.01 and under high it's 0.005, so I wouldn't simply use high right away. Instead, I will start with medium and decrease this value. That means for now I would use 0.009 and then test the effect. Now you don't have to render each test frame directly here in the picture viewer, or use the render option or the keyboard shortcut Shift+R to render the final image. Instead, you can view the bucket rendering, which is the final rendering, directly in the render view. Here there's a button for that labeled bucket rendering. If I activate it, you can see that the image is now rendered just like when we use the picture viewer. If I activate it, you can see that the image is now rendered just like when we use the picture viewer. There's still a slight difference. We can't see the motion blur in this view, but we will see it later. If I want to have motion blur in this rendering as well, so truly see the final result in this window, I would need to press this button, which is the production render button. However, if I do that, the IPR interactive preview rendering play button will be disabled and I would have to start the rendering process again from the beginning. Therefore, it's efficient to simply click on this button here to activate it, and then the entire image will be automatically rendered here, just as if we were rendering it above using the picture viewer. Now we can assess the image. Of course, it's a bit tedious to go through the whole process like this, continually reducing the values, and it's challenging to evaluate because we have to wait for the entire image each time, so I recommend working with small regions. You can see another button here, the region render button. If I activate it, a small box appears, which I can move around. It's a bit tricky to handle directly at the top, so I can adjust it to a specific position. I can also scale it using the individual handles. However, it's much easier to use the shortcut. You simply hold down the Shift key, click the left mouse button, and then you can easily and comfortably draw a frame around a specific area. Now we can zoom in a bit closer. You can see here in the top right that if I zoom in with the mouse wheel, the view is enlarged. Currently it's set to fixed scaling, which means I can adjust the rendering resolution here on the right. With it set to 100%, this render view is rendered at 100% resolution of the output. In other words, it's always rendering at 1280 and 720 resolution. What I see here now is the number next to it, which tells me how much I'm zooming in this area. However, I can also change it to original size, and then the 100% disappears and we have the original resolution. The difference between the two is that I can even modify the resolution. So if I set it to 200%, it directly renders the double resolution of my output in this render view window. Now I will make things easier and just use original size, and then I will draw a frame where I can see the noise clearly. I will switch back to my Redshift settings and quickly switch to low. I just want to see an area where the noise is more pronounced. Here you can already see it quite well, so let's select this area. Now I will switch to medium. I can still see some noise here, and if I switch to high, the result looks pretty good already. As I mentioned, I would work with intermediate values, so I will start with 0.009 and see how it looks. I can still see some noise, so I will reduce the value further, maybe to 0.008. If I still see noise, I will try 0.007. If I continue decreasing the value, say to 0.006, it's almost like the high preset. And if I'm satisfied with this, I can render the final image. Now I can turn off region rendering and render the image with these new settings. As you can see, the rendering took 11 seconds. We have chosen a setting between medium and high. And medium would have taken 7 seconds and high would have taken 13 seconds, but we landed in between at 11 seconds. And that's already a pretty good quality. So in the next video, we will finally start with Next, we turn our attention to denoising. The first question is, of course, at what point should we start using denoising? I see two main reasons for this. First, to reduce render time. This means I deliberately accept a slight amount of noise and then remove it by denoising. Second, when I have minimal noise despite high settings. I cannot eliminate this remaining noise with the threshold value. Then denoising could be the solution. I activate denoising now. Here we see 4 different algorithms. Let's start with optics and OIDN. Both are interactive denoisers. This means denoising is done directly in progressive rendering. There are also adjustable parameters for this, but in basic mode these are not available here. Denoising is applied directly in progressive rendering. To show this, I set the progressive passes to 1 and briefly disable denoising. The result shows a noisy image. If I activate denoising, the image is immediately denoised. When I move in the viewport, you can see that the image is continuously denoised. With OIDN, it behaves in the same way. Again, I'm moving in the viewport. The result is identical. But what is the difference between the two? OIDN is noticeably slower than optics. Another difference, optics only works with NVIDIA cards, while OIDN is compatible with all cards. Optics does not deliver the quality of IDN. However, it works much faster than OIDN. Let's perform a render test to see the differences in render time. I set the bucket quality to medium. I briefly turn off denoising and start rendering. I use the Shift and R keys to start rendering. Here is the rendering without the denoiser. This took 9 seconds. With optics it was 11 seconds. With OIDN it took 42 seconds, significantly longer. Let's take a closer look at the result. Let's zoom in closer to this area. Here's the image without the denoiser. You can see the noise. With optics the noise is almost gone, with OIDN as well. At the armchair, viewed without denoiser, and the seat is still quite noisy. With optics it appears a bit washed out. However, the noise has been well removed. With OIDN there is even a bit more detail to be seen. It looks a bit washed out, but that extended the render time. Let's go back. Now let's look at Alto Single, starting here. Here we are missing the interactive. Nothing changes at first. Likewise for Altos Dual, because the denoising for Alto Single and Dual occurs after the final bucket rendering. If I now press the button for bucket rendering, the regular rendering starts. After this process, the image is denoised using Alto Single. That is, immediately after rendering, another rendering process begins to denoise. And likewise, if I use Altos Dual, it is denoised again after denoising, so an additional calculation on top. This results in a better quality. However, also extended render times. Now we render both algorithms. I select Alto Single and start the rendering. Then I press Shift and R again. Here we see after the rendering follows another calculation. The result is 16 seconds. For Altos Dual I also start the rendering. I use the picture viewer for this. Let's look at Altos Dual. The calculation was performed twice to denoise the image. Altos Single took 16 seconds. For Altos Dual it was 25 seconds. Let's zoom in closer. This shows Altos Single. I zoom in closer. You can see the differences between Altos Single and Altos Dual. Clearly more details are visible with Altos Dual. I move further up to the seat. Here is Altos Single again. If you look closely, Single and Dual differ like this. Again, more detail is visible in Dual. I rarely use the Redshift denoiser. Instead, I prefer to use an external program. I render so that a slight noise remains. I then remove this interactively in an external program. The program is called Neat Video. It is suitable for video in After Effects, DaVinci Resolve and other applications. For Photoshop or Affinity Photo, there is Neat Image to denoise images. I will now demonstrate this in Affinity Photo. Here is the image I rendered without the denoiser. Now we will activate the plugin. To do that, I will click on the Filter tab, then to Plugins, select Neat Image, Reduce Noise, version 9. A separate window will now open. Keeping it simple now, there are many available settings. The first thing I do is click on Auto Profile. The program analyzes the image automatically in areas highlighted to determine the noise. The determined noise level is 1.3. Now I click on Adjust and Preview. There are many options to adjust the noise. Zooming in for a better look. Now I see a preview of the result. If I disable the preview, I see the original noise. After adjusting the settings, I turn the preview back on. You can see that the noise has been almost completely eliminated. After that, I confirm with Apply. Thereupon, the noise in my image is removed. This works similarly in After Effects. There I can make the adjustments directly and interactively in the toolbar. Those were the basics of removing image noise in basic mode. It often takes some trial and error to decide if you need noise reduction at all, or whether to adjust settings like bucket quality or threshold to get the result you want. Next, let's take a look at whether we can save some render time with the lower settings. So let's start with global illumination. If we deactivate it, the light will no longer bounce, resulting in only direct light in the scene. As a result, our scene will naturally become darker and the light won't bounce anymore. Let's see how much render time we would save with this. If global illumination is activated, the whole rendering takes 7 seconds. If I turn it off, it only takes 5 seconds. Of course, this sacrifices my realism. Now I will enable global illumination again and we will continue down here. Now I have the option to adjust how many times the light should bounce with a global illumination parameter. So the lower I set it, the darker my scene will become. But it doesn't make much of a difference in our scene. However, if we were rendering an interior room, it would have a massive effect, significantly darkening the scene since the light wouldn't bounce inside the room. Now let's figure out what settings we could use in our simple scene so that we don't see such big difference. Let's create a snapshot to see the changes. We can click on the plus symbol here and the snapshot editor will open at the bottom where we have created a snapshot. I can rename it by double clicking on the name. I will name it Snapshot GI with bouncing 4. Now I will adjust the settings, maybe setting it to 1 at first glance. We can't see a big difference. Let's also take a snapshot of this for comparison. I will name this one Snapshot GI1. Now let's compare the snapshots. We can see that with the area where the light bounces becomes slightly darker. We can take an intermediate step. We don't necessarily have to choose one. Maybe we can go with 2 so that we don't notice a huge difference. Let's take a snapshot of this setting as well. Now let's compare it to the GI4 settings. Now let's switch to GI2. Now let's go back and forth between GI4 and GI2. We can see that the difference isn't significant and maybe I could have let it render a little bit longer. So we go to GI2. Now let's compare the render times. We can save. With global illumination set to 4, it takes 7 seconds to render. With global illumination set to 2, we see only a marginal difference. Just a slight darkening and it takes the same amount of time to render in my scene. If I set it to GI1, it only takes 5 seconds to render. Comparing to GI4, 7 seconds and GI5, 5 seconds, we can see a difference. Now I will set global illumination back to 4. Now let's move on to reflection. We have 4 reflection depth, meaning reflections can occur 4 times. If I set it to 1 or 0, we don't have any reflections, they will disappear completely. Between 1 and 2, we probably won't see a huge difference. We might notice a small difference in the reflection down here. I will take a snapshot of this setting. Let me set it to 1. Now I will take a snapshot. I will name this snapshot reflection 1. Now let's set it to 2. I will also take a snapshot of this setting. I will click on the plus symbol again and rename it to reflection 2. Let's compare the 2 snapshots to see if we notice any differences. And looking up here, we can see a significant difference because now the reflection occurs twice. So you should pay attention to that as it makes a significant difference in the appearance of your renderings. So you also notice a difference down here when I compare the snapshots. As we can see, it's a bit noisier. I should have let it render a bit longer. Anyway, the overall scene is brighter because we can see an additional refraction due to the increasing bouncing. I would recommend keeping it at least at 2 when I increase it a bit. Maybe to 3. Let's see if we notice a difference. I will exit again to create another new snapshot. So I will name this snapshot reflection 3. Now let's see what we can see with this setting. With 1, 2, and 3, I can see a big difference. Let's move a bit further down to the chair legs. With 1, 2, and 3. There's no significant difference here either. If we don't notice a big difference, we can use the lower value. Now let's set reflection to 2. Let's render this and see if we can save any render time. So we have reflection 4, which takes 7 seconds to render. With reflection 2, it also takes 7 seconds. If I set it to reflection 1, where we see a significant difference, we can save render time as it only takes 6 seconds. So I will set it back to reflection 4. Now let's move on to refraction. This applies only to transparent objects. That's why we can completely disable this value. Let's just set that to 0, then we will have volumes here. Those are, for example, fog effects, smoke effects, things like that. We don't need any of these here, so we can also set it to 0. Now let's see if we get a bit of rendering speed by setting only these 2 parameters to 0. The surprising thing is, when I leave the refraction at 6 and the volume at 1, the rendering time is 6 seconds. If I set everything to 0, the rendering actually takes 1 second longer, but there is no significant difference in the rendering. So let's leave the values at their default settings. Now let's go a step further and combine all the parameters we just adjusted all together at once by setting the global illumination to 2. You can also set it to 1 to make it slightly darker. I leave it at 2, then we set the reflection to 2 as well, and we will keep the other settings as they render 1 second longer, as we noticed earlier. So let's keep it that way, and now let's render the whole thing with these settings. Alright, now we have the optimized version. Firstly, the standard version with global illumination set to 4 and reflection set to 4 took 7 seconds. And now with our optimized version, where we reduced GI to 2 and reflection to 2, it took 6 seconds. So we saved a whole second without any significant changes except for a slight diffuse darkening in the global illumination area. Now let's move on to the parameter transparency depth. This is the number of transparencies that we can calculate it in succession. For example, if we have multiple glass materials, we can determine how many layers we can see through. Since we are not using glass, let's set this parameter to 0 to see if it's affect the rendering time. Surprisingly, when I set the transparency depth to 0, the rendering takes 1 second longer again. So let's leave that value at the default settings as well. Lastly, we have another parameter called hardware ray tracing if available. If you have an RTX graphics card, you should enable it and see if it can save us some rendering time. Even with hardware ray tracing enabled, we see that we don't save any rendering time in this scene. Now we have one parameter called combined depth, which acts as a kind of a global value for all the values below it. If, for example, I enter a value of 2, all the values below will not be calculated beyond 2. So if I set it to 6 as it is preset and then I enter a value of 20, the refraction will be limited to 6 because of the combined depth settings. This also includes all the other values. They will all not be calculated beyond 2. So if I enter 6 now, as it is preset, I can still enter 20, but the refraction will only be calculated up to 6 because of the combined depth settings. With our simple scene optimization of the lower values, we managed to save 1 second of rendering time. It may not sound like much, but we can imagine that with more complex scenes, we can save even more rendering time. As an example, I created a very simple scene where I just put this chair in a cloner object, so we have a few more chairs to render. After rendering it with the default settings, it took 20 seconds. Then after optimizing it by doing that what we did earlier, setting global illumination to 2, reflection to 2, refraction to 0, volume to 0, transparency to 0, and enabling hardware ray tracing, I saved a whole 20 seconds in rendering time without any significant changes. So that's it for now. We have seen how to save some rendering time by working with these parameters. And as mentioned, the amount of time you can save depends on the complexity of your scene. In this video, I want to show you an alternative way to render your final image, namely using progressive passes. So far we have only used progressive passes for preview purposes, and the final rendering was always done using bucket quality. If you want, you can also use this parameter for your final image. To do this, go to the top and switch from basic mode to advanced. Then under the sampling tab you will find the option to render the final image using progressive. By default it is set to bucket, and if I change it to progressive, the final image will be rendered using progressive passes. You can then directly adjust the number of passes to be rendered. Let's say I enter 100 for fun. This value is mirrored and I can switch back to basic mode. Now you can see that the value is also set to 100 under progressive passes. So if I were to render the image now leaving at 100 passes, I would go to render to picture view and the image will be rendered using progressive passes. We can see the result here at the bottom. The image is now finished. This rendering is exactly the same as what we see in our render view. Whether this is advantageous in terms of rendering time depends on the specific scene. I made some test renderings for you. I rendered the image once using bucket rendering with the quality set to very high, which took 30 seconds. Then I did the same using progressive rendering with 2048 samples, which took 1 minute and 8 seconds, more than twice as long. If I click on it now, you won't see much at first glance. I need to zoom in a bit to show you better. Let's go down to the shadow area, where we can clearly see some noise. Now let's switch back to bucket rendering quality, very high. This is what the rendering looks like. It's relatively noise-free. There's still a slight noise though. Now let's switch to progressive rendering with 2048 samples. As you can see, the noise is significantly stronger. I also rendered it with 3072 samples. Comparing it with 2048, there's a slight improvement. However, the rendering time increased significantly to 1 minute and 41 seconds. Then I used 4096 samples. There are only marginal improvements. Now the rendering time is about 2 minutes and 15 seconds, but this quality and sample count, we were getting close to the quality of bucket rendering with very high settings. If I compare the two renderings, you can see that the very high settings are still slightly better. Let me zoom in a bit more so you can see it better. This is 4096 and this is the bucket quality. Now I switch to 5120, which took 2 minutes and 49 seconds to render. You can hardly see any difference when switching back and forth between bucket quality and progressive rendering. So this is just another option for rendering your final image. The advantage is that you can adjust your rendering using just one parameter, the samples. However, keep in mind that working this way will result in much longer render times and you will be giving up the benefits of bucket rendering with its numerous additional settings that we haven't explored yet. In general, I would recommend going with bucket rendering unless you need a quick preview render for the client, then the progressive mode can be an advantage. But don't forget, the bucket rendering mode is a pretty fast way to achieve a final rendering. Next, let's take a look at the motion blur. For the example, I animated the chair using a path. That means this chair simply moves along this path. I did the whole thing over 1 second. I implemented it by simply using a line to spline under the animation tags. Now I'm going to go about halfway in my timeline, approximately at 12 seconds. And now I'm going to activate the motion blur. Then I'm going to bring up my render window. So when I start the rendering here, we don't see anything of our motion blur. Even if I switch directly to bucket rendering, we still don't see anything of the motion blur. We only see the motion blur in the final rendering. So when I render the whole image under render to picture viewer, we can see the motion blur in this rendering. So we don't have to open the picture viewer every time. We can also do the whole thing directly in the render view by simply clicking on this button on the left, as I already mentioned briefly in a previous film. And as soon as we press it, the image is also rendered directly final in the render view. Interactive rendering via IPR rendering is automatically deactivated. And if we want to render it again, we simply have to press it again each time. Now we have a few parameters here. If I expand it briefly, actually one parameter, steps, then it stands at 2 by default, then we have preformation blur. And now to understand better this parameter, steps, I would like to switch the mode from basic to advanced, because here we have further settings for the motion blur. So I press it again and then we go directly to the motion blur tab. Then I can see the same values here under the shutter area, just like we saw them before under the basic mode. Here we have additional transformation steps and deformation blur, and we also have shutter. With this we can set how many frames should be considered for our motion blur. By default it's set to 1/60th, which is 1/60th of a second. We have animated 25 frames. That means we see approximately 1 frame from the middle point of our object center. That means 1 frame is calculated before the object and 1 frame after the object for the motion blur. Now we can work with it, but now we are making it a little easier for ourselves by simply going to custom. There we can directly determine the frames using a numeric value, how many frames should be calculated before and after for the motion blur. By default it's set also to 1. If I enter for example 10, then we would calculate 10 frames before the current frame and 10 frames after the current frame for the motion blur. Let's do a quick test to see it. We have to press the button for production rendering again. Then we see accordingly 10 frames before and 10 frames after. If I now set it to, for example, 25, then from the current point, let's say we are at frame 25, frame 12, we would calculate 25 frames before and 25 frames after for the motion blur. And thus we should actually see the complete animation in the motion blur. I'm starting the rendering. Let's see how it looks. Then we can already see that the whole thing takes longer. What is noticeable now is that the motion blur is completely straight, although our animation actually describes an arc. And this is where the transformation steps parameter comes into play. This parameter describes, so to speak, the accuracy of the animation, the motion path. So the higher I set it, the more precisely the path is traced for the motion blur. If I now, for example, use 3, we can already see that if I render the whole thing now, the path is simply tracked better and more accurately. So then we can see already it's a bit jagged now. It doesn't describe our nice clean curve. That means to achieve a nice motion blur now, we would actually have to use a higher value, let's say 4, for example, and render the whole thing. then our path should be better represented now. As we can see, the path is now accurately rendered. However, we need to consider that the higher we set this value, the more memory it will be consumed, and it will also be more computational intensive. And that's the transformation steps parameter. Now let's switch back to basic mode. Now we have another parameter here, which is deformation blur, which is relatively straightforward. I have added another object, a cube, and placed it next to the chair. I will quickly enable it, and it simply has a bend deformer applied to it, which is also animated. The animation lasts for 1 second, where the cube is bent downward. Let's render it again. I will click the rendering button. Now, as we can see, we don't see any motion blur. However, once we activate deformation blur, the motion blur will also be calculated for this object. So deformation blur simply means that the geometry is considered for the motion blur when we work with deformers where the geometry is manipulated by other objects. That's all we need to know to work with this motion blur directly under the basic mode. Next, let's take a look at real-time rendering. We can enable it right next to the production button, here labeled as RT. And once I press it, we will see that some parameters have disappeared. This means that we will be rendering real-time rendering entirely with just one parameter called progressive passes. And the parameters we have already encountered, located here under combined depth, these are the individual parameters we can use for quality now. Let me quickly switch it back to production mode as I take a look at our render view window. I have made some adjustments to the scene. I have distributed the chair multiple times using a clone object. Now I will move the window up. Then we will start rendering as we normally do. This is how the current rendering looks like. And if I now move around in the scene, let me quickly activate the clone object. As I move around now, you will notice that the performance is roughly like this when I move the camera down. And if I now switch to real-time mode, it will take a little moment as the shaders are recalculated. You can see the progress bar at the bottom, and now we are in real-time rendering. I can now see that RT is highlighted, and as I move around in the scene, you will notice that it is much more responsive. We no longer see the strong noise with every movement as before. So what's the advantage of using real-time rendering? With this, I can adjust the lights a bit faster. For example, let me turn off real-time rendering again. As you can see, the real-time rendering has slightly reduced quality compared to the production rendering. Now, if I go to the light, let's say to the right light, adjust its intensity, I will bring down the window and then adjust the intensity. You will notice that it takes a moment, depending on your graphics card, to update the changes. Sometimes it may lag a bit, but overall it's still relatively fast to adjust. But when I switch to real-time rendering, I activate real-time. Now we have to wait again for everything to be recalculated. This may take a bit longer depending on what you have in the scene. Now if I go to the light in real-time mode and make changes, you can see that it updates much faster. So the updating process doesn't take as long as with the normal production rendering. This way I can adjust my lights relatively quickly. Currently real-time rendering is still in the beta phase, which means not everything is fully supported. It won't work perfectly with everything. Now I would like to try it out in the scene and see if it helps save some performance, especially when adjusting shaders, materials or lights. Now let's do a quick render test to see if rendering is significantly faster overall. I will adjust the camera roughly like this. Now we will render it normally with production rendering. Let me set the window back to production mode. Now I will switch the bucket quality and set it to medium. Let's render it now by pressing the button. Now I will move the window down, switch it to real time, and now we only have one parameter, progressive passes. I will reduce the value to 10 for now, so the noise is somewhat reduced. Maybe we can go to 20. Let's go with that, it's quite decent. Now let's render it again using real-time rendering. The whole process took about 6 seconds. Of course, the rendering time depends on the scene and resolution as well as the individual passes. Now let's take a quick look at the quality. This is the rendering using the normal production rendering. And here we have the real-time rendering. At first glance, you can see that the quality is slightly different. The reflection isn't much more accurate in the real-time rendering. However, the anti-aliasing doesn't look as good in the real-time rendering, and overall the reflection doesn't appear as polished. But this real-time rendering is still very useful for quickly adjusting certain aspects. As I mentioned before, such as shaders or lights. It is not compatible with everything, though for example true subsurface scattering doesn't work quite right, and even when using glass material it functions differently from the production rendering, so it's essential to test it in your scene to see if you can save some performance when adjusting shaders, materials or lights. Now I have another simple scene here with different materials, standard material, glass, chrome, subsurface scattering and displacement. Once I activate real-time rendering, you will immediately notice differences in what doesn't work correctly. For example, the glass looks different, subsurface scattering material doesn't function correctly, and the displacement is not displayed. Congratulations, you have reached the end of this chapter. Now I have a small task for you. Try to create an entirely new image. To do this, simply go to the asset browser, search for Redshift at the top to display all models with Redshift materials. Pick any 3D model you like. You can also use the backdrop object as a background if you prefer. Then try to set up the lights, add a camera, find a nice perspective, and adjust all the rendering settings using all the knowledge you have acquired so far. Feel free to experiment with the rendering engine and try real-time rendering to see if you can adjust the lighting a bit faster. Next, adjust the bucket quality, making sure your settings are not too high to avoid long rendering times. And you can also work with the parameters at the bottom, like combining depth to further increase the speed. Lastly, if you have some slight noise in the image, you can use denoising to remove the remaining noise that bothers you. Try out different denoising algorithms to see which one gives you the best result. If you have any moving objects in the scene with motion blur, you can activate it as well. You can access the advanced settings to adjust the strength of the motion blur as we have seen before. Now I suggest you give it a try and attempt to create a completely new image. I wish you lots of fun with this, and I am confident that you will achieve a great result. We now start with the materials in Redshift. Now we need a scene to work with. To do this, we open the asset browser and find a Redshift material. Here at the top we see it. There is a template scene called Redshift material. We double click on it. Now we are shown a scene with a shader bar that is already fully lit. This allows us to focus on the essentials. Now we want to open the render window. For this we navigate to Redshift, Render View, and dock this window next to it. Next you open the Material Manager. There we find a Redshift standard material. This corresponds to what we could create under Create and then Redshift as a standard material. Now I want to keep it as simple as possible. I accidentally created one. I will delete it now. So as simple as possible. First, let's look at the base and reflection categories. if you accidentally double-click on it, the node editor will open. We will look at that later. Now we will really just focus on base and reflection. I will minimize the manager for a moment. Then we start with base. I start the rendering. The first one is quite simple. Under color, we specify the color of the material. I will reset this. With weight, I determine the intensity of the color. With a value of 1, it is 100%. At 0, the color disappears to black. Diffuse model defines how light and hue are distributed on the surface. There are two different algorithms here. The choices are Orenaya and Dior-Lambertian. I hope I pronounced the names correctly. Let's look at the difference between the two. I want to take a snapshot by clicking on Take Snapshot. Now we switch to Dior-Lambertian and take a snapshot of this as well. The first and second snapshot are a bit hard to compare. That's why we take out the weight under reflection. I delete the two snapshots again. Let's start again. Switching back to Orenaya. Now we can see the difference better. I click on the plus symbol again and switch to Lambertian again. Then we click on the first snapshot. Here the first method is visible. This is especially suitable for glossy plastic materials that should perhaps appear a bit dirty. With the diffuse roughness parameter, we can control the degree of soiling. I will leave the preview for a moment. While adjusting diffuse roughness, you can see that the gloss on the diffuse surface is diminishing. The material appears darker, duller and dirtier overall. For a shiny, possibly slightly dirty plastic material, choose Orenaya. For rubber materials, Lambertian is recommended. The result with Lambertian appears much duller. Perfect for rubber or fine poured materials. When Lambertian is selected, diffuse roughness is automatically disabled. Let's return now to the topic of metalness. With this we define if it is a metal material. If the value is 0, it is definitely not metal. If I increase the value and it reaches 1, then the material represents a pure metal. However, the color of the metal is not specified under reflection or color. The color is determined directly on the base. If I set red here above, we get a red metal. I will put this back again, now to the reflection section. As expected, here you can determine the color of the reflection. First we have to reactivate the reflection. I increase the value of the slider to 1. I change the color here to red. Only the reflection is displayed in this color. I will reset that too. Now we come to the point weight. Here we determine the intensity of the reflection. This can be set to 0 or we use an average value. With roughness we define how blurred the reflection should appear. The default value here is 0.2. If I set this value to 0, we get a clear, sharp reflection. Accordingly, a higher value leads to a blurrier reflection. IOR stands for Index of Refraction and influences the course of the reflection. If I decrease the value and it falls below 1, we see significant changes in the reflection in the perspective window. The reflection is absent in the center of the object while it remains visible at the edge. If I reduce the value further towards 0, the reflection intensifies over the entire surface. The whole thing varies depending on the camera's angle of view. If I move the slider all the way to the left, we get a pure chrome finish. Recommendation for the best value can be found online. It depends on what material you want to simulate. The net offers many sources of physically accurate values. Search for IOR table or IOR values and you will find lists of correct values for various materials. This is useful if you are aiming for an accurate representation. Move the slider further to the right. The intensity of the reflection increases. This is clearly visible here. The maximum value here is 32. The result is an extremely strong reflection. Let's reset that. Now let's move on to anisotropic. With this parameter we can deform the reflection. Initially there seems to be no effect, even if I mess around with this control. Anisotropy only has an effect as soon as there is a roughness value and the reflection is slightly dulled. I will now enter 0.5 for example, and reset the anisotropy value. And you can see that the reflection here is circular. I might reduce the value a little bit more. I reset the default value of 0.2. The reflection remains circular. But as soon as I move anisotropy a little to the right, the reflection becomes distorted. You can see that it is now distorted in that direction. This is perfect for simulating a brushed stainless steel finish, for example. The reflection is not evenly round but distorted. With rotation we can adjust the direction of this distortion. This allows us to specify in which direction the distortion is displayed. Lastly, we have the samples parameter. For now we can leave this value at 16. However, if we increase the roughness value, it will result in more noise in the rendering. Here we can help the Redshift engine by adding more samples. This signals the engine to use more samples for this reflection, which improves the render quality. This brings us to the end of this part, and we have looked at the two categories and understood how they work. Let's go to the next section on transmission. With these settings, glass can be realistically simulated. If I move the weight parameter all the way to the right, we get a complete refraction and thus automatically a glass material. We can change the color of the material using the parameter as one would expect. Now we will choose a red ones here. The result is a red glass material. With the extra roughness parameter we can create a matte refraction. If I move this value to the right, the interior becomes matte. This is a way to represent frosted glass in the blink of an eye. The external reflection we see is determined by the reflection as we have already seen. The whole thing can also cause noise, especially if you use roughness. If you increase the number of samples, the image will be more noise-free, but this will also cause longer render times. Now to the next parameter, depth. With this we define how deep the refraction reaches in the object. With a value of 0, the refraction is evenly distributed throughout the object. If I set, for example, 0.1 here, the refraction in the object is substantially reduced. Then the refraction is only visible at the individual edges. A higher value intensifies the visible refraction, of course. Let's enter, for example, 1. Then we see that the light or the refraction penetrates more strongly through the object. At the same time, by increasing the depth value, we notice this black area. This black coloration results from the scatter color settings. This means that when I click on it, I can add an additional color. If I now drag the green slider to the right, the result is a green hue. This is an efficient way to represent viscous liquids, such as mud. Appears lighter on the outside and gets progressively darker towards the inside, so we can adjust colors accordingly. Or take orange juice, it shines bright orange on the outside while it may appear darker on the inside. Such effects can be quickly realized with this. It is important to note that the depth parameter depends strongly on the size. Scale the entire scene smaller or larger and the effect changes noticeable. If it doesn't look as expected on your end, it is often due to the size of your objects. Let's continue with scatter anisotropy. With this, we define the direction of the refraction. A value of 0 means that the refraction is equally distributed in the whole object. Positive values result in scattering or refraction in the direction of the light. If you choose negative values, the refraction will be directed back to the light. This is called forward scattering or back scattering. Let me show you a quick example. Although I'm not sure it will show up well, I will briefly adjust the color up here. It's going to be less distracting that way. I'm just going to select this green color, so the scatter color is now green. The result is best visible if we do not use many light sources. I disable some of the existing lights in the scene. I turn them all off. Let's take just one light source, for example from the right. Now if I move the scatter anisotropy to the left, it means that the scattering light goes back to its source. Here the light hits right here. If I move the slider, you can see how the light gradually spreads in the object. If I go further to the right, it gets darker at the top and spreads out in the object. This allows us to control how the light spreads inside the object. This is exactly what this parameter does. Of course, this also leads to some image noise. We can counteract this with the samples parameter by increasing the number of samples. If there is increased noise due to this effect, it is important to note that this will take additional render time. Lastly, let's take a look at dispersion. With this parameter we can simulate chromatic aberrations. First I reset the scatter color so that we get a standard glass material. I also reset the extra roughness. So dispersion can be used to represent chromatic aberration. Hereby the light refraction is divided into its RGB components. For example, if I enter a low value here, say 0.1, one notices a coloration in the refractions. For glass, this value is about 10. This gives a slight color deviation in the refraction of light. There are online tables that provide physically correct values for different materials. For example, glass has a value of 10 and diamond 70. Just look online for appropriate tables or resources. These values can help you model authentic and physically accurate materials. That should be it for now. As you can see, it's not that complicated to create appealing glass materials. Let's take a look at the subsurface category. Here we specify how much light can penetrate through a structure. It determines how light is scattered within the object. With weight we determine the intensity of this effect, and the result is then combined with the material. If I set the value to 1, we get pure subsurface scattering. We set the color of scattering with color. If I select, for example, red, you can see how the red color is distributed in the object. With radius, I determine the color at the exit point of the light. By default it is white, visible at the white edges where the light exits the object. If I change it to yellow, for example, the exit points become yellowish accordingly. A darker hue reduces the intensity of the scattering effect. Darken the yellow a bit. The color effect in the object changes. If I set the color to black, the effect is completely disabled. I now switch back to yellow. With scale I can determine how the yellow and red mix. This leads to a more intensive scattering of the yellow light in the volume. If I now enter a 5, for example, you can see how the yellow becomes more intense. I will give it a 10. The yellow mixes even more with the red. I reset the values again. Let's continue with anisotropy. This works similarly to transmission. With this we control the light interaction. It determines how the light is computed depending on its direction. I can explain this in more detail. I'm going to turn off all the lights for a moment and show that the light hits the object from the right. You can also see this in the shadow. Back to the material. And back to anisotropy. A value of 0 distributes the light evenly in the object. Higher values make the light scatter more in a certain direction. This leads to forward scattering, where the light does not recede from the object. To better illustrate this, I will create some renderings. I will take some screenshots and show how clearly this effect is visible, especially with different parameter settings. I made some renderings. Here we see anisotropy with the value 0. Next, anisotropy with value 0.2 with active light from the right. You can see how the light moves in this direction. That was 0.2 on 0.4 and then 0.6, followed by 0.8. Here you clearly notice how the light moves towards the light source. Next we have 0.9. This is followed by 0.95 and finally 0.99. Here there is hardly any red light in the object. Only the yellow light, for example the radius value, remains visible. If I change from 0.95 to 1, the yellow light also comes out of the object. I also rendered the whole thing in the opposite direction. Back to anisotropy with value 0. Now we look at minus 0.25, then minus 0.5, continue to minus 0.75. Here you can see how the light slowly moves in this direction. More precisely, how the volume shifts in the body. Now to minus 0.9, returning to minus 0.75 for a moment. And after that we consider minus 0.99 and finally minus 1. Let's move on the next point, switching back to our standard rendering. Anisotropy is back to 0. Under mode there are 3 different modes. Here you can adjust the quality of the subsurface scattering. First, point-based diffusion. This method is the most imprecise, but as expected it renders the fastest. If I activate this mode we notice significant differences. Note, the point-based diffusion is not compatible with progressive rendering. I will briefly hide the snapshots below. As I said, it doesn't work with progressive rendering. To use it, you have to enable bucket rendering. Now we can see the result of point-based diffusion. At first glance it looks good, but it is not as precise as the rendering with random walk. There is a second method, a mixed mode method, faster than point-based and random walk. And advantage here, it works with progressive rendering. The result remains the same, no matter if you switch to bucket rendering. The final result looks exactly like in progressive rendering. Last, the random walk method. This one should be known. Below we find samples. As expected, subsurface scattering produces noise. If you increase the samples, the rendering takes longer. In return, the noise in the material is reduced. This concludes the topic of subsurface scattering. Let's have a look at the Sheen area. Sheen resembles a reflection, however without ambient reflection. It spreads a color on the surface. The goal is to create a shimmering or shiny layer on the geometry. The Sheen effect is particularly suitable for simulating fabrics. Here we have only 4 parameters. They are quite easy to understand. If I increase the weight parameter, you can see the color distribution on the 3D model. You can also notice a slight white layer. I changed the color to red for better visibility. It doesn't reflect the environment but shows the color on the geometry. Perfect for displaying fabrics. In this 3D model we have several models to choose from. Under fabric I show another example. You can see a fabric around the sphere and a cloth lying on the floor. Currently our material has a strong mirror effect. This would be ideal for paint materials. I will eliminate the reflection in this material. For this I will reduce weight to 0. Let's have a look at the result. As with the reflection, Sheen also depends on the camera angle. The flatter the viewing angle, the more pronounced the effect. Let's look at another camera perspective. I choose the standard camera. I create a copy of this camera. Activate and remove the protection tag. Now focus on the sphere. Now adjust the camera to a flat angle of view. This way I can look at the cloth better. You can see that the reflection effect is colored more intensely, similar to a normal reflection. This is because I'm looking at the surface from a flatter angle. Now how we do apply this to real materials. Suppose we want to convert this base material into a cloth material. Then I would set the main color of the fabric first. Let's assume it should be an intense red fabric. I choose a solid color and apply it directly. Then I copy this color directly here. Then adjust the brightness to lighten it up a bit. I center them about halfway. Now we can see exactly what's happening in the rendering. Reflective areas are rendered in white. I'm going to exaggerate this a bit now. I'm moving further to the left. Under roughness I can adjust how the color is distributed on the surface. If I reduce this value, the effect disappears. If I increase the value, the surface starts to shimmer. I now drag the value all the way to the right. The color then spreads evenly over the entire surface. This way I can imitate materials like velvet or silk, for example. For silk I wouldn't increase the roughness as much, because silk has a shinier effect for which I would use lower values. This is the basic concept of how we work with Sheen. Finally we have the samples below. This actually speaks it for itself. The Sheen effect can also cause noise in rendering. If I increase the samples, I can optimize the material with respect to the samples. However, as I mentioned earlier, this can lead to longer render times. Let's move on to the topic of thin film. With this, we can adjust the color reflection properties. This allows us to simulate effects like oil films or the colors of soap bubbles. There are two parameters here, IOR and thickness. With thickness, we determine the thickness of this layer in nanometers. A value of 1 would therefore correspond to 1 nanometer. This is 1 billionth of a meter. The highest value we can enter here is 65,535. This corresponds to a thickness of 0.065535 millimeters. Just divide the value by a billion to get the thickness in millimeters. It is not always easy to find the right value. It is best to experiment a little. In the documentation there are examples with the values 300, which corresponds to 0.0003 millimeters. But it doesn't hurt to experiment yourself and get the result you want. Let's start with a thickness of 300. Above we set the index of refraction for this reflective layer. Here you can work with physically correct values. For example, a value of 1.333 would correspond to an oil layer. I enter this value once and add another 3. You won't notice much difference. Now you can see the color reflection of the layer. A value of 1.4 would rather correspond to a soap bubble. And 1.5 would be typical soap. You can look up online which exact value you want to use. You can also try creative values. Maybe you will achieve a very special effect. By trial and error you will find the right value. Entering 2, for example, results in a different color reflection. Or try the value 3, it is worth experimenting. Now I set 1.4 for the effect of a soap bubble. Then the color of the reflection layer changes. Such settings are especially useful when we want to create a soap bubble or a glass material. Let's move on to the transmission section. I set the known value to 1 to create a glass material. I also want to remove the roughness of the reflection. I don't want the reflection to appear dull. For this I go to the reflection section. There I set roughness to 0, so we get a clear reflection. Now the refraction of the 3D model becomes visible. This leads to the noticeable distortions that we don't want in a soap bubble. But there's a way to correct this and simulate a thin geometry similar to a soap bubble. There's a special range of settings that allows us to do just that. If I scroll down further, I get to the geometry section. Here there is the parameter thin wall. With this we can simulate a very thin surface. This corresponds exactly to the effect of a soap bubble. I activate this option and now we see the desired effect. Now we have a lot of detail in this shader ball. For this example I also created a simple sphere or a ball. This way the result can be viewed better. I will hide the shader ball for now. This is a plain ball. Let me display it. This is what it looks like when we use just a plain sphere. The result approaches that is soap bubble. I open the material settings again and navigate to our parameter thin film. Depending on the settings you choose, as already shown, you can simulate different color effects. Experiment also with the thickness parameter to get various results. For example, if I enter 400, we get this hue. With 500, we get another hue. Just try it out. That's it for the topic thin film. With this, we can realistically represent oil films or soap bubbles. Next, let's look at the coat area. Coat allows us to add an additional gloss to our material. For example, we can create the effect of wet surfaces or create the look of car paint. I will start by expanding the reflection section. Under coat we find similar settings as in reflection. An additional feature of coat is the option to use a bump map. In a moment we will see how this looks in practice. By default, the roughness is a standard material is set to 0.2. This gives a slightly matte reflection. For coat, the roughness is set to 0 by default. If I set the weight parameter to 1, I add another gloss to the material. Before I do that, I create a snapshot for comparison. This way we can see the differences better. Now I move the weight slider to the right. Wait a few seconds until the image becomes clearer. After clicking on the plus symbol, we can see the material before and after, once without and once with coat. You can clearly see the additional gloss. The settings are identical here. With roughness, I can mattify the gloss. With IOR, I let adjust the reflection behavior, and with anisotropy, I can stretch the reflection. Thereby, roughness should be increased a little bit, just as we have seen with reflection. The stretch reflection can also be rotated. Under samples, I can add additional samples to improve the image. Now we will show you how bump maps can be used to fine-tune. With this, we can simulate scratches in the paint. I will go into a little more detail on this. We will start directly in the Attribute Manager. It can be a bit tedious to find the individual nodes in this large selection. Nodes allows us to make settings more conveniently, as we will see later. But I want to show you how it works here. To use a bump map, we need 3 different objects. First, a bump map node. Then a texture node. And finally, we load the texture into this one. For this, we click on the small white circle, select Connect Node, navigate to the right side, then directly to the nodes and then left to Utility. Continue to the left. It can happen that we lose the overview. Then repeat the process, again to Connect Node, right to Nodes, and then to Utility. At the top we find Surface, and finally Bump Map. This is the first required node. In the Bump Map node we specify how clearly the scratches should appear. So the depth of the scratches. We now select this one. Here we see that it has been connected. We click on the button for Bump Map. Now we are in the Bump Map node. Under Height Scale we define how strong the Bump Map effect should be. Now we need a suitable texture. The texture cannot be inserted here directly. First we need a texture node. We do that at the top under Input. For this we click on the circle. Then we select Connect Node. Navigate to the left side. There we click on Texture. Alternatively, instead of the texture we could use a shader like the Maxon Noise. This would be useful if you want to create bumps in the paint layer using noise. Now we go to Texture. Under Input we see the texture node. We click on it and get to the node where the texture is inserted. For the texture I want to use the asset browser, so we will open the asset browser. There we scroll down to the textures. Unfold the area. Under surfaces we look further. I will enlarge the view so that it is better visible. One moment, so better. We click on surfaces. Then on Standard and Physical, here you will find a category called Dirt, Scratches and Smudge. From this you can select a texture. For example, the scratch textures. I choose the third texture from this list. Double click on It's Enough. I will use this texture, and after that I will drag it into the path slot. The result is immediately visible. However, it is too intense at the moment. I minimize the asset browser. Let's navigate way up in the hierarchy. With the arrow button, we come back to the beginning. Under Bump Map, we find the node. We click on it. Here we can set the bump map intensity with height scale. With bump maps, we often work with very low values. I will try 0.005. Already we see the settled scratches. Higher values intensify the effect. I will try 0.008 or 0.01. The intensity is a matter of taste. Everyone can decide how distinct the scratches should be. That is up to you. It depends on your preferences. It's up to you how visible you want the scratches to be. Back to the main topic. As seen, code adds an additional layer of gloss. Compared to reflections, we can add a bump map here. So we can create scratches directly on the gloss layer. That was all about the code. Next, let's look at the emission section. With these two settings, I can make materials glow. This allows to light up a scene. The settings are quite intuitive. Add color, I determine the luminous color. With weight, I control the light intensity. I move the slider all the way to the right. The value is now 2 and the material radiates accordingly. This does not make sense in this context. Therefore, I would like to copy the material and assign it to the ring. I open the material manager. I create a copy of the material. Now I navigate to the shader ball. I expand the default area. I assign the copied material to the base disk object. I double click on the corresponding tag. Now I repeat the process. I go to weight and move the slider again. The material lights up and illuminates the scene. If I use a different value, for example for stronger lighting, the scene becomes brighter. I could turn off all the lights to see the effects more clearly. You can see that the geometry is also illuminated, but this only works with active global illumination. I go to the render settings to look at this in more detail. Under Redshift and in basic mode, I can disable global illumination. Then the geometry is no longer illuminated. Global illumination must be switched on for emission illumination. Now we can also select another color. When I click on the color and choose, for example, a strong red, then it looks like in reality. It is not a pure red. The intensity of the glow changes the hue. If I want the color to remain unchanged, so exactly as I have selected it, then I navigate to the geometry section. Here I can add an additional color, add overall tint. I take the previously selected color directly here. Nothing seems to change because I still have to activate an option, namely Effects Emission. If I want the color selected above to be added to the emission, I have to activate this setting. Then we get exactly the color that was set at overall tint. This may not be ultra realistic, but it offers creative design possibilities. Okay, with that, I will close the topic. It should now be easy to work with the emission. There is one parameter that we have not looked at yet. This is the opacity parameter under geometry. With opacity we can define how visible an object is by its texture or color. For example, if I change the default color white, which represents 100% visibility, to black, the object becomes invisible. The most effective way to do this is to use a texture. For example, we could put stickers on a 3D model. We could edit the edges of the sticker with an alpha mask. Let's show this with a simple example. We open our asset browser, then we search under textures, then we navigate to surfaces. From there, navigate to standard and then to physical. Finally, we get the graphics section. Here we find graphics and the corresponding alpha masks. If we scroll all the way down, we see a texture with a flame. Next, we create a surface in the dimensions of this texture. For this, we go to the basic options. We select plane and enter the dimensions of the texture. These are 588 by 155, so we enter these values. After I close the window, I position the surface a little higher. I move and scale it to make it more visible. I hide the shader wall in the viewport and in the rendering. I position the surface so that it's clearly visible. It should be just above the ground to see the shadow. Then we create a new material and put it on the surface so we can see the shadow of the surface. Then we navigate to the standard material. A double click opens the settings. I create a new material and drag it to the surface. Double clicking on the material opens more options. At the top under base we can now select the texture. It is not necessary to create a texture node, as we have already seen. That would be too cumbersome. Instead we drag the texture directly into the designated slot. Releasing the mouse button places the texture in the color slot. I'm moving this back a bit to make it clearer. Now that we have the alpha mask right next to it, I'm enlarging the window a little bit. At the bottom we continue to scroll. Now we can drag the alpha mask into the opacity channel. Taking the texture and drag it directly into this slot. Now we have made this flame visible with the alpha mask. How does it work if the image has no separate alpha channel? What if the alpha channel is integrated into the image? On the left we go to standard and physical. Then we navigate to the leaves section. Here we find various plant textures. We scroll down further and select one, reducing the view a bit. As an example, I will use this texture here. Double click on it. Shows us the layers on the right. In this texture we can see the integrated alpha mask. Let's see how we can extract the alpha channel from this image. I will create a new surface. I hide the current view. Then I create another plane. Another double click on the texture shows us its size. The dimensions are 903 by 1124. I enter these dimensions into the surface settings. This way we keep the correct aspect ratio. After closing the settings, I move the surface higher. I scale it down for a better view. This way we can look at them better. I will move them up even further. Now we repeat the previous steps. I navigate back to the materials. I create a new standard material, double click on it. I drag it onto the surface and select the texture. Then I drag the texture into the color slot. Now we should display the texture correctly. To mask the image, we access the alpha channel. We use the node editor for this process. Working directly with these nodes would otherwise be cumbersome, but this is really child's play. By double-clicking on the material, we switch to the node view. Automatically this view opens. I close the material editor. The asset browser can also be closed. Here we can see the connections. On the one hand our texture, on the other hand our materials, and the output node that passes the representation to the geometry. I enlarge the window for a better overview. The texture is directly linked to the color channel. Under geometry we can directly access opacity. Now we want to use the alpha channel for the texture. There is a special node for this. A double click in an empty area opens the search bar for nodes. Here we enter which node we want to add. We select the color splitter node. Double click on it. Shows us the color channels red, green and blue and the alpha channel. We are particularly interested in the alpha channel. I'm forwarding the texture to the input of this node. Then I connect the alpha channel directly to opacity. Now our object is displayed with the desired mask. The two techniques presented are excellent for single objects. That is, if you want to apply graphics or stickers to an item. You can easily handle these techniques. Difficulties occur when many objects in a row are visible, such as when texturing leaves on a tree. Let me show you an example to illustrate the problem. I have created a sample scene with a layer and its texture. In this I extracted the alpha channel. With the color splitter the result looks like this. I put the layer in a cloner object so that the texture is layered multiple times. If I increase the number in the cloner, the individual layers are visible superimposed. This works well. If I increase the number and add more and more layers, we start to see problems in the back end at the certain number. This is due to transparency problems. We can fix this by adjusting the render settings. Under Redshift, then at transparency depth, a parameter we already know. Just increase this value. This allows to calculate multiple transparencies on top of each other. So the problem is now solved. But this also increases the computation time and needs more resources. Let's render the result. I'm going to start the rendering now. The rendering took 4 minutes and 40 seconds. But we can speed up the rendering by using a different method. Use this method if you want to layer many objects. If you want to use the alpha channel from these objects, let's go to the material. There's a special node for that. Double click in an empty area. Type sprite. Now we use the sprite node. The sprite node is connected between the material and the output node. Let's make some space for it. I will insert in the middle, select out color, connect it to the sprite, release and connect it to inputs. From shader input to shader, direct out color to surface. This is how everything is calculated using the graphics card. We can remove the node with the color splitter accessing the alpha channel. Now we will have to pipe the texture directly into the sprite node. The texture is loaded at the top under Path. Here's how it works. Open the asset browser. Move it a little to the right. Zoom it out for a better view. Then select the texture. Click on the node. Move the window to see the properties. Drag the image directly to Path. Now you can set in the properties which part of the image should be used. For the opacity, set this under opacity calculation. Here you have the option color intensity. If you click on it, you will see that the alpha channel is used. Change the settings to from alpha. Let's render this again. First, let's refresh. First, we don't see any change. Click on refresh. The result now looks identical. Use the sprite node between material and output node. Route the default material into the sprite node. Inside the sprite node, add the texture. Select from alpha to use the alpha channel. The difference is that you no longer need to adjust the render settings. Let's reset these settings. Click on Reset to Default. The result remains unchanged. The big advantage is the reduced render time. Start the rendering again. Let's see how long the rendering takes. The image was rendered in 1 minute and 3 seconds. Let's compare that. With the old method it was 4 minutes and 40 seconds. With the new one only 1 minute and 3 seconds, a considerable difference. That's what I wanted to show you in this video. For single objects or simple stickers, use the opacity channel. And for more complex scenes, use the sprite node. Especially for many textures on top of each other like trees or shrubs. In such cases, the sprite node is the best choice. That was all about opacity. Double-clicking in the Material Manager automatically creates a Redshift standard material for us. Select Create in the menu, then Redshift and then Materials. The newly created material will then be displayed at the top, just below. The material is named Material. I will create this now. Click on the material and navigate to the attributes. Let me display the settings of this old material. I now move the settings window to the left. Then I move to the new material. I will now do the same. I will summarize the parameters to make it clearer. You will notice that the new material is structured differently than the old material. With the old material, there is under refraction, transmission and subsurface are combined. There is also a separate tab called subsurface scattering. Another tab is specifically for coding, and overall tab contains emission and bump map. In the old material, we can access preset basic materials. However, these presets do not exist in the new material, but we can create our own presets. To do this, configure the material settings. Then click on the small triangle at the top. With Save Preset, you can save these settings. Rename them and you have individual presets at hand. I have already created some materials that I can access in Cinema 4D at any time. Your task is to create your own preset library. Then you can quickly access these presets. Choose a material that appeals to you and try to adjust it with the new settings. I will demonstrate how I would do it with an example. I will drag the old material onto the shader wall. Then I click on the material. I decouple it again here. Then I don't go to the old one. I go directly to the settings of the material and decouple it again. Under preset, I select copper, for example. The material is then displayed. I create a snapshot by clicking on the plus icon at the top. Then I go to the snapshot. I make a right click and select Set A. Now we see the rendering of our copper material on the right. We can turn that off again at the bottom. I would leave the window of the old material open to always have access to the values. This way we can retrieve colors faster, which speeds up the workflow. Now I will take the new material and drag it onto the shader ball. The result is then displayed on the left. Now we can make the settings in the new material to get the copper material. I will apply the settings here as well. I will position it right next to it and fold everything up again. Now we can check the settings for the copper material. I open the reflection area. Here we have the option to set the Fresnel type to color and etched tint. There's also a reflectivity setting. This is set in a reddish brown tone. With metal etched tint, I can adjust the coloring at the edges. This Fresnel type option is missing in our new material. But it is quite easy to recreate this. You just have to navigate to base, and there's to metalness, increases this value. This gives us a metal material and then navigates to reflection. Here we set the color. To create metallic tones, I set the color under base and increase the intensity. I color the outgoing edges in the same way. Then I transfer the color directly into reflection. Finally, we have a roughness of 0.15. I set this value to 0.15. I override it by mistake. I transfer this value into reflection to 0.15. Now we have an almost identical new material. The whole thing can be saved as a preset. Selects Save Preset and names it Copper. All metal presets were created this way. You can quickly create different metal materials this way. Now try to do the same for other types of materials. For example, you can quickly create a glass preset or a colored glass preset. You can also create water or plastic, possibly glossy plastic or matte plastic. Aluminium is also an option. Gold, iron, platinum, silver, even milk or coffee. For example, I have already created some presets. Look to the right. For example, milky coffee. It will look like this. Or a soap bubble, which I have already added. Just like a tinted glass. Or tinted glass. I recommend you to create your own presets because then you can access them every time you start Cinema 4D. And this is your task. Try to recreate the presets of the old material to have your own collection. This way you will always have quick access to them when you start. In this movie we explain what to look for when working with material tags, especially when rendering with Redshift. In the fabulous scene with a shader ball, I just added a simple surface or plane. Then I added a Redshift standard material and loaded the texture UV test into the color slot. You can use any texture you like, of course. If I click on the material tag, I can move the texture with offset U. then is confirmed in the viewport and in the rendering with length size can be adjusted. If I enter 50% here, the texture will be reduced in size and rendered repeatedly due to the activated tiling. I reset everything again. I set the value here to 0. For UV length, I set the value to 100% as well. We can also make these two settings directly in the Redshift material. Just double-click the material. This will open the node editor. I made the attributes visible using this button. If you click on the texture and then on the node, you can move the UV island. This is different from Cinema 4D. There you don't move the texture, but the UV island. This means that changes to the values, for example 1, 2, 3 or 5, makes no visible difference. You do not see any difference. The entire UV island is shifted and tiling is enabled by default. Therefore, you will not notice any change. However, if you use values like 0.5, the UV island will be shifted by 50% in U direction. The result will be shown twice. If I use 0.1, I shift the UV island by 10%. A minus sign inverts the direction of the shift. The same applies when scaling. Here I do not scale the texture, but the UV island. A larger UV island leads to the smaller representation of my texture. If I enter the value 2 for U, the texture appears twice because the UV island becomes larger. This makes the texture smaller. If I also set 2 for scale on the right, the texture again appears twice. I set the value back to the default of 1. I move the window down. Then I click on the material tag again. Here I see the option to disable tiling. If I now move the offset value a bit to the right, and for V likewise, and deactivate the tiling, then everything will be displayed correctly in the viewport. However, this does not work in Redshift rendering, and namely the tiling we do not enable for Redshift directly in the material tag, but in the material itself. So we will go back to our node editor, and then there's the parameter wrapU and for V. That is, we can set the whole thing separately. That is, I can disable the whole thing for U. Then we see the whole thing repeats only in the V direction. If I still disable this for V, then we see exactly the same result as in Cinema 4D. I will reset this again as it was preset. Now we have an additional option, seamless ones. I would just re-enable tiling right here so we can see that here as well. And the seamless will then just mirror the texture that's repeated. This will give us a better transition from the individual textures. Then we can see this in the viewport, and we also see that this doesn't work in Redshift. And in Redshift we do that again directly in the node editor. To do this, we click on the texture again, then we see the mirror U parameter, so the whole thing is mirrored for the x-axis, relatively for the u-axis, and for V, respectively for the y-axis. Now the two textures mirror each other, so let's deactivate that as well. We have options in Cinema 4D, or rather here in the material nodes, to set the repetitions. How often the texture is repeated. So under offset, we can just enter 0 for U and for V. And length I will set to 10, so that our texture repeats 10 times. If the value is 0, the texture will repeat infinitely. For example, if I enter 1 for U and V, we see the texture only once, and Redshift doesn't support that. I would like to point out in advance that this option is not directly available in the texture node in Redshift. To be precise, we have this option directly in the material node, not in the tag node. Unfortunately, we don't have the option to rotate the texture here because we can't set the repetitions. However, we at least have the option to do this directly in the node editor. If we can't adjust the repetitions, at least we can rotate in the node editor. To do this, we click on the texture itself, that is on this node. Here we find the rotate parameter. Here we can rotate the texture directly. Let me reset this. I will roll the window back up. Next we have another point. I reset all the parameters. Under length, we set it to 100%. Then we have the option under projection to set how the texture is projected. By default, it is set to UVW. However, we can use other projection types. For example, flat or other options, like cubic or cylindrical and so on. Also, we can move the UV island directly in the viewport. I will set it back to UV. However, we can also set how each texture is projected directly in Redshift. Going back to the node editor. And then click on the left button for the assets. I'm going to hide the right side to keep track. I will navigate directly to the utility section. Let's display the list view. Here is the UV projection node. I'm dragging this node right here. I hide it and drag it to the right side. So now I can affect this texture using this UV projection node. When I use the UV projection node, I automatically disable all settings in the material tag. This means I disable the projection type and other settings. Everything is now controlled by this one node. I am dragging it to the right side. Then I fade in all the properties. Now I can click on UV projection and set the projection type. If I set projection type to planar, the texture will be projected over a surface projection. However, I need to set the position correctly. In this case, I select coordinate space on object. This limits the projection to the single surface. Now we have to set the rotation for this projection type. I'm going to enter a value for this axis. This will require a little experimentation until the correct value is found. It's a bit of try and error. This is working quite well. Settings fit well for this axis. When I change the scale, the texture gets smaller as I increase the value. For example, I try 0.1 instead of 0.01. Now the texture is displayed like this. The texture is now repeated. If I click on the texture node and disable wrapping, the texture is only displayed once. Now the whole projection is controlled by this one node. I think that's enough for this video. We have seen what to look for when working with Redshift, and we have shown how we can position the texture directly in the node editor. How can we easily combine two different textures in Redshift? I use the shaderable scene again. Here I created a layer with a standard material. In the asset browser, pick two different textures that you want to combine. I have already selected two textures for the material, a wood texture and a dirt texture. We can easily combine these two by selecting color and then using the node color composite. Now we can set base color and blend color. This is the color we want to add to the base color. I'm using the wood texture and the dirt texture. The final result is added to the base color. Now we can show the properties. If I click on the color composite node, can we specify how the textures are combined under composite mode? By default, this is set to base color. This means that we see only the base color. Of course, if I switch to blend color, the dirt texture is shown. Below that, you will find various blend modes similar to Photoshop, as you know it from Photoshop. For example, let's choose multiply for multiplication. Below is alpha source. This is the alpha channel output from color composite. Here you can specify how the alpha channel is calculated. If it is set to composite, the alpha channel of the texture are calculated by multiplication, as we just set it. By clicking here, we can also use only the alpha channel of blend alpha. So from the dirt texture or just the alpha channel of base alpha? From the wood texture? In this example it doesn't make sense because neither texture has an alpha channel. You can select the texture with an alpha channel in the asset browser or try this out. I have already done that. I selected this texture from the asset browser. This is this sticker. I will now cut out the dirt texture for a moment. Now we will just use this texture. I'm going to drag it here. Now we want to cut the whole thing out. We do that by simply extracting the alpha channel from the color composite. This way we can see if it works. Return to the left side. I fade out briefly on the right side. Then we go to Utility. Then to Conversion. And then we select this node. We use Color Splitter to read out the alpha channel. We drag this node to the right. From this result of the color composite, we derive the result here. There we can read the alpha channel directly in opacity. So we can see how the whole thing is cut out. I will fade the properties back in. I selected base alpha as the alpha source. Of course, this doesn't make sense because we would then be using the alpha channel of the wood texture. This would look like this. Of course, this is completely nonsensical, but I think now we understand what this parameter is for. With this, we can set how the two alpha channels of the two inputs are combined. Let's look at another method for blending textures. I go to Color on the left side and select the Color Layer node. Looking at the node, we see Base Layer and Layer 1. You can think of Base Layer as the background layer in Photoshop and Layer 1 above it. Now we drag the wood texture into Base Layer and the dirt texture into Layer 1. The out color we naturally pass into the material. Then we go to the properties. I click on the color layer. At the top we see base layer. This is the wood texture. Just below that we see layer 1. We can switch this off via the checkbox. We can set the visibility via a slider. With this we determine how much of this layer is visible. You can also use a texture for this. There is a slot for the mask here. Under blend mode, we define how this layer is blended with the background layer. I choose multiply. That means we multiply this layer with the background layer. A special feature of this node is the use of the overlay mode. This allows us to combine two different alpha masks. If I click here, we will see a list of different mixing modes for alpha masks. Now let me show just 2 or 3 examples. I recommend consulting the Redshift documentation for detailed examples. There you will find descriptive image illustrating the different overlay modes for alpha masks. Now, however, we don't want to use these 2 textures, but textures with an available alpha channel. For this example, I choose the leaf because it has an alpha channel. You can find the texture in the asset browser. Now let's take this sheet and connect it to the base layer. We'll link the lettering to color under layer 1. You can already see what happened. Let's take a look at what happened. Under the color layer node, we can select different blending modes. No matter which mode I select, like out, everything looks the same. Regardless of the mode selected, we can easily fix this problem by enabling advanced overlay options above. Now everything works as it should. I now set the mode to screen. The result is still a bit hard to judge, so I would like to use the mask created by the color layer node directly as opacity. I will go back to the left side. Now we are going to Utility. Then we go to Conversion. Here we use the color splitter to read out the alpha channel. I activate the color layer node, connect the result directly to the color splitter. From the color splitter, I route the alpha channel directly into the opacity of the material. This way we cut out the texture at the same time. This helps us understand the result better. I go to the color layer node. Again, to select the overlay mode, I select A top. We use the alpha channel of the sheet here. Next, I will select over. Here both alpha masks are combined. If I select in, the alpha mask is used for the lettering. For a detailed explanation, I recommend consulting the documentation. I think the operation should be clear now. We have here the possibility to use several layers at the same time, and this allows us to combine multiple textures at the same time. This is actually pretty easy to understand, so we use the color layer node to mix textures. In this video we will look at different nodes that we can use to edit textures. Specifically we will look at brightness, hue and saturation. You can use any texture you want. I drag this texture from the asset browser directly into a standard material in the color slot. Let's use the color correction node first. I click here on the right to display the settings. Here is the color correction node. Put it up here and connect the texture directly to the color correction node. Activate the color correction node. You see the settings on the right side. It's actually pretty simple to understand. Here we have the gamma value. This means we can control the brightness using a gamma curve. For example, if I enter a 3 here, the texture will get brighter, as you can imagine, based on the gamma curve. I will reset that. Under contrast, we can logically set the contrast. I don't think I need to explain much about this. I will put this back. With hue shift, we can completely shift the color values to create a completely new look. I will reset that as well. Then we have the saturation scale value. As you can guess, we can use this to control the color saturation. At 0, we have a black and white image. Of course, you can also take higher values. With higher values, the color will be oversaturated, of course. I reset the value. Here we have the value level scale. Here we can control the brightness of the texture. At very high values, such as 5, the texture will naturally become brighter. At 0, the texture becomes black. When I enable use HSV conversion, we make sure we are the same color wheel. Let me show an example. I will exaggerate a bit. I will set the value to 15. The texture becomes extremely bright, of course. We can see that the texture remains in a yellowish range. Let me uncheck the box. Now we see a completely different color range. This checkbox makes sure that we are in a certain color range. With this checkbox, we activate a function that adjusts the hue shift parameter, the saturation and the level scale so that we always stay within a certain color range. Normally this checkbox will remain checked. Just try this function. Of course, this is a matter of personal taste. Let's go to the next node. I will put this one in below. Let's take the Golem HSL node. This node is not so exciting. It is similar to the color correction node, but has fewer functions. Here we find only 3 parameters. With hue, we can again control the hue. With this, we can create a completely new look. Then just below that, we have the saturation. That's nothing new either. I don't need to go into that any further. Here we also have the brightness parameter, which we can use to control the brightness of the texture. This node is a simpler version of the color correction node. Now we also have the color change range node available. Connect out color to the color slot to the material. With this node we can color the whole texture. Here we find the parameter old range min and further down new range min. This converts all dark shades to the color value of new range min. Nothing happens at the moment because both values are set to black. I change new range min to another color. I just make the color lighter. This will convert all the dark shades in my texture to the new color. This allows me to adjust the hues to my liking. If the hue is red, all shadows will be changed to a reddish hue. Then we have old range max here. With this, we convert all the light shades to new range max. Of course, if I use red here as well, all the light tones will be reddish. With this node, we have more control over the color change. Now let's look at the next node. Let's look at the color mix node. With this, we can mix colors and textures. There are also other ways of working with it. A color layer node or a mix node would be alternative methods. Using the color mix node, we can also colorize our texture. To do this, we add a color. Let's connect that. Our material will be green because under input 2 in the color mix node is set to green. I reset the ones and also the mix amount. Now adding a white color with this node. Since the blend amount is set to 0, we don't see any of this, of course. Therefore, we don't see the white color at all. So we see 100% of the texture. If I drag the slider to the right, we see completely our color. To make it short, if I set the value to 0.5, we can of course mix textures together. We can see that this node has many uses. In this way, we could easily colorize the entire texture by adding the desired color. Next, we have the color ABS node. This node represents a color that we can pipe directly into input 2. I am going to drag the node here. I connect the color ABS node to input 2. Now I can set the color in the node. So of course I am more flexible again. I click on color ABS. Just select any color that I can use in other nodes at the same time. Close the color selection. I place the node at the bottom. I break the connection so it doesn't get too cluttered. I continue to go down. Here I have 2 more nodes. Then we see the difference that these 2 nodes can actually only receive black and white values. Although you can't see that here, they actually have no inputs, as we can see. We still have to enable the input. If I go to the ramp node, for example, and then look at the right side here, we see that the color value is routed into alt input. We can do that by using this ramp node, for example. Drag it here. Now, if I take out color here and drag it directly here, we will use alt input under general input. Then I will click on it here, or to make it easier, I will just go to alt input, hold down the control key, then go to the circle, click once, and we have the input for alt input. If the input is in gray, it means that the node uses a black and white map. If I load a color texture here, it will automatically be converted to black and white. The same is true for the scalar ramp node. If I look at the right side here, we have alt input here as well. So we have alt input as input. The scalar ramp node also outputs a black and white image. Going back up to the ramp node, here we see that it's outputting a color image. I would use the ramp node only for black and white textures. With this node, we can conveniently adjust the contrast ratio of an image. I connect out color with alt input of the ramp node with this texture. Out color goes to the color of the material. The texture has now been converted to a black and white image. This is done with the help of a gradient. I activate the ramp node. Below we see the color gradient. Everything that has dark values is converted to black. Everything has light values is colored into white. With this node, we are even more flexible than with the color change range node because we can access and change any brightness values. This also allows us to create a completely new look. This will take a moment to update. I often use the ramp node to manipulate textures. Here we also have the advantage of being able to access the presets. Let's click here. Let's choose something. As an example, we'll take heat 3. This will change all the brightness values of our texture. Here we can be creative. Next, let's look at the scalar ramp node. What is the difference? I'm sure you can guess. At ramp, the out color outputs the color. At the scalar ramp node, there's only one black and white map. I link the texture to both nodes. Let's look at the difference. For the scalar ramp node, you don't see a gradient. It is controlled by a float value that is between 0 and 1. This value is represented by a curve, like the gradation curve in Photoshop. Black stays black, white remains white. Of course, I can adjust the curve. If I hold the Control key and click in the curve, I work with the curves just like in Photoshop. This is just another way to edit textures. As I said, I would only use these two nodes for black and white maps, unless I specifically want to change a color map with it. Let me disconnect this link. I'm resetting the gradient of this node. I activate the ramp node again. I reset this gradient with reset to default. Now I use a black and white map. I have already loaded one from the asset browser. This is simply the roughness map of this texture. I will move this node to the right. Then I connect this texture to the alt input of the ramp node. Out color I link to the color of our material. I activate the ramp node again. With a black and white gradient, we can super adjust the contrast. If I move the black color selector further to the right, we see that the tonal values get more contrast. I'm going to the right side. I'm going to put this back for a second. I guess that was a little hasty. I'm going to pull this to the left side so I can control the lights easily and effectively. Sure, I can also add more colors. With this slider, I can flexibly adjust the contrast of the texture. The same is true for the scalar ramp node. Here we use a curve instead of a gradient. Now we have an overview of the nodes we can use to edit colors and textures. Let me show you briefly where you can find all these nodes. Let's start with the color correct node. Let's make some space. You can find the color correction node on the left in the category under color. There's also Golem and HSL right here. Let's move on. Next, the color change range. You can find it under Math. Let's change to color. Here you find the color change range. There you can also find the color mix node and the color ABS node for single colors. Finally, the two nodes, the ramp node. You can find it under texture as well as the scalar ramp. Both are directly in the texture category under scalar ramp. That's it for this clip. Now we know the most important nodes to adjust textures in brightness, tonal value, and saturation. In this video I show you how to add more detail to a simple geometry using bump map or normal map. The first difference is already visible. A bump map is always black and white and allows to move the geometry outwards or inwards. A normal map has RGB colors. This means we can adjust the geometry in all three directions. In fact, the geometry is not changed, it is a light and shadow trick. I got these textures directly from the asset browser. You can find them under Texture, Surfaces, and then under Standard, Physical, and Brick Wall. You can use other textures, of course. To realize this, we need an additional node. We want to use this texture as a bump map. In the node view, we navigate to the asset browser. I select the utility section, then the surface folder. Here we find the node bump map. We place this one right next to it. We link our texture to the bump map node in the input area of texture. We link the bump map slot of the material to the bump map node. With the bump map node active, we open the properties. With the parameter height scale, I can regulate the bump intensity. Viewed from the side, we see a very angular surface. The geometry remains unchanged. It's just a light and shadow effect. For height scale, we use low values. A value of 0 disables the effect. Negative values are also possible. This inverts this effect. I set the value back to 1. The whole thing can also be implemented with a normal map. For this, I connect the normal map in the same way as the bump map. It is important to adjust the input map type of the bump map node. Height field refers to black and white textures. Bump map textures often use the height field input type. For normal maps, we mostly use tangent space normal. This is how the texture is interpreted correctly. Now everything works as desired. You can clearly see more details here. With height scale, we adjust the intensity again. I connect the bump map again. I set the input map type back to height field. It is possible to combine several bump maps. For this, we need an additional node. I will open the asset browser. Now we use the bump blender. I add this to the node view. This is now quite simple. We connect the out point of the bump map node with base of the bump map node. Base is similar to the background layer in Photoshop. We link the bump blender node to the bump map of the material. Now we want to use multiple bump maps. So I create a copy of the bump map node by pressing the Control key. In the asset browser, we look for an additional texture. I select the dirt, scratches and smudge area. I'm looking for a texture with a stronger contrast. I drag this into the node editor. I expand the window a bit. Now we link our bump map from out color to input. Finally, we connect out from the bump map node to bump input from layer 0. This layer is above the base layer. I now activate the bump blender node. I expand the window again. Under layer 0, our bump map node is visible. With blend weight, we set the visibility of this layer. A value of 1 shows the smudge texture at 100%. In each bump map node, the effect strength can be set individually. I set the strength here to 0.3. Otherwise, the effect would be too dominant. In the bump blender node, I set weight to 0.5. So both bump maps are visible at 50% each. The application is really straightforward. This is exactly how it works with normal maps. As mentioned before, you should set the input map type to tangent space normal. That's all you need to know about bump and normal maps. In this movie, I show you how to integrate details into a 3D model using displacement. We achieve this by displacing points in 3D space. You can find the displacement node in the asset browser. Search under Utility, then Surface, and finally Displacement. Be careful not to use Displacement in the bump map slot, but in the Displacement slot of Output. Now we link everything. It doesn't work yet because we still have to tell the object to be changed by displacement. So in my case, I right-click on my 3D object. Then we select Render Tags and set a Redshift Object tag. In this tag, we navigate to Geometry. We click on Override and activate Displacement in the Displacement area. Here you can see the parameter Maximum Displacement. With this parameter, you can define the maximum displacement for each point of the 3D model. Currently, this value is set to 1. This means that each point can be moved by a maximum of 1 centimeter. As an example, I set a value of 50 centimeters. Now I go back and click on Displacement, then I navigate to the settings. Here we find the parameter Scale. By default, this value is set to 1. If I now use a pure white tone in the displacement, the point that has this white texture will be displaced by 1 centimeter. Exactly this point gets this white material, or this texture, and then is moved. Let's keep this simple. Let's start with a simple color. On the left side, I have already prepared some nodes. I now take a color ABS node to define a color. I direct this directly into the displacement. Now I click on Color ABS, I navigate to Out Color, then to Displacement and select Text Map under Inputs for Texture. This color will now affect our displacement. At the moment you can't see any change, although there is a 1 under Displacement. Nothing happens because the color is currently black. If I change the color to white, the geometry moves up. I intensify this effect a little. I'm going to reduce the size of this window for a moment so you can see it better. I go to the displacement node and set a value. Under scale, for example, I set the value to 10. For a comparison, I have another object which is 5 centimeter high. So I set scale to 5 centimeter as well. Now, if I set the color to white, this top will be raised 5 centimeter. This is because all vertices get the white color. As a test, I set displacement to 10 for the 20 centimeter high model. I choose the color white. The surface moves exactly to the center of the object. I set displacement to 20. As expected, the top moves up 20 centimeter. The height can also be regulated by the color. Everything that is black remains on the base layer. Now let's try it with another texture. We will use a tiles texture. You can find this node in the asset browser. Under texture, you will find tiles. I don't use the checkerboard pattern here. Instead, I use the pattern rings 1 under patterns. This texture makes the displacement a bit more challenging. Out color we would now like to link to the displacement. I'm going to activate the displacement node, navigate to text map, hold down the control key and click on the circle, then connect text map with out color of tiles. All vertices that are white are pushed out by 20 centimeters. You can see that the displacement quality depends on the geometry resolution. The higher the resolution of the 3D model, the more detailed the displacement can be displayed. Now I go to my base area. I increase the resolution a little bit here. For the segments, I will set, say, 100 by 100. This way we see more subtleties. For better quality, we would need even higher resolution. I will reset the values. You could also work with a subdivision surface object. This would work without any problems. I will position the top underneath. We see that a subdivision surface object can also be used for displacement. Here we could increase the resolution. the parameter for renderer, also works. In the viewport we use lower values. In rendering we set higher values. We see the better quality only in the final rendering. But there are more comfortable ways. The next workflow is recommended. The resolution of a 3D model can be adjusted directly via Redshift and the graphics card. For this we navigate to the Object tag, we select Geometry and activate Tessellation. This is how the 3D model is tessellated using the graphics card. There's a parameter Screen Space Adaptive. We deactivate it. This would allow us to control the resolution in relation to our camera. We will look at that later. For now I will turn it off. We notice that the model is displayed with a reduced resolution. Then there is Smooth Subdivision. This allows us to round off the geometry. I will disable that for now. Further down is the parameter for resolution control, named as Minimum Edge Length. We use this to control the length of each edge. A smaller value results in a finer subdivision of our 3D model. If I set the value to 1, we get more polygons. Below this is maximum subdivision. This does not currently affect anything, no matter which value I set here. The maximum value is 16. This only has an influence if Screen Space Adaptive is activated. Resetting it. Later we will see exactly how this works. We could also display the edges in the rendering. For this we use the wireframe node. You can find this under Texture, Wireframe. We drag this directly into our material under Base Color. So we can look at the mesh of our model. In this node you can also adjust the line width. I activate the tag of the tarp again. At minimum edge length we try different values. For example, I set the edge length to 0.5. Or I try even smaller values like 0.1. We could try even smaller values. Of course, this leads to better and better displacement quality. Back to the node view. Let's look at another example. I will turn the wireframe off again. Let's try it with a texture. For example, let's take an image of a paragraph sign. For displacement with textures, high resolutions should be preferred. Higher bitrates are also ideal. The paragraph image comes with 16 bits. For high resolution images, you can slightly soften the edges to achieve smoother mesh transitions. This often gives better results. I link out color with a text map. I set the displacement a little more discreetly, maybe 3 centimeters. Of course, we could also increase the resolution. This will lead to a finer rendering result. Now let's try another setting. I will switch off the paragraph sign. The previous examples worked well because they used pure white or black. This allowed us to control exactly which parts were up and which were down. Now I'm going to try different texture. This is a brick texture. This is from the asset browser of Cinema 4D. It has a fairly low resolution of about 500 pixels. I'm linking the nodes together. White is positioned at the top and black at the bottom. On closer inspection, we notice many details that could not actually be represented by the existing geometry. This is because a bump map is enabled by default in Displacement. I will tidy up a bit for a moment. The additional details come from the Enable Auto Bump Mapping option. This option automatically visualizes a bump map. I turn this option up. Now less details are visible. What remains in pure displacement. Back to the node view. Let's try another texture. I will use a texture from Megascans. Let's link this 4K texture. The quality naturally increases with better resolution and higher bitrate. Now to the displacement. Under scale I set a height of 1 centimeter. Each area that is 100% white is increased by 1 centimeter. It behaves differently for displacement maps that are not pure white or black. This texture is also from Megascans. Connecting the texture. In this texture only the brick is darker in color, more of a dark gray. This moves the corresponding geometry down, possibly down to the bottom if areas are completely black. Therefore, the entire area will probably rise from the ground. To better visualize this, I placed an additional surface without displacement at the original position and assigned a red material to it. I zoom in closer to see more clearly what's going on. The lower surface remains in the initial position without the displacement. It is clear that the upper surface has become somewhat detached. I give the displacement different values. The geometry shifts upwards by 10 centimeter. You can see that the whole surface moves up. Scale also scales the dark color values of the texture. The higher the value, the more displacement also occurs in the dark areas. It should not be surprising if the entire geometry shifts and does not achieve the desired result. However, the problem can be constrained. I would like to set the displacement to 10 centimeter because I like that. For bricks, of course, this is not ideal. It's about understanding the concept. Of course, I want the bottom of the area to stay at the bottom. Of course, I could move the surface down myself. The problem is that the whole geometry shifts, which is undesirable. That's why there is a parameter change range in the displacement node. With this, we can reassign the brightnesses of the texture. There are the parameters old rangemin and new rangemin. This stands for the black level, that is the color we want to have on the ground. Old range max stands for the white value, so black stays black. I can make the black value darker by decreasing this value. I hold down the Shift key and decrease this value. By pressing the Shift key, I can fine-tune the value. So I can control exactly where the black level should start. The entire texture is distorted at the top. The white area will also distort minimally. To counteract this, I can reduce the new range max value. This way I also scale down the upper range a bit. It takes a little trial and error to find the right value so that the plate doesn't shift too much and doesn't move too far from its original position. I hope this illustrates how to work with different color or brightness values. Let's pull this back down. Let's look at the screen space adaptive parameter next. For this I will adjust the minimum edge length parameter. I will reset the value so that the model has fewer subdivisions. Let's activate the wireframe again. This way we can better see how the parameter works. The wireframe is now displayed. I go to the Object tag and activate Screen Space Adaptive. The wireframe is now visible. I go to the Object tag and activate Screen Space Adaptive. Now the maximum subdivision parameter becomes relevant. If I decrease this value, we get a lower resolution. This means that if I zoom in closer with my camera, the resolution will automatically increase. But always only up to the value I set under maximum subdivision. A higher value here leads to a finer subdivision of the geometry. But this change depends on the camera distance. Zooming in closer to the geometry increases the resolution. Moving away for a moment, now I zoom steadily closer to the geometry. The closer I get, the higher the resolution. The maximum value for this is the one I gave here. That's actually the gist of Screen Space Adaptive. There's also an option to freeze the current geometry resolution. This option can be found in the render view here at this button. If I want the current resolution to be kept, I click on this button. The current state is frozen and the resolution does not change even if I move. Turning off Screen Space Adaptive keeps the last frozen resolution. Let's try another example. I zoom in closer or disable the option. This automatically reduces the resolution. If I move away strongly, the resolution is reduced even more. It's hard to tell from this distance. I'm getting even farther away. Then I freeze the geometry again. If I now zoom in closer, the resolution remains the same. It matches the resolution I saw when I was farther away. This basically describes the function of Screen Space Adaptive and Maximum Subdivision. Lastly, let's look at a few more parameters. These concern the resolution that are outside the camera view. This becomes especially important when areas outside the camera view are reflected in the image. Here we can set how finely these areas should be divided, but this is a very specific feature. It's only significant when areas outside the camera view are reflected in our main image. This allows us to gain significant performance. With this, I conclude the topic displacement. Here you can see all nodes from the category texture. I turned off the thumbnails to make it clearer. I also sorted the nodes by category, so it is more clearly structured for you. Above you can see 3 nodes with which you can create maps or textures automatically. They are parametric and depend on the geometry. They are excellent for masks. Below are 5 shader nodes for parametric textures. Further down you can see the familiar texture node. You can distort it with a distorter node. You regulate the distortion with another texture. You will find the distorter node under utility, not under texture. I added it here because it fits to the topic textures. The bottom 3 nodes, ramp and scalar ramp, are simple gradients, roughly in black and white. Or as a gradient, with wireframe you can display the mesh directly in the rendering. Let's start at the top with curvature. By the way, the 3D model is from the asset browser. Just enter canister there. You will find metal canister with 20 liters. For this scene I removed the material and replaced it with a standard material. Now I connect curvatures out directly to base color. Let's look at the result. Then you see the curvature node. It automatically creates a selection based on the curvature of the surface. So when I switch to properties, then you can see here there is a mode that is set to convex by default. This means that all curvatures of our 3D model that point outwards will be selected. If I set this to concave, all curvature that point inward will be displayed. This creates this selection mask. There are also other options such as convex RL curvature. This calculates the selection using a different method. Find out for yourself which produce you can use best. I set it back to convex. Then there is a parameter radius. With this you define how far the selection mask should extend. A higher value here provides a smoother transition of the selection. The selection also becomes larger. With smaller values you limit the selection to a narrower range. This allows us to access the geometry in detail. Mode and radius are 2 essential parameters, resetting the value. Above you can see the tab Remap. With this I can adjust the selection mask. In this example, you can see two white eye-catching stripes. These could interfere with the mask. We can use Remap to address this problem. By Remap, I can adjust the selection optimally. By increasing the min value, I solve the problem quickly. The annoying streaks are gone and we have a clean mask. With Max, I can regulate the brightness values and thus adjust the contrast of the convex surface. This works even with very detailed geometry. This selection is now clearer, ideal for a mask. Here we can fine-tune the contrast. Bias works like a gamma value for brightness control. With output range, we can adjust brightness and darkness again after the previous settings. It works similar to input range. How to use this node? I want to show you how to use this node as a mask. Below I have already prepared something with a color layer to show you faster. Here you have color ABS in red and color ABS in green. Now, if I connect the curvature mask directly to mask, we use the curvature node as a mask. Out from the curvature node, I connect to mask from color 1 of the color layer node, and out color I link to the color of the material. The large areas of the canister appear in red. The green color appears in the corners and curvatures highlighted by the curvature node mask. This workflow is simple and flexible. This can be used to create complex materials. The whole thing can also be implemented with other materials. This will be the topic of the next video. I will move this example further down. Let's move on to the next node. AO stands for Ambient Occlusion. This denotes the umbra. This is based on the distance of the geometry. Surfaces close to each other create the ambient occlusion. This can be seen above. Areas where the geometry is close together are visible. This makes it correspondingly darker. In the node, you can set how intense this effect is visible. Maybe with a smoother transition, or extend or limit the effect of control ambient occlusion. The result can be used again as a mask. Reflection can also be added if desired. Or you could invert it with invert normals. So I think that gives a good insight into ambient occlusion. You may also know AO from Cinema 4D's default renderer. Next, let's look at the Fresnel. You surely know this one. That's why I will only go into that briefly. This can be used to create a mask that depends on the camera angle. If I click on this and work with the parameter index of refraction, I can set how intense this mask should be. It is created based on the camera angle. I will try higher values here. This is how we mask everything the camera is pointed at. This is ideal for creating an X-ray look, for example, or special look-throughs, similar to an airport X-ray. Disconnecting again, moving on to the next nodes. I will just introduce them briefly. These nodes are perfect for experimentation. Maxer noise is probably familiar to you. It corresponds to the standard Cinema 4D noise, so you can access it directly in Redshift. On the right, you can make all settings for the noise. Various noise patterns are available here. I don't need to elaborate on this. Now let's look at tiles. This comes directly from Cinema 4D. There are several patterns to choose from. In patterns we also find a rich selection. I will connect this briefly so you can get an impression. I will not go into this in more detail now. There are many parameters here that can be adjusted for the particular pattern. The next three nodes are a bit more special. For example, bricks. This can be used to simulate bricks. This shader offers many setting options. Moving it a bit to the left. In the shader itself, you can adjust the shape of the brick. With scale, you can adjust width and height. Displacement is also controllable. The node has directly an out displacement color slot. This can be dragged directly into another displacement node. As shown earlier, I then connect it directly under output. Of course, the canister should still be assigned a Redshift object tag. And there you activate the displacement as you already know it. Under Brick there are more options, color adjustments and many other parameters are available. The joints, for example gaps, can also be controlled. In the colors there is an option under Dirt to add an additional layer of dirt. To use this, Enable must be activated. There are many setting options here as well. As you can see, Brick offers not only displacements. I can also render the joints directly as a mask. The additional dirt mask that was activated can also be rendered as a black and white mask. This allows further combinations or masking with other images, or whatever you want to do with it. Moving on the pavement, as the name implies, this is a sidewalk. You can use this to represent, for example, parched path, desert landscapes or roads, and so on. There's a lot of customization in the shader here. You can set the size, determine the gaps, set the size of the stones, determine how soft the gaps are and determine the color. Adjust the color of the gaps. Additional layers of dirt can be added. Additional many more details can be added. With options like rough structure or fine structure, you can add more details to the texture. This works similar to Brick. There is a displacement output here as well. If I drag this into displacement, the geometry adjusts to the size of the bricks. This can be seen in the texture. Let's continue with flakes. This is a bit special. This can be used to create a car paint shader, for example. What is special is that we connect the out normal slot directly to bump map. No bump map node is needed as with normal bump maps. Just drag the slot directly here. I'm going to remove this for a moment. You can then see the flakes, and there's a lot of customization. For example, you can change the size under scale. As an example, I take here 0.2. I briefly show how this effect can be mitigated. For this, I add another bump map node. Double click on the left mouse button to create a bump blender node. Just type bump blender into the search. I then connect this bump blender to bump map and the flake node. I connect the flake node with the bump blender. Now I could add more nodes. A noise node or something like that to control everything. If I want to reduce the flakes, I just click on the bump blender. Without connecting more nodes, I can increase the blend weight under layer 0. If I set the value to 1, the flakes are completely switched off. If I set the value lower, the effect becomes stronger. So I can regulate the intensity of these flakes. I'm going to remove that again now and delete this one as well. Let's move on to the next nodes. This one is a texture node. I have added 2 such nodes. We can see that above. I will remove this node. Next, let's look at the distorter node, which is very handy. For this node, we need 2 inputs. In the settings, we can select the texture under distorter. Holding down the control key, I click on the white dot. I do this for both parameters. This way I can easily add the textures I want. First we have texture. For this I will choose a wood texture. I link the out color of the distortion to our material. From color of the material to out color. Of course, wood does not visually match a canister, but this is just about the concept. With the second texture, we can now distort the wood texture. This can also be found in the asset browser. Out color is then connected to the distorter. We activate the distorter. Distortion is already visible, controlled by the smudge texture. With the mount, we can regulate the intensity of the distortion. Higher values result in more distortion. With X and Y settings, we can define the direction of the distortion. I will now use a tiles node for distortion. As a pattern for the direction, I choose this one. I connect the out color to the distorter. The pattern of the tiles node is now visible in the distortion. Disconnecting again. This node can be used to create numerous variations of a texture. I will remove this link as well. Below we see the ramp node we already know. We have discussed it before. The scalar ramp with its gradation curve should also be familiar to you. The wireframe node should not be new to you either. Now we have a comprehensive overview of all the nodes from the texture section. We have already learned how to mix and match textures. In the next step, I will show you how to combine whole materials. Redshift offers us two nodes to combine different materials. These nodes can be found in the Material category, more precisely in Material Layer and Material Blender. Let's look at the difference between these nodes. I look at the properties and click on the Material Layer node. In the properties, we see that only two materials are usable. Clicking on Material Blender, we see that 6 different layers are selectable. In addition to the base layer or base material layer. This is the first difference between these nodes. Let's start with how the Material Layer node works. It works similarly to texture blending. Moving this node down. In base material and layer 1, we use one material each. I have already prepared two materials, one standard material and one additional material. I just set the metalness to 1 and adjusted the color in the base area. Now I want to assign the materials. I can do this classically by connecting out color to the material layer. Under Inputs, Base Material, I then select Color. It's easier if you click on the color circle while holding down the Control key. We do the same with Mask. I connect out color to layer 1 under color. I want to combine these two materials. First, I connect the material layer to the output node. I will remove the default material. I could have copied or duplicated the material, but I decide to delete. The red color signals that there's an error in the material. I connect out to surface and the error is fixed. Now I click on Material Layer. With the blend type, I can determine how the materials are combined. Currently, the blend type is set to over. If I move the mask slider to the left and adjust the slider here, we gradually reduce layer 1. With this, we adjust the transparency. Logically, we see both materials at 50% at a value of 0.5. Now we control this with a texture. At the top, I have the curvature node from the previous movie. We use this one as a mask. I connect the node directly to mask. As expected, this mixes the materials. Unfortunately, this does not exactly match the desired result. I don't want the copper material to merge with the standard material. The problem clearly shows up on the front side. I would like to see only the pure material without mixing. For this, I changed the blend type in the material layer to Combine. This looks much better now. We were able to fix this problem quickly. Now we look at the Material Blender node in more detail. I associate out with the surface of the output. I will remove all connections. I will put some order in it. The curvature map is about to be used. All inputs are already defined in the Material Blender node. I link out to blend color. I link the first material with base material. I link the metal material to layer 1. Now everything looks like at the beginning with the Material Layer node. We quickly solve this problem as well by enabling additive. Now we have the same result as with the material layer node. With this technique, we can superimpose different material layers. Of course, the Material Blender node offers more flexibility because it supports multiple layers. In contrast, the Material Layer node has only one layer. These were the main points in this movie. Of course, we could add more layers, but this is pretty self-explanatory. That's it for today. We learned how to combine different materials using the layer material and the blender material. We are now creating materials using third-party textures. I will show you where and how to include these textures. After that, I will introduce you to the common nodes to edit these textures. For this example, please visit the Polyheaven website. However, you can also use textures from the asset browser or from other providers. Navigate to the texture category on Polyheaven. Pick any texture you want. Take Stone Tile 3 for example. Of course, you can choose whatever you like. Here you can see a 3D preview. Here is the finished material. This is how it should look in the end. Then we have another freeze frame. Also on a surface and as a clay rendering without textures and reflections. Here you can see an overview of the maps, ambient occlusion, diffuse, a normal map. Then here we have a somewhat unusual looking texture called ARM. This is a color texture with different maps in the RGB channels. A stands for ambient occlusion, R is for roughness and M is for metalness. Metalness will probably be black since this is not a metal material. So we have here last, once here displacement and still roughness. Then you can set the resolution up here. I'm going to select 4K now, then click directly on the button next to it. Then still click on zip. Now you can select the different file formats. For this example, I will just choose EXR for each map. And I deactivated everything else. Lastly, let's click on download. When you have dragged all the files in here, you can just select them all, then go to View and arrange them at the top. To do this, go to View and then to Arrange All Nodes. Then we'll link everything. I'm going to do that now. I'm not going to show every single step. You already know most of the steps. Diffuse connects to color. Roughness combines with roughness. Then we see the ambient occlusion map here. I could combine this with a color layer and the diffuse texture. However, there is another option. If I select the material and scroll down, you will find the option Overall Tint. This allows you to include the ambient occlusion. The ambient occlusion is then blended with the texture. So now click on this little circle. I then select my ambient occlusion map, drag it to Overall Tint. We now have two different normal maps that I downloaded. One's the DirectX version, marked by DX, and an OpenGL version. For Cinema 4D and Redshift, we use the OpenGL version. The difference between them is the inverted green channel. If you use the wrong map, your normal map will be look distorted. Therefore, we can remove the DirectX version. Then we concatenate that, as we already know. Click in the empty space and then select Bump Map under Bump. We link the whole thing with Input and, of course, Bump Map. In the node itself, we change Input Map Type to Tangent Space Normal. Next, we take the Displacement node. Direct that to Displacement in the Output section. I have set Scale to 2. I also added a Redshift object tag. Activated under Geometry, we already know this. Screen Space Adaptive, I left enabled. Smooth Subdivision is disabled. And for Displacement, Maximum Displacement, I choose 20. that gives this texture. As I said, there are 3 textures here. First, ambient occlusion, then roughness and metalness. Let's take a quick look at how they could be used. These textures are not needed because we have assigned the single textures. We need the color splitter. We already know this node. Here we can directly select the different channels. Now we extract the color channels from the texture. Out R I will direct to roughness. Wrong, not to roughness. A stands for ambient occlusion. We will link that to overall tint. And out G we direct to roughness. And out B represents the metalness map. However, we don't link those. Our bricks do not contain metal. Metalness remains at 0. This corresponds to a black color. We can remove that. Now I will link the rest of the texture to display the material correctly. That brings us to the end. Let's look at more nodes to edit textures. I control the color texture using a color correction. With this we can adjust saturation or hue, or vary the brightness. Additionally, I added a color layer. I then linked a dirt texture to the first layer. With a ramp node, this dirt texture can be adjusted to regulate the contrast. For the roughness, I would also use a ramp node to adjust its contrast. I do a similar thing with the ambient occlusion to adjust the contrast here as well. This is the resulting footage. I reduced the color intensity of the texture and added some dirt. I revoke all the changes that were made. This is the result without the adjustments. A short overview of all used nodes. You can now use third-party textures to create a variety of other materials. With this film we start the topic of lighting. This time I will introduce you to all the light sources of Redshift, and I will show you the basic functions and how we can use them. The light sources of Redshift can be found under Create, then directly under Light, or also here under Redshift under Lights, and also up here under Objects we can find 2 more different light sources. Also in the bar we find the lights, once these 2 and the rest of the other lights. For lighting I use the file with the name Living Room 01, which comes directly from the asset browser. I turned off the lights contained in it. In the Object Manager I added all the lights from Redshift. First I show you what is available and what you can do with it. Of course we'll go into more detail during the course. So you get a rough overview first. We start with a point light. And this is a simple point light emitting light from a single point and illuminating the scene 360 degrees. We can see that we can use this quite well in lamps, and this light is good for drawing attention to certain areas. And of course this also works with the other light sources. Let's go to the next light. Here we have the spotlight, with the difference that it shines in a certain direction. From the look of it, the lighting looks like a flashlight. This is also a good way to set desired accents. We can also use the spotlight for projections. That means we can use textures or alpha channels of trees or other plants and project them onto geometry. We can use this to make our image look more exciting by simulating shadows. Let's look at the next light, the infinite light. This is an infinite light source where the position does not matter. We only have to pay attention to the direction of the light, and thus we can simulate as sunlight. The sunlight comes from an infinitely large space. For this reason it does not matter at all if this light is placed directly in this space. I can also position the light outside here. As I said, it comes from an infinitely distant point, whereby we have to pay attention only to the angle. Of course, we still have a few adjustment possibilities here. Let's go to the next light. This is the area light. This can be compared to a softbox from a photographer. With this, we can very realistically illuminate individual objects or rooms. The light is generally used very often, and I would say that I use this light 90% of the time. Let's go to the next light. This is the dome light. This is an ambient light that is also in an infinite space. This is a texture that wraps 360 degrees around our space. This light is also very commonly used for photorealistic renderings. We get the best results with this, with HDR textures that includes multiple exposure levels. The higher the resolution and the more exposure levels such an HDR has, the better quality we achieve. At lower resolution, of course, the reflection looks correspondingly worse in geometry. I will go to the light and turn that off. Let's look at the IES light. This light needs a file describing the light source. This file contains a light profile from a real physical light, which comes from a lamp manufacturer. I will go a little closer. Here you can see the light profile from this lamp. We can also see this in the rendering. We load the load profile directly into the IES light, and that is under the IES profile sections. We can also find such files in the asset browser. Just type IES or go to the website of the lamp manufacturers. There you can mostly download and use these profiles for free. And you can use these lights especially well for architectural visualizations and interior rendering. We simulate real light sources with this. Let's go to the next light, portal lights. These are not actually intended to be used directly for illumination, but they are just to support the dome light. I am activating the dome light. We see how this light now surrounds our complete scene, and you can imagine that it is not easy for Redshift to calculate the light of the dome light in such a way that enough light is sent through the small window to get a good result. The light must go through these small windows. When we use portal lights, we support this process. These lights just need to be placed at the windows of the geometry so that Redshift can see right away where he has to send the single light beams of the dome light. With this, we get a better quality, faster and safe render time. We will take a closer look at this later. Again, we'll turn that off. Let's go to the next light, the physical sunlight. This light is very similar to the infinite light. The difference is that the chromaticity is set parametrically in the light. And again, as with infinite light, the position of the light is unimportant. Let me show this with the chromaticity. I will turn the light in another direction, for example here, so that the light comes from this side. The colors change automatically, so we can simulate a sun rays or a sunset. Colors change automatically, which is optimal for architectural rendering. I turn the light more to the vertical position. Now we have the midday sun and the colors change simultaneously. But here are some more settings, more about this later. So let's move on. Then we have Redshift Sky here. This object causes us to get a parametric horizon. We can already see a slight blue light here as well. Now I'm not using that alone as a light source, even though it contributes to it. This object simply creates a horizon, which is already created parametrically. I'm going to leave the camera perspective so we can see this for a moment as well. And in the background, we now no longer see the black color, but again, a parametrically generated bluish gradient. And I will turn the camera a bit further below the building. Now we can see the sun. In the sky object, we go directly to the tab sun. And we can change its position using the sun direction. The position of the sun is a bit awkward here. We can also drag in a normal physical sunlight directly up here in this slot. So the light direction can be determined in combination with this light. This makes things much easier. We can also build the whole thing ourselves by just pulling this in here. So we will use the physical sunlight for lighting. I will rotate the light a bit in the scene. I should probably activate the light. Let's go back to the interior view of our room. And now if I change the rotation of the physical sunlight, we can see in the background that everything adjusts automatically. the colorfulness of the light and also the progression of the horizon. I turn the light again to simulate a sunset. Here we can see the horizon again, how everything adjusts. Here we can simulate very realistic sunrises or sunsets. What we have just created is also available ready to use. We don't have to build that by hand by dragging the physical sunlight in here. We can also create the whole thing directly here using a sun and sky rig object. We will go up here to Redshift, to lights, to objects. Here we find the sun and sky rig. Here is our completed setup, so we don't have to place the physical sun object under sun in the sky object. We got that automatically created with one click. Now we have an overview of the lights. If handled correctly, we can get very realistic results. Now we start with the parameters of the light sources. Let's start with the point light. We go to the tab object and then to preview. Here we set everything concerning the view in the viewport. All these settings have no effect on the rendering. With wireframe we control the visibility of the gizmo in the viewport. With illumination we can turn off the illumination in the viewport. With illumination adjustment we control the brightness in the viewport. So I will collapse that again and go to the intensity section. With intensity we set the light intensity in the rendering. And of course, if we are working with very high values here, fine-tuning is a bit difficult. For this reason, the exposure parameter can be used to better control the large values, exposures multiplied by intensity. In practice, you will notice that is quite handy. Let's go to the units section. Here you set the units of measurement for controlling the intensity. This way you can work with realistic values like luminance or wattage. You can look for lists on the internet to work with physical values. So then we have the decrease of the light with decay. This is set to inverse square by default. I would leave this if you want realistic results. You may want to adjust the brightness with the gizmo so that the brightness runs from the center of the sphere to the outer edge. This way you determine exactly what should be illuminated. To do this, simply switch to linear. With the parameter start and stop, you determine the range of the light. In the viewport, you can also see very well which area is illuminated. But you have to take into account that your rendering might not be as realistic as it used to be because the light is not inverse squared. Maybe you don't want the decrease of the light intensity. You can also switch off the light decrease, then the light would be constantly bright. So objects which are 20 kilometers away will have the same intensity as objects which are 2 centimeters away from the light. So of course we have to lower the intensity significantly. This should be understandable so far. So I put this back to square now. Then we go to the color section. With color I determined the color of the light. With this I colorize the light. I will set this back to white. Then under texture we can load in a texture to be projected. I will show this in a moment with an example when we work with the spotlight. With the point light we distort the texture too much. Under mode we can control the color temperature. We also have the option to work with Kelvin values. The higher I set the value, the cooler the rendering will be. For small values, the colors will be warmer in the rendering. I will put that back as well. So we go to the next parameter. Now there is some repetition. That's why it's much faster now. We are going to the spotlight here now. Previews we already know, so we can skip that. Intensity is identical. We don't need to look at that. With color, it behaves the same way. I wanted to show you briefly how this works with the projection. I'm going to go to the asset browser. I'm here under textures at trees. Using the original texture, the black blocks the light while the light passes through the white area. Of course, we don't want that. After all, we want the trees to cast a shadow, therefore invert the image. I have already prepared that here. I will drag the image in here. The image now casts a shadow. This works beautifully. With the light position, of course, we determine the position of the shadow. You could also implement the inversion in another program. You can also do the inversion in Cinema 4D's Picture Viewer. To do this, activate Filters and click Invert. When you click again, you invert it again. Then you save the image, go to File and then to Save Image As. You have to make sure that the option Use Filter is activated. This way your changes from the filter area will be also saved directly to the file. So let's fold this back together. We will fade out the light again now. There is one more thing I forgot. Under Shape we can set the shape of the light. With the parameter Cone Angle we can set the size of the spot. With Fall Off we adjust the hotspot. This is the area here in the middle, so the brightest area. With the Fall Off curve we adjust the gradient from the center to the outside. With this we have a nice smooth transition. Now we go to the area light. A lot of things are repeated in the area light as well. Here we have preview again. Nothing new so far. Intensity is also nothing new. This is the case with most light sources. With shape we can set the shape. With size X and size Y we set the size with centimeters. With spread we set the angle of the flaps. If I drag the slider to the left, the flaps are open 90 degrees. You can't really see that here now. I will position the light a little better. I'm going to move it right up against the wall so we can see this better. Let me rotate this 90 degrees to the wall. Here we can see that the light has a straight edge. Thus the light has no more curves at the sides. If I set the parameter spread larger, the flaps go further apart. Thus the shadow is also displayed softer. Now we don't have such a hard edge at the border. You should pay attention to the spread parameter more often. Here we have the possibility to display the light from the geometry in the rendering. Currently we can't see the light itself in the rendering. I mean that how cannot see the surface in the rendering. With this we can activate exactly this setting. Now we can see the light. Right now we can only see the back side. If we look at the light from the front, it is a white surface. At the same time, we can also see that the backside can't light anything. If we still want to have that, we need to enable bidirectional. Thus, the light emits brightness from the backside as well. Then we have the parameter normalize intensity. Normally it is as follows. If I increase the area light, it becomes brighter. If I make it smaller, it becomes darker. I can switch off this functionality here. Here, make sure that the light shines constantly with a set intensity. And so then the size of the light has no more influence. If I activate that, I have to work with very high intensity values. If you don't want the size of the light to matter, then you simply activate this checkbox. I will turn that off again. Then we have the light infinite light. Under intensity we can see that this light has no decrease, hence the name infinite light. Even if objects are several kilometers away, they will get as much light as very close objects. So it is also with our real sunlight. Under color there's nothing new so far either. I will turn off the light. Let's move on to the IES light. Here we go to the intensity section. Here we have only the parameters intensity and exposure for selection. Here we also have no inverse decrease. This is determined directly by the file from the light. And this comes directly from the light manufacturer who provides the corresponding file. Under color we can set the color of the light. So far nothing new. Under mode, we can also control the color temperature with temperature. The light can be set warmer or cooler. Here below, you insert the IES file, which you also have available in the asset browser. Under the search, I enter IES. Then I scroll down quite a bit. You just drag this data into the slot. You can get such files for free from the lamp manufacturers. So let's go to the dome light. Here we find a bit different settings, which are also not very difficult to understand. Here we have intensity again. You already know exposure as well. With this you can colorize the used file directly. Here we load the textures. Here you determine the used texture type. Here we can select different HDR textures. Mostly you will use spherical. If the texture has a single color in the lower half, it is usually hemispherical. In that case, this would work. Or the HDR was taken with a mirror ball, then you would use mirror ball. In my case, I set this to spherical. We can mirror the HDR directly here. For this, we just activate the checkbox. Of course, this also saves us some time. This saves us the detour of having to mirror the file in an external program. In the past, you always had to open the file in Photoshop, for example, to flip it. Here you can colorize the HDR with the color. To do this, we simply drag the slider. We control the saturation with this. We can change the gamma value here. Turns off the background view of the HDR. So we can then also have the alpha channel calculated. I will leave that enabled. We switch off the dome light again. Here we have the portal light. By itself, the light has no function. These lights provide resistance for the dome light. So we have Redshift to tell the dome light where the focus of the light distribution should be in the rendering. The portal lights focus the light from the HDR lighting, making it easier to calculate in Redshift. Let's go down to the settings. Intensity, we know this so far. There are no new settings here. In the color section, we can use tint color to adjust the color of the individual highlights. Interestingly, the color change in HDR is only affected by this specific light. This gives us a lot of creative freedom because it allows us to create images with very vivid colors. This is where we control the transparency of the portal light, and here we could use another dome light. I'm going to go up and drag in another dome light, and so this portal light passes the light from this HDR. Let's move on with size X and Y. We set the size of the portal light. With spread, we set again how the side flaps should be aligned, as already seen in the array light. I pull the slider to the left. Let's wait a little moment. The light looks completely different now. Let me pull this further to the right. Let's wait again for a little moment. With this, we have a great influence on the light distribution of the portal lights. We are now so far done in this movie. We have seen the basic settings of the lights first. And in the next movie, we will take a closer look at the physical sun and the sky object. We are now looking at physical sun, Redshift sky, and sun and sky rig. So we start with physical sun, then we move to object, go to preview, nothing new so far. Of course, we can hide the object under wireframe. We can't do much more here. Then we can logically adjust the brightness under intensity. I set the whole thing to 15, so it's not too dark. And in the background, an automatic tone mapping takes place to represent things a bit more physically accurate. And if you don't want that, we can activate non-physical intensity. Then it becomes a bit darker, but I would like to turn it back on. So another way to control things. Then we have sun disk scale, which allows us to increase the size of the light, which has an impact on the shadow. So if I enter higher values here and you look at the shadow, you will see that the shadow is rendered softer overall. We can adjust that with sun disk scale. Under model, you set the color gradient of the light source. It's currently set to PRG Clear Sky, the latest algorithm for calculating the color gradient. If you want old Cinema 4D scenes to look the same as back then, you should use the legacy model. That's the old calculation. So let's move directly to color. With this, we can adjust a color shift of red and blue. If I drag it to the right, we get a warmer range. It changes to a yellow tone. And if I drag it to the left, it becomes a blue tone, a cooler range. I will reset that. Under saturation, we can control the saturation. That's self-explanatory. And under tint, we can also add color to the whole thing. So let's move on to the atmosphere. This makes the most sense when working with a sky object. If I change turbidity a bit, we can simulate a kind of air pollution so that dust particles are present in the atmosphere. Higher values lead to a darker and more polluted atmosphere. That's possible with this. When we work with a sky object, we will see this in more detail. With ozone, we can simulate the Earth atmosphere. By default, it's set to 0.35, which corresponds to our Earth. If we use smaller values, everything turns slightly orange. With higher values, we get a bluish tint. With this, for example, we could simulate a different planet. With horizon height, we can move the horizon up or down. Right now, we don't see anything. With the sky object, we will see this even better. Too high values move the horizon up too high, which of course affects our rendering. We turn off physical sun and enable the Redshift sky object. Now let's see what's happened generated, namely this gradient. With intensity multiplier, we control the brightness. Even though there is no light source, the object generates light. In the sky object, there's actually a sunlight source right above our building, casting its light directly onto the building. And we can control that under the Sun tab. We will see how that works shortly. We set the brightness. At 10 it becomes brighter. I will reset that. Here we have the same. Here we can turn off this tone mapping. Then we go to physical sun object where model is available. Here we only have two older versions to choose from. One is Prefam et al. Developed in 1999. The other is in 2012. The newest model is this one. Think of this as different color gradients. As I said, the most realistic one is PRG Clear Sky. So let's go down to Atmosphere. Here we see this much better now. Here we have the same parameters as with physical sun. If I enter 20 here, for example, you will see that the atmosphere looks somewhat dirtier. We can simulate that with horizon height. As I said, these are too high values. So I will move the ground up. That naturally affects our rendering as well. Depending on what number we enter here, we can move the ground up or down. With too high negative values, the ground slides too far down. The next parameter is also quite simple. Horizon blur, obviously we can soften the transition here. Ground color self-explanatory as well. This changes the color under the sky. With night color, we can additionally color the atmosphere. The night color comes into play when the light transitions into the night, when the light is below the house. Now everything is turning black. Let's add a different color. For example, red. That way it gets colored with the blue color. This way we could simulate a different planet. Let's move on to color adjustment. Here we find exactly the same as with physical sun. With red-blue shift, we shift the colors in the respective direction. We can control the saturation. Next, let's move to the sun object. As mentioned before, this object already includes the sun. I will exit the scene so we can see it. I'm now below the building. With these values, we can adjust the position of the sun. Working with these values is a bit annoying. That's why there's an option to simply place an object under sun to conventionally control the position of the sunlight source. You can also use a different object than physical sun for this. Here we'll see the Create Physical Sun button. This automatically generates an infinite light source. Afterwards, it's inserted here. Alternatively, you can place the infinite light here or insert the physical sun object here. The main advantage is that we can adjust the position of the light in a much more comfortable way. Let's try this out. I will take the physical sun object. Of course, it needs to be enabled for everything to work smoothly. Then I can drag it directly here. Now we can easily control the position of the light here. It immediately jumps to where we previously placed this light. So I will go back to my camera. Let's consider a different position, maybe something like that. From here we can easily adjust the position using the physical sunlight. So I will move it down a bit. Eventually the sun will appear. Here it is already. Now we can also control the position of the sun by simply clicking on Redshift Sky. Then I will go to Sun and access the properties there. We see that we no longer have the parameters of the physical sun object available. I will go to Object. Preview still works. Under Intensity, the options for intensity, color and atmosphere are all grayed out. Now these settings don't work anymore as they are controlled directly by the sky object. So let's click on Sun. Then we can set the intensity here. We can adjust the size of the light here and of course the brightness. And with Sun Tint we can also color it. With the Remove Physical Sun button we can remove the entire object. I will deactivate the whole thing. Go to the Sun and Sky Rig. I will activate both of them. Now we find exactly the same here. This is simply a Redshift Sun object that is subordinate to the Sky object. Actually, it's already contained here. And essentially, it represents the same thing as when we simply call up this Redshift Sun and Sky Rig under Redshift and then under Objects. And the sunlight is already linked. That's all for this. So depending on the position I choose for this sun, the color will change accordingly. Through this method, we can easily simulate events like sunrises, sunsets and daylight. This is extremely useful for architectural renderings. Well, I think that should be enough information on the topic for now. We are now looking at some more important parameters of light sources. I'm using these spheres with different materials for this 3D model. I'm also showing a VDB file to demonstrate how it works, and here are a few more light sources to help explain the parameters better. So let's start with the area light. Moving on to the details tab and then to the shadow settings. The first parameter is quite straightforward. Here we can specify whether we want to enable or disable shadows. The transparency setting adjusts the transparency of the shadows. This also works with the dome light. We have the same settings under shadow for the dome light. Enabling point lights reveals two additional functions. One is softness. This allows us to adjust the softness of shadows and even influence Gobu textures. For instance, the texture we used for projection, like the palm trees, can be blurred using this checkbox. The softening parameters can also be activated for spotlight, infinite light or IRS lights. Alright, let's move directly to the contribution parameters. I will quickly go back to my light up here on the ceiling. Now let's take a look at these parameters. Starting with diffuse, this determines how strongly the light affects the surface. If I slide this slider all the way to the left, we remove all colorfulness. If textures are used, they will also become black or darker based on this value. Next parameter is self-explanatory. This controls the reflection. Setting this to 0 eliminates reflections. Interestingly, using higher values such as 5 can amplify this effect. The same principle applies to all other parameters. Now let's move on to transmission. Here I adjust how much the light should be visible in refraction. In this case, the ceiling light isn't visible in refraction at all. You can see it here. If I set transmission to 0 and look at the glass material, there's no difference. Therefore, I place the light directly behind the spheres. Now we can see refraction even with this material. By the way, this is a single scattering material. Setting transmission to 0 eliminates refraction from the light. Now let's move on to single scattering. This is the material right next to it, as mentioned earlier. This is just regular glass material. I have set the weight to 1 under transmission. To turn it into a single scattering material, I have set the depth value to 10 and changed the scatter color. This way I can control the strength of how this light affects all materials with single scattering. And as I mentioned earlier, we can use higher values here as well. Increasing this will enhance the single scatter effect. Now moving on to the next parameter, multiple scattering, which is the material right next to it. This is what we are familiar with. It's placed under subsurface scattering with a weight of 1. I have set scale to 6 and changed the color. This parameter allows us to control how strongly the light affects all subsurface scattering materials. And again, increasing it will amplify the effect. So for global illumination, I can control how much the respective light source contributes to or affects global illumination. Let's use the light directly above here for better visibility. Reducing global illumination here completely turns it off. I mistakenly used the wrong light just now. I will use the light for this purpose to turn it off, and the same effect applies here. Increasing the value will amplify the global illumination effect. Now let's reset that. Moving on to the last parameter, volume. This affects the VDB file. That's correct. If I move this slider back, it's hard to discern from this distance, but if we get closer, we will see it's no longer directly illuminated. Let me use a light from behind to perhaps make it clearer. Now it's set to 1. I will set it to 10 just for fun to see the effect. You can see that the VDB is significantly brighter. If I set it to 0, it's not illuminated at all. This effect doesn't just apply to VDB files, but also to fog effects. You can simply add a Redshift environment object. You can find it under Redshift Objects and then Redshift Environment. This is a standard object. Activating this reveals the fog effect in the rendering. This effect can be scaled down or up within the light itself under volume, depending on whether you want a weaker or stronger fog effect. Alright, let's reset that and turn off the environment. Now let's see how we can load a VDB file directly here. It's actually quite simple. Here's how you can load a VDB file quickly and easily. Go back to the old camera and turn on the old light up here, the ceiling light. You can quickly and easily load a VDB file by clicking on Redshift, then navigating to Objects and selecting a Redshift volume. I already have this here, and this is the object. Then you load your VDB file here. For example, I'm using a VDB file from the Younger FX website. You can find it under Downloads and then download free VDB assets. I used this file. I'm downloading it. Then you unpack the file and you will have various VDB files. This is an animation. Then simply take any object. I have done that in this example and then loaded it here. Then you need a special material. You can simply click on Redshift, then go to Materials and select Material, and you use a volume material. Like this. I erase this. Then I simply clicked on Presets under Channel and then Redshift Volume. Then clicked on density and used this gradient to adjust the contrast of this material. That's all I did to make this appear as a VDB file. That's it for this segment. On details, we have looked at adjusting shadows and working with parameters under contribution. This time it's about caustics. Caustics are light refractions that occur when light hits a refractive material, for example glass. The light is refracted and the rays are displayed on a surface. These are the caustics. The same thing happens with reflections. That's when light hits a material, like metal. When this light is then reflected and hits another surface, these are also caustics. In everyday life, you know this from the swimming pool, for example. The sun shines on a water surface and you can see light reflections and refractions on the bottom of the pool. These are also caustics. So now I've set up this scene here in Cinema 4D. It's just a simple preserving jar. You can find it directly in the asset browser. Just enter glass and Redshift and you will see different glasses with glass materials. Of course, you can also use any other object. In this model I have simply hidden the noodles. I have completely hidden pasta so it doesn't get rendered. It's best to use a point light or a light that radiates from a point. Here that would be a spotlight or a point light, for example. Caustics work best with these. It also works with an area light. We will take a look at that soon. But the quality is not as convincing as when working with a point or a spotlight. In order for this to work at all, we need to consider a few things. First, make sure that caustics are enabled at all. This is enabled by default in Redshift. Let's check that once. Then you will also see that we can make some settings here. To do this, go to the render settings, switch from basic to advanced at the top. Then go to caustics and here you can enable caustics. As I said, they are enabled by default. Let's take a closer look at the settings. And next we need to tell Redshift which objects should generate caustics at all. In this case, I suggest that this preserving jar generates caustics. Then you should assign a Redshift object tag to the object. Right click on it. Go to Render Tags, Redshift Object Tag. In the tag, navigate to Visibility and then to Global Illumination. Here you have to set it to override first to get to the settings. Then go all the way down to Cast Caustic Photons and activate this checkbox. Do the same for the lid at the top. We can simply copy this tag upwards. Exactly the same. These two objects will generate photons. What we still need to do is activate caustics in the light sources. I will go to the spotlight now. Then I go straight to details and then to caustics and activate caustic photons. That's all we need to set. And when we want to render it, we still need to make sure that the caustics are not rendered via progressive rendering. And as soon as you switch to bucket rendering, you will see the caustics in the rendering. So now let's take a look at some settings that we can adjust here. We will go straight back to the spotlight. So these are the caustics. And with the first parameter under intensity, we can adjust how bright these caustics are rendered. If I leave this value at 1, then that corresponds to the brightness of this spotlight. That would be the most realistic. To make the caustics more visible, I would like to increase the intensity and make them brighter. I'm setting this to 10 so you can see it better. Calculating the caustics, of course, takes a little more time. Now we need some patience until we see a result. And now let's look at some quality settings, and that's under photons here. Here you can see the number of photons sent from the light source into the scene. Of course, one can imagine that with a higher value the quality gets better, but the render time is usually a little longer. The default is 100,000. Now I'm doing a few test renders to check the relationship between the number of photons and render quality. I'm rendering 3 images here, let's say with 100,000, then 1 million and then 10 million. Let's see how long rendering takes with these settings. Here we now see the renderings. Once with 100,000, which took 24 seconds. Then I rendered it with 1 million photons. That was actually faster at 18 seconds. Then we have 10 millions at 37 seconds. You can see the quality is much better already. And then we have it with 100 million. And then we see the render time is significantly longer at 2 minutes and 25 seconds, but at the same time leads to a very good result. So now directly to the other render settings. Now to the first parameter, photons. Here we specify how many photons should be used for the blur. If you look at the documentation, you will find that this parameter has no impact on the quality of the rendering. I tested it, I set other values, 2000 and also 20,000, but actually didn't see any difference in the quality of the rendering either. Documentation also states that in most cases you can achieve fairly good rendering results with these two settings. So with blur radius we can adjust how blurred our result should be. For example, you could use lower values for the number of photons for individual light sources and then blur the result afterwards. We'll find that the result with even more photons will not get much better. So here at the bottom is the checkbox for fast irradiance. I would recommend leaving this activated as it significantly speeds up rendering. Under trace depth we can specify how often the light should bounce on reflections or refractions. If you reduce this value, the light will bounce less frequently on reflections, which reduces the intensity of the caustics. I'm creating a short example now so we can see how it works in the rendering. So this is the original 10 million photons, refraction and reflections is set to 10. I want to render this with refraction only. To do this, I set reflections to 0, then it looks like this. And if I were to only render the reflections, it would look like this. This is original again. The refraction and reflection is set to 5 each. When you look at it like this, you see a slight difference. Then when I set this to 4, we see a small difference again. I will go back and forth from 5 to 4. In the upper area we see a small difference. If I set this value here to 3, we already recognize a significant difference above. If I set this to 2, we see an even more clear difference. This is the result when working with these parameters. We have seen that rendering caustics takes quite a bit of render time. But there's another way to save render time, by simply saving the photon file separately. Now at the top under mode we have the option to change this. By default this is set to rebuild, don't save. This means that the photon file is not saved to disk. But if I click here we have the option to save the photon files in a separate file. If I set this to rebuild prepass only, then the rendering is calculated without the caustics. But the photon file is saved separately as a file with this file name. So if I now render this, it will render for me without the caustics, and as I said, the photon file will be saved separately on the hard drive. This is the image I just rendered, we don't need that. We are only interested in the photon file. So this is now on my hard drive here on the desktop, now has a size of 383 megabyte. And if I now change the mode to load, then this file will be used automatically for the photon calculation. So if I now click on the render button again, it will render using the file where the photons are saved, which is of course shortens the render time. So with the photons, this only took 2 seconds longer. This is now the special thing about the whole thing. Assuming I now use a completely different camera perspective, I added an additional camera here. I'm changing the perspective here now. I will render it again. I will leave the parameter set to load. This means my photon file will be used for rendering. I will start the rendering. Now we use the new photon map. So the photons don't need to be recalculated. This means I could even create a camera animation in this scene and render it relatively quickly by simply using the already calculated photons. It is important to note that this only works if the lighting conditions in the scene do not change and no changes are made to the materials. So then there is one last option here under mode. I can also change this to rebuild. This is also relatively easy to understand. We can specify here that the rendering performs both the photon calculation and saves the photon image along with the photon file. This is the mode that allows us to significantly speed up our rendering, especially when working with animations. That should be everything about the Caustics. Now you should have a pretty good overview of how to work with Caustics. In this movie we start with the topic of cameras. For this scene I use 3D models from the asset browser. For this you navigate to the asset browser, enter Redshift there. Then look for some 3D models. You can choose a table, for example, like I did, put 2 cups on it and maybe add a chair. In the background I use the backdrop object, that is the fillet. Enter backdrop for this. In this model I used the standard material. I lightened the color of the material a bit. Finally I added a dome light. Under lights select dome light and use an HDR. Now I start with the rendering. The result looks like this and you can adjust the HDR to get a more pleasing image. Now we position our perspective camera close to a cup so that one object is in focus. For example, let's choose this perspective, like this. From this perspective, we position a camera. For this, we click on the standard camera icon, or you can navigate to Redshift at the top, select cameras and create a default camera, or just click here as that. Now we have our camera here. Of course, we want to look through this camera by activating it. In our render view, we make sure that render is selected at the top so that this view is rendered, or we can select the camera directly. RS camera in my case, then this camera is always used for rendering. Next, we click on the Redshift camera and navigate to the Object tab. Let's start with the type parameter. At the top you can select different lenses. For example, the fisheye lens, which is adjustable for 180 degrees, or spherical for a 360 degree image. Then you can also see the chair directly behind the camera, or you set it to cylindrical. Here you have another option. You can adjust the angle for the y-axis or switch to stereo spherical and create content for VR glasses. Setting it back to perspective now. With focal length, we set the focal length. The smaller the value, the more fisheye effect we see. A higher value zooms closer with the camera. This changes the angle of view. We can adjust this separately with angle of view. We can move the perspective horizontally and vertically without changing the view. We reset that. With reset, we set the sensor size under sensor. There you can choose different camera models. If you select a model, angle of view will be adjusted automatically. You can change the angle of view and the sensor size separately here. With log ratio, you keep the set ratio. Both values are then changed at the same time, but you can also adjust independently, for example horizontally or about vertical. We can adjust this value directly. Next down here, we can specify at what point the camera detects the geometry. I will switch from this view for a moment. Let's zoom in closer to see it better. Here's the camera currently capturing everything right in front of the lens. When I click on it, we see this value. It starts right at the lens. When I change this value, a small square appears. This means the camera recognizes the geometry only from this point on. If I continue to the table and touch the cup, the camera only captures the image from here on. We can do the same with far clip plane. I activate it and zoom out further to see the far clip plane. Back here we see the big square. This is the far clip plane. If I adjust this slider, we will specify up to where the camera considers the geometry. I move the value and go further back to the fillet. I'm almost there. Let's get a little closer. If I change it slowly, we can see in the preview how we can adjust the camera's field of view. I will drag it a little further. Now we are at the table and approaching the cap. We can also influence up to which point the camera considers the geometry. These were the parameters in the object area for now. I reset everything and disable it here. Continuing with the optical tab. In optical, you set the exposure of your image. Here you can set depth of field, motion blur and lens distortion. Two options are available for exposure. With EV only, there is only one parameter for brightness control, the exposure EV. If I move it to the right, it gets brighter. If I shift to left, darker. That's it. A very simple way to adjust the brightness. For professional photographic settings, switch to filmic. If I do this, the image will be brighter right away. Now various photographic parameters are active, like the aperture, the shutter speed and the ISO value. We set the aperture via aperture. A higher value closes the aperture more and the image becomes darker. For example, if I choose an aperture of 16, the image will be darker accordingly. I reset this. With the shutter speed, we can adjust the exposure. You can find this under shutter time. A larger value corresponds to a faster shutter speed. A value of 1/250 approximately darkens the image. You can also adjust the exposure via the ISO value of the sensor. A higher ISO increases the sensitivity and makes the image brighter. A lower ISO, on the other hand, darkens it. Photography connoisseurs will quickly find their way around here. Let's return to EV only. Under exposure, there is the white point parameter. With this, you can adjust the white balance. Use the eyedropper, navigate to the rendering and select the desired color. Below that, vignetting allows you to adjust the vignetting. This is very user-friendly. Under depth of field, you can determine the focus point at focus distance, which is set to 2000 centimeter by default. Moving away from that, we see the focus point, the focus distance. I can enter values directly or select an object with the eyedropper. I'm now approaching the scene. To put the focus on the cup, I click on the eyedropper. And then on the cup itself, the square automatically adjusts to the cup. By clicking the middle mouse button and looking through the camera, I can have the focus distance displayed visually. This is done by selecting Display in the tab, followed by Focus Plane. The exact focus point is displayed on this large plane, where it can regulate the opacity. Of course, this representation can also be hidden. This is how I quickly set the focus point. I click on the optical button and want to set the focus point on the back cup. I notice that this level slides backwards. This tool makes it much easier to set the exact focus point. Oops, that was a mistake. I should use the eyedropper and focus on the front cup. An object can also be added by directly from the Object Manager. The center of the respective object is taken as focus distance. Now I will hide this layer for a moment. After that I will switch back to optical. With the parameter aperture, I control the aperture and decide how wide open it should be. The smaller this value, the more visible the depth of field. It does not make sense to make any settings here at the moment because the depth of field is not yet activated. We activate this quite simple by checking the bouquet checkbox. After clicking on it, the blur will be visible immediately. Our focus is on the cup. This creates the depth of field. Depending on the settings under aperture, this can be enhanced. For example, if I enter a 2 here, the aperture opens. This results in more depth of field. The higher I set this value, the more depth of field we get. Now we can set the menu here. Thereupon we see various depth of field settings. Here we can specify what shape the bouquet should have. For example, there's the option circular. This means that the bouquet appears completely round. We can simulate a lower image quality by changing the bouquet with the aspect slider. Turning the slider to the right, a horizontal distortion occurs. Turned to the left, it becomes vertical. Resetting the slider. With spherical aberration, we create a round distortion. If I change the slider, the effect occurs. Here to I reset. Bladed determines how many blades our lens has. Under blades, I set the number. I try setting with 3. This results in 3 blades and thus a triangular bouquet. Let's take a look at aperture. I will increase the value to enhance the effect. At a value of 0.2, it becomes particularly obvious. I added an object that emphasizes the bouquet. This is a glowing cube. Activated, the triangular bouquet shows up. Back to the camera view. With aspect distortions are also possible here. As said before, we have spherical aberration, and at blades we define the number of blades. Angle allows us to rotate the bouquet at will. This I reset. You can also use your own bouquet file. With this we will use image. Under image you can upload a file. A black and white texture is ideal. It determines the bouquet shape. For the bouquet I use this image. I paste it in the field provided. You can immediately see that it acts as a bouquet. Resetting everything. I suggest a cut to make the movie shorter. So we have a first overview. In the Object tab, we made camera settings and visualizations. Optical allowed brightness adjustment with different modes. We also worked with real camera values. In the next part, we will look at other camera parameters. Next, let's look at the color correction and lens effect section of our camera. Let's start with color correction. Under tone mapping, adjust the color and brightness values for this specific camera. Then activate tone mapping. Use the highlights parameter to adjust the brightest area of your render. If any areas are too bright, you can correct them by moving the slider to the left. If the brightest areas are too dark, make sure that the image does not appear too flat. Of course, you can make the brightest areas brighter, but make sure that the image is not overexposed. Let's take that back again. Desaturate highlights. Automatically adjust the color saturation. If the colors look too intense, this option tries to make the image more harmonious. Try if this option gives the desired result when you activate it. The counterpart of highlights are the blacks or the darkest areas. Allows you to intensify the darkest areas by moving the slider to the right. This makes the corresponding areas darker. With black threshold, we define which area is considered dark. If I move the slider further to the right, lighter areas will also be considered dark. As a result, the entire image appears darker. We now reset this. With saturation, we can reduce the color saturation of the whole image. With that, we could convert the image to black and white, or if desired, adjust the saturation even more. These are the settings for the tone mapping. We now deactivate this again, closing the menu, continuing with the LUTs. Opening the menu. As default, we find the render settings. This means that the LUT settings can be found in the render settings. Therefore, we navigate to render settings and then to Redshift post effects. Here we find the LUT tab. This is currently disabled. I'm activating it. Under the drop-down menu, we can import a custom lookup table that affects color and brightness. There are many LUTs on the internet that can be purchased. With a Redshift installation, you can also find them directly on your device. In my case, on drive C, under Program Data, Redshift, Data, LUT, there are various folders with different LUT files. These have the extension cube. I now select a file, for example this one. Let's see what the result looks like. We can see that this selected file significantly affects the appearance of our image. Under Strength, we can adjust the intensity of this file. The principle is quite simple. There are two checkboxes here. One of them is convert to lock space before loading. If I check this, our image will be converted to a lock space, color space first. This, of course, leads to a different visual impression. You can experiment to find out if you get the result you want. This can be especially useful if you receive material in lock space and need to adjust your renders accordingly to get a harmonious match. There's also an option apply color management before loading. The function should be self-explanatory. This means that Redshift's color management is applied first and then the LUT is loaded. If this option is disabled, the LUT is loaded first and then the color management is applied. This sequence can be reversed. With a checkbox, you can experiment around to get the desired result. I will now close this menu. Above, I will deactivate the settings again. We also have the option to make these settings directly from the camera rather than from the render settings. If I select Override, we get the same option here to load a file. The advantage here is the increased usability. Now, when I navigate to my file list or folder, for example, if I select the first slot and drag directly into it, a drop-down menu appears directly below it. This menu automatically detects the entire folder containing our LUTs. Through this drop-down menu, I can conveniently select different LUTs from the folder. The interesting thing is, if I, for example, select the first LUT, I can use the down arrow key to navigate through all the LUTs. Notice the two checkboxes are not directly available in the camera here. However, we can make these settings directly in the render view. To do this, navigate to the render view and click on the gear icon called Settings. Here there is a category called LUT RS Camera. It is set to Redshift camera because we have override enabled. This means that all settings made here are valid for this camera only. When I expand the menu, we find the same options. Here we can select my LUT file and use the drop-down menu. Similar to the previous view, I can click here and navigate with the arrow keys. Additionally, the two checkboxes are available here again, and the option to adjust intensity of the LUT file. These functions are very useful for your work. We can now close this menu and disable all the settings. By switching to LUT, the selected LUT file will be deactivated. Let's close the menu and turn to the color controls. The color control settings can also be found in the render settings. So let's navigate to the render settings and there to color controls. There we find known parameters. I activate these settings in the render settings, using the slider to adjust the contrast. Resetting the change, here is a gradation curve for RGB, and for the colors red, green and blue, I set a point with the control key to adjust either the highlights or shadows similar to Photoshop. I can do the same for individual color channels. If I create a new camera and set color controls to render settings, the new camera takes over the settings from render settings. I deactivate this and close the menu. Of course, the settings can also be made individually for the camera by selecting Override. So settings can be made either here or in the render view for this camera. I navigate back to settings. There I find color controls. The menu looks slightly different. There is again a gradation curve for RGB. I can use the same procedure by pressing the control key, setting a point and seeing that any adjustments made here are reflected directly in the attributes of this window. Of course, we have the ability to access individual color channels directly. To do this, I simply select red, green or blue from the drop-down list and then adjust the curve accordingly. So it does not matter if I select make the settings here or directly in the render view. I will disable these options, collapse the menus and turn our attention to the lens effects. Under lens effects, we find three different effects: bloom, flare and streak. We can see these effects either in the render settings or individually for each camera. Alternatively, they can also be configured in render view. For example, if I activate bloom, it corresponds to the activation in the render settings. Bloom is now enabled, which means that any newly created camera set to render settings will adopt this bloom effect. Now let's start with the bloom effect. I'm going to activate it to look at it in more detail. This effect can be used to make the brightest parts of our rendering glow. Use threshold to determine the brightest area in our rendering. I will use the slider now to the left As I continue to work on the slider, it eventually identifies the cup as the brightest point and it begins to glow. I don't need to say much about the bloom softness, it simply regulates the softness of this glow. You can also adjust the hue of the glow by simply selecting a desired color. The intensity directly below is pretty intuitive to use. Moving on to flare, an effect created when light hits the lens directly. A bright glow of light appears, often accompanied by rings or reflections of light. For this effect, we activate flare and adjust the threshold to determine at which point it kicks in. As you can see, this area now looks like it is radiating directly into the lens. There are also options like softness and chromatic to adjust the color range. Flare size can be used to change its size. You now notice the ring effects and light spots that I mentioned. This can also be color matched and varied in intensity. Now we come to the last point, streak. These are the light rays coming from particularly bright spots. After activation, you probably won't notice a big difference right away. There is no direct light source, so the effect is subtle. To demonstrate this better, we'll use a luminous cube as material. With the threshold control, we determine at what level of brightness the rays become visible. Let's have a look at this value. Under trail or tail, we can determine the strength and length of the light rays. With softness, we regulate the softness of the rays, and streak number gives us control over the number of rays. With streak angle, we can determine their orientation. Streak intensity allows us to control the intensity separately. That concludes the overview here. We have seen how the color and brightness correction can be controlled individually or globally for each camera. The settings can also be made directly in the render view. In addition, the lens effects provide the ability to add additional camera effects to our renders. Now I will show you how the background function in the camera works. I will also explain how you can use this feature to integrate 3D models into photos. Check out these examples from Pixabay. Let's start by creating a Redshift camera in Cinema 4D. We look through the camera and turn it on. Next we open the background area. In the render settings, everything can be set as usual. This can be done either here or directly in the render view. I will change the settings directly on the camera. For this I click on Override. This makes everything appear black. When rendering, we can then adjust the color using the color parameter. For example, if I select red, the background will be red. Now let's take a 3D object to render. I decide to use a simple sphere. Let's add a plane to this. I edit the sphere to make it look rounder by setting the segments to 60. I use the placement tool to place the sphere on the layer. I adjust the sphere a bit and also add a shadow. Now we add a light source. We use an infinite light source for our example. Then we align it so that a shadow is visible. I make the light a little brighter by moving the slider to the right. We only want to render the shadow of the ground, not the ground itself. To do this, I right-click on the surface. Then I go to Render tag and add a Redshift object tag. I click on Matte so that the surface is not rendered. With Override, I make sure that only the shadow of this surface is visible. So it looks like our object is floating in infinite space. This also works with other light sources. I replace the infinite light with the dome light. This works just as well. The dome light creates shadow over that contours. I will make the area a little bigger now. Then I go back to the camera and set the background back to white. So we can render nice images with plain white background. But now I want to use one of the images shown as a background. I go to the camera and click on background. Under picture I can select the photo. I take the street photo and paste it here. I make sure the image is in the correct format. I use the frame option to fit the image to the render size. This can be done by stretching, cropping or direct fitting. But I see edges in the image at the moment. To correct this, I use the original resolution of the image. I can check the resolution in Windows Explorer, of course. Or I go to the window menu in the program and open Render View. Since the image is already loaded, I can see the resolution here. I enter these values in the output settings so that everything fits when rendering. The values are 5714 per 3799. Now I close these windows. My current rendering is too big, so I will change that. I try 100% view, but that's too big, so I use 15%. That looks good now. There's a white border. I can remove it with stretch or crop. I noticed that the colors look different, probably because of color management. I disable color management to get the original image. So I go to color management in the render view settings. There is a W missing in the view menu. The resolution is probably too large. I select the unmapped option. Now the image looks exactly like the original one. Now let's look at some adjustment options. For example, I can move the image left or right with the offset. With the Y offset, I can move it up or down. I will undo that. With the gamma value, I can edit especially the middle area of the image. With the exposure, I can change the brightness of the image. This is all quite simple. All these settings directly affect the background image. With the hue setting, I can change the hues of the image. The saturation can also be adjusted, which is self-explanatory. Now we change the perspective a bit. It doesn't have to be perfect. It is important that the vanishing points and the horizon line are approximately correct. This looks good. Take a look at this. We could also change the focal length a little bit. Then we go back to the camera and then to the object. I think a focal length of 15 would be good. We can fine tune that. As mentioned before, it doesn't have to be perfect. Let's zoom in closer to see the sphere better. It should look something like this. Now we switch back to the camera background view. Under type, we can choose between 3 different modes. By default, it is set to in-render. This means that all settings for optics, color correction, and lens effects are also affect the background image. Let's look at an example. Going to optical. If I change the exposure, it also affects the background image. The same with the depth of field. I set the aperture small and focus on the sphere. The resulting blur also affects the background image. The same is true for color correction and tone mapping. If I activate these and make adjustments, you can see slight changes in the background image. Also, when I load lookup tables, the background image changes accordingly. These changes are minor, but they are there. For the background image or LUTs, I can add a lookup table. This also affects the background image. Turning this on. This affects the background image as well as the geometry and all the lens effects, but I don't need to show that in detail again right now. You can certainly imagine that. Let's get back to the background. There's a checkbox here called Affected by Bend Rays. This means that the background image is also affected by refraction, such as glass materials. I have already prepared a glass material. Let's drag this onto the sphere. Now we can see the reflection of the background image in the sphere. The gray we see here is the ground, the matte surface. To make it more realistic, we could project the background image onto the surface so that it reflects off the top. However, that is not our focus right now, but as you can see, the background image is reflected in this sphere. If I uncheck the box, this reflection is removed and we look directly through the glass material. I activate it again and go to Optical. Let's activate the depth of field again. Let's return to the background settings and uncheck the checkbox again. You will notice that the depth of field effect is also removed on the background image. Those are the two options we can affect here. I will turn the depth of field off again, go back to Optical, and then back to the background. Now let's look at the post-composite mode. In render mode, the background image is taken into account from the beginning, so it affects all previous settings. If we switch to post-composite, the background image is added after the actual rendering process. This means that most settings no longer affect the background image. When I switch to post-composite mode, the affected by bend ray option no longer has any effect. This is also noticeable in the glass material as soon as I switch to post-composite. The refraction of the background image is no longer visible in the material. Instead, only a black area is displayed. To correct this, we click in the render tag at the top and navigate to the shadows section. There we activate the effects alpha option. Now everything works correctly again. Let's come back to the camera setting. In this mode, most settings no longer affect the background image. More precisely, most objects and settings have no influence. I now remove the glass material so that only the sphere is visible. I close the material editor and then go to Optical. Here I select the exposure. If I change the slider here, only the brightness of the sphere changes. Now I go to the depth of field. With the eyedropper, I set the focus directly on the sphere and I activate the bokeh effect. Currently the effect is very subtle. I will try a value of 0.01. As you can see, the background remains unchanged. I activate it again. Moving on to color correction, I select tone mapping. You can see that the sphere is affected, but the background is not. However, this does not currently apply to methods such as LUTs and color controls. These methods still affect the background image. To demonstrate this, I will go to the LUT menu and activate it. You can see that it is now affecting the background image. Likewise, if I'm under color controls and I increase the contrast there. Again, the background image is affected. Now we switch to the lens effects. Again, we see the same behavior, especially bloom, flare and streak only influence the geometry. And this works as expected. We return to the background menu. There is one more mode, pre-composite. When I activate this mode, no difference appears at first sight. In fact, it behaves very similarly to post-composite. That is, setting like optical or color correction have the same effect as before. However, there is one exception, color control and LUTs. These do not affect the background image, but the lens effects do. That is, if I go to the lens effects and select bloom and set a very small value, I really have to choose a very small value for the effect to be visible at all. If I go back to background and change the mode to post-composite, it becomes clear that the bloom effect only affects geometry. This illustrates the difference between post-composite and pre-composite. With pre-composite, we basically get the same result as with post-composite, but with the advantage that all lens effects affects both the image and the background. This brings us to the end of this movie. You have now been given a comprehensive overview of how to use the background tab in the camera to add a 3D object to a photo. You now know the differences between the various modes. In a future tutorial, I will show you in more depth how to insert a 3D model realistically into a photo. The goal here is to make the 3D object look as if it were actually in the photo. For now, your knowledge of the background tab in the camera should be sufficient. I hope this tutorial was informative and helpful for you. Do you remember the scene from chapter 1? That's where we themed the motion blur. For this video I removed the animation of the objects and animated the camera with a vibrate tag. You can find the tag by right-clicking the camera, select Vibrate under Animation Tags. In the tag I have activated Enable Position. The amplitude was set to 50-50-50, so the camera wobbles significantly. Now we turn on Motion Blur in the render settings. Check the corresponding box and leave the default values. Then we start the rendering. So we get the motion blur of the camera. This is on by default in the camera. Selecting the camera, navigate to the optical settings. There is a checkbox camera motion at the bottom. This checkbox turns on motion blur. If I uncheck it, the camera will no longer generate motion blur. However, if objects are moving, the motion blur is generated only for them. I want to use the motion blur settings in the camera. So I go to the motion blur settings, now navigate to the render settings. There I set the mode to override. Then I activate the motion blur for the camera. I set shutter time to 5. This creates a distinctive motion blur. Let's take a closer look at the efficiency parameter. This can be compared to a car accelerating from 0 to 100. In reality, this does not happen abruptly. It accelerates gradually and does not brake abruptly from 100 to 0. The car takes time to stop. The aperture is similar. A value of 100 would not be realistic. This would mean that the aperture opens and closes immediately. Let's look at a render example of this. I have already prepared it, so we don't have to go through it again. I created a camera animation and rendered it. The result shows an efficiency of 100. Playing the animation, the motion blur effects are very visible. Let's take a closer look at one frame, for example frame 20. Zooming in further, so we can observe the motion blur progression. Here I show the result with an efficiency of 0. This shows a linear progression of the aperture. It opens and closes smoothly. At an efficiency of 100, the transition happens abruptly. This results in a less smooth and less realistic progression. This explains the visible streaks. Now let's look at the animation with an efficiency of 0. This is what it looks like. The result shows a more realistic course. Let's compare. First again with the setting 100. Playing the sequence. This is what it looks like. Now I set the efficiency to 0. I pause, go back and restart. The streaks are less intense. The result is more realistic motion blur. You can see that the streaks are reduced and the motion blur is more realistic. That should be enough for a demonstration. We saw that the camera has additional motion blur options. We can disable them for the camera only, and also we can adjust motion blur specific to the camera. And we understood how the efficiency parameter works. Here you can see the rendered scene of the living room from Cinema 4D's asset browser. The images are once in Affinity Photo and opened once in Photoshop. Maybe you want to recolor the sofa or the pillow. You will need to create a mask for each of these. And that is the main theme of this video. I will show you how to create masks in Redshift. This makes compositing much easier. In Cinema 4D, I have opened the file Living Room 01. In the IPR window, you can see the rendered representation. Currently, you do not have a selected mask. You are creating a new pass. In this, you will store your masks. To do this, go to Redshift in the menu and select the AOV manager. You choose the AOV pass puzzle mat. You can drag the pass directly here. Now click on puzzle mat. You change the mode from Material ID to Object ID. With Material ID, you would create masks based on the materials. For Object ID, we see red, green, and blue here. These are the individual channels of an RGB channel. Then you now assign an ID. Take any numbers. I make my life easy. I take 1, 2, and 3. We now assign different objects to the channels. Pick objects you want to mask. I will start with the couch. In the Object Manager, it is called Main Shape. Here you click with the right mouse button, go to Render Tags and add a Redshift Object tag. You then click on the tag, go to Object ID, click Override, and take, for example, a 1 for the Object ID. Everything that belongs to the couch is stored in the red channel. Let's go to the left side. In the IPR window, you can now see the puzzle mat. I select puzzle mat here. In progressive mode, everything is displayed in black. That's why I'm switching to bucket mode. The black holes are the buttons from the couch. We add these to the same mask. I will take our tag and copy this directly to the buttons. Now the buttons are also in the red channel. Let's do the same for the pillow. There's already an object tag. We activate that. I go to the Object ID, click Override, allocate the number 2 here. This invites the cushion into the green channel. Now we have the blue channel left. Why don't we use this for the headphones? I would take this tag, copy this one up, directly to the group of the headphone. For this one, I assign the ID number 3. Now we have a blue mask for the headset. Now let's calculate the puzzle mat pass. We go to the render presets. At the top I select the desktop. I call the rendering living room. For now I take the file format PNG. Set this to 16 bits. Of course we also want to render the masks. Therefore we go to multipass image. I use the same file format. Set that to 16-bit. Then I make a copy of the whole thing above. Control C, Control V, add multipass here. And now let me render the whole thing. In picture view, I go to Layer, select single pass or multipass. Here we see our additional pass. Let's open the whole thing now in Photoshop or Affinity Photo. Let's take the 2 renderings. Let's pull this directly into Photoshop. Here we have now our renderings. Now I take this picture, I'm dragging it into our first rendering. Let's go to the channels in Photoshop. Here we see the individual channels. There's the blue channel. Then we have the green channel and the red channel. We now create a selection from the red channel. I'm holding down the Control key. Then click on the red channel. Now we have a selection from the red channel. Let's switch back to RGB. Let's go back to the planes. Let's hide the puzzle mat. Let's create a new adjustment layer. Let's click on it below. I choose hue and saturation. Here we now have our adjustment layer. Let's activate this. Let's go to the tone value or color value. Now I can comfortably color the couch. We do the same for the pillow. For this we go again to the puzzle mat. I hide the above. Go to the channels. Find the channel where the pillow is located. Hold Ctrl again. Click RGB again. Deactivate the puzzle mat again. Create a new adjustment layer. If you do this more often, it will quickly become routine. Go up here. Select the color. About so. Activates both levels. Now I can recolor the object without any problems. Now let's do the same in Affinity Photo. I will take the two images, pull it into the program. Now I have my two pictures. Then I select the entire puzzle mat. Ctrl A, Ctrl C. Go to Rendering. Ctrl V. Then I go to the channels. Here are red, green and blue. Now I select the red channel. Right click on the red channel. Select Load to Pixel Selection. Activate all channels again. Go back to the levels. Deactivate the puzzle mat. Go to Image. Go to the adjustment levels. Select HSL. Choose any color. Color the couch like this. For example, in a shade of green. Let's do the same with the pillow. Let's activate the puzzle mat again. Let's go to the channels. Let's select the green channel. Right click on the green channel. Select Choose for Pixel Selection. Let's activate the other channels again. Let's go to the levels. Let's deactivate the puzzle mat again. Let's go back to the rendering. Here we do the same thing. Let's select the HSL adjustment layer and recolor the cushion. Now we press Ctrl D. With this we cancel the selection. Now we have the two adjustment layers. We drag them up to affect the whole image. With this we influence the whole picture. We have seen that we can do the same thing in Affinity Photo. Finally, we put the whole thing to After Effects. I drag the two images into the project window and create us a composition from it. Below we disable the puzzle mat. Go to the effects on the right side, search for Set Matte. In the German version it is called Maske setzen. Go to Take Matte from Layer. Select the puzzle mat. I want to access a specific channel. This is what I do under Use for Matte. There I select the red channel. This represents our couch. On this layer I would like to do this color correction now. Go to the color correction section. Here I choose Color Balance. You can also use another effect. Then I adjust this controller, set a different color. Now I create a copy of this layer. Press Ctrl D for this purpose. At the top I still need to select the channel. Switch from the red channel to green channel. So we have now recolored the pillow. Now let's work on the other objects. To do this I simply drag the rendering in front of the puzzle mat. Now we are ready. This also works beautifully in After Effects. If we need more mask, we can create more puzzle mats. We create a copy of the puzzle mat. I press Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I assign ID 4 for red. I leave the others at 0. An ID of 0 renders the corresponding channel black. Let's take the picture frame. Right click. Go to Render Tags. Redshift Object Tag. Then to Object ID, here take the now number 4. We can also rename puzzle mats AOVs directly. We just click on it. I will take any name. Let's take the name from the object. Picture frame. I'm closing the whole thing. Go to Render Settings. Go to Save. Under Multipass Image, I delete Multipass. I use now only the name from the picture. After each rendering, the name is automatically attached from the corresponding AOV. This happens automatically. To do this, the layer name as suffix checkbox must be enabled. We render the whole thing. Let's go to the left side. Here we have the individual puzzle mats to choose from. Here is the picture frame. Let's render the whole thing. Press the render button. Then I go to layer in the picture viewer. Go to single layer. Here are the two puzzle mats, both visible as layers. I go to the desktop from my hard drive. Here I have two pictures to choose from. I can now use these as masks. We can also combine the renderings into one file. To do this, let's go to the render presets. The final image under regular image. We can also have it rendered as a pass. I go to the Redshift menu, open the AOV manager, add a beauty pass. The final image is rendered as a separate pass. Regular image we can turn off. At the moment, frames would be rendered, which we would have to assemble in compositing. All passes should be saved as a layer in a file. We see the multi-layer file option is grayed out. The PNG format does not accept layers. We select as format OpenEXR. Multi-layer file can now be activated. Let's render the whole thing again. In Cinema 4D's picture viewer, I click on layer. Here we see the different passes. The beauty pass, the two puzzle mats. And as rendering, we have only one file yet, Living Room EXR. Now let's open the file in Photoshop. You may not be able to open the file in Photoshop. That's why you should install the plugin EXR.io before. You can find this on the website www.exrio.com. After the download, you will install this in Photoshop. When you then open the file, you see the options dialog box from the plugin. Here you can disable everything. Keeps only always show this dialog enabled. Then click on open. Now you can see all layers at once in one file. At the top we see the rendering with color management. I hide this layer. Our beauty pass without color management. I also hide this layer. Here are our two puzzle mats as we defined it in Redshift. Let's open the rendering now in Affinity Photo. Here something stands out directly. The structure of the layers looks different here than in Photoshop. There is no mistake. Affinity Photo simply breaks down each layer into its individual channels. Let's take a closer look. The RGB image without color management. I disable this layer. The beauty image is divided into its channels, once in blue, once in green and once in red. I also blank these out. Now we have the individual AOVs. First with the picture frame blue. There's nothing to see here, everything is black. That's because we are in the AOV. We have assigned ID 0 for this channel, therefore everything is black. Then we have the same in green, here the same, then follows the red channel. Here we see the mask from the image, I also blank that out. Now we see the puzzle mat blue. And this is the headphone. Directly below, the cushion in the green channel and the couch in the red channel. I fade everything back in. The masks are easy to select. The workflow is easier than in Photoshop. Each image was decomposed into its individual channels, while each channel is represented as a separate layer, so we can quickly access individual objects. Hold down the Alt key, hold down the Control key to do this. Now we can conveniently click on the individual levels. I click on this layer. And already we have a selection of the couch. Click on Picture Frame. And we have its selection. So just hold down Control and Alt. And click on the individual layers. So we don't have to work with the channels. Selecting mask is more convenient in Affinity Photo when we work with AXR files. Now I would like to introduce you to another method of actively masking objects. I have here again the same scene as in the previous video. However, I have added additional object tags. Once for the lamp, once for the floor and once for the wall. To each of these tags I assigned an individual object ID. Now we switch to the AOV manager. There I reset everything. Then we start with the beauty pass. Here we don't use the puzzle mat, but the Cryptomatte. Double click or drag, both are possible. Under ID type we can select different types. A click shows the available options. Now we see the Redshift object ID here. This is our choice. I close the window. Then we switch to the render view. Change that to bucket rendering, select our created Cryptomatte. We don't have the usual colors here, like in a puzzle mat. Instead, they are random colors. Also, we see that objects without an object tag have random colors assigned to them as well. Before we start the rendering, I want to show something. Now I'm going to go to the Redshift again and call the AOV manager. Click on the Cryptomatte again. On the right side we see a checkbox. The option Direct is activated. When I click on it, we see that we can't disable it. The Cryptomatte is also stored in a separate file. The location is specified below. By default, the file is saved where the scene is. We could of course specify a different save path. However, we leave everything as it is preset. Now I will render the entire image. After rendering, we will find two files on the desktop. One's living room AXR, this is the normal rendering. And then a file called Cryptomatte. I will open the normal file directly in Photoshop. Then the AXR.io dialog appears. We don't need to activate anything here. We just leave always show this dialog enabled. I will just click on open. Now we can see our individual layers. The RGB image below the image without color management. Directly below the Cryptomatte. Now let's look at the other file that we just created. I take this one and drag it right next to it. Now the dialog appears again. Here I make sure to click the Cryptomatte masks option. Then I click on open. In the file we now see an associated mask for each individual object or object tag. I now press the Alt key and then I click on the first entry at the top. The lamp has its mask here. Below is the mask for the picture frame. This is the mask for the couch. Further down a mask for object that we do not have an object tag. Then follows a mask for the headphone and one for the wall. The pillow also has its own mask. Likewise the floor. I make all the layers visible again. Now I select all layers, press Ctrl and G to group them. I take this group and drag it to render. Holding down the Shift key centers it. Now here we have a group with masks. I click on it and name it mask. I move it down. Now I can conveniently use these masks, for example, to recolor the couch. I create an adjustment layer. Select brightness, saturation. Selecting the couch. Holding down the Alt key, I click on the layer. Ctrl and A selects everything. Control C copies it to the clipboard. Alt key shows everything again. I go to the mask of my adjustment layer. Press the Alt key here. Click in again and now press Ctrl and V to insert the mask of the couch. Click again while holding down the Alt key. Now we can set the colors of the couch as we wish. I will choose any shade. Let's take this one. Let's do the same for the pillow. I'm looking for the mask for the pillow. It's down here. I press the Alt key. I have already selected everything. Ctrl C to copy it to the clipboard. Alt key again to activate everything. I create a new adjustment layer. Brightness, saturation. Dragging this layer up. Again, the Alt key. Going to the mask. Ctrl and V to insert the mask of the pillow here. Alt key again into the mask. Then I set the color I want for the pillow, maybe a shade of green that I desaturate a bit. That would be the workflow with the Cryptomatte. Now we return to Cinema 4D. We go to the AOV manager. Under ID type of the Cryptomatte there are several options. Object name automatically creates mask for each object in random colors. However, this can create a cluttered file with many masks. The result would be a file with many layers. Each color would have its own mask, which would be impractical. However, for scenes with few objects, this option is ideal. It creates automatic mask for all objects. So let's look at one more ID type, material name. For each individual material, a separate color or mask is created. Let's wait a few seconds. A separate color was used for each material. Under the RS object ID, there's another option. This is the user attribute ID type. First, we assign individual user attributes for the objects. As an example, I will take the sofa. Then we navigate to user data. There I click on Add User Data. Then data appears there by default. We change the data type. I choose string. Rename it to My Mask. After confirmation, we find My Mask under Main Shape. Under the sofa is now user data, My Mask. I call the mask couch. In the ID type user attribute, I have to set the attribute for the mask. I want to use the My Mask attribute. For this we click in here and select My Mask. All user data in the objects will be checked. Objects with My Mask get their own layer in the Cryptomatte. We wait for the rendering for a moment. Then we see a clear Cryptomatte in which only the couch is masked. If we want to add other objects, it is easy to do so. For example, we go to the couch, then to user data. Under user data, I select Manage User Data. With the right mouse button, I click on it, select Copy and Cancel. Now I select another object. As an example, I take the pillow, I click on Pillow. Go to the user data. There I select Paste User Data Interface. Then I copy it in. Then we have My Mask here now. I click on OK. And now see under Pillow User Data My Mask. I name it after the object name, so Pillow. All objects with the same name get the same color. This makes it easier to group objects. We wait for the rendering for a moment. Updating. Now we see the Cryptomatte just for the couch and the pillow. A big advantage of Cryptomattes is the combination with depth of field. Even with strong depth of field, objects can be masked using Cryptomattes. This works because they are 32-bit images. I open the AOV manager. Here bits per channel I set to 32-bit by default. You can also choose 16-bit, but 32-bit offers a high dynamic range. Now let's try this in Affinity Photo 2. I'm now using version 2.1 here. The result is the same as before. Each image is decomposed into its channels. This works fine, except with the Cryptomatte file. Unfortunately, this is not compatible with Affinity Photo. I hope for compatibility in future versions. Now we see how Cryptomatte is used in After Effects. I will load both renders into After Effects, drag them into the project. I create a composition from the rendering. The Cryptomatte is added as an upper layer. An effect is added to the Cryptomatte. This effect can be found in the 3D channel. It is the Cryptomatte effect. After the effect is added, we see the colors. Now we can select an object, for example the couch, with the mouse pointer. Clicking on it automatically creates a mask. I choose the couch. Clicking on it creates the mask. I select the couch. I go to Output. I select Matted RGBA. This is used for the mask. The mask is now displayed. Switching to my main rendering. Here you can see Track Matte. If not, click on Toggle Switches. Now Track Matte should be visible. Now you select the Cryptomatte. The couch is masked out. I add effects such as a color correction. I select color correction from the menu, then I go to color balance. I add the effect and change the couch color. I return to the project view. Take the complete rendering and drag that directly underneath. We have seen that we can also mask quickly in After Effects with the Cryptomattes. We are now in the AOV manager of Cinema 4D. There we have selected the Cryptomatte path. By default, the direct option is enabled. This setting causes us to get an additional file with precise masks. In addition, a checkbox is checked by default under Multipass. As a result, we get a separate layer for the Cryptomatte in our rendering representing the different colors. If we do not want this, we can disable this option. Let's see what options this file gives us in Photoshop. In Photoshop, I hide the first two layers. Directly below is now the layer for the Cryptomatte. In principle, we could make a selection in this plane. However, there are some difficulties with this, as some tools do not work properly in 32-bit mode. Let's look at an example. I use the Magic Wand tool to select the cushion. However, it gets an error message as a result. Unfortunately, this tool doesn't work in 32-bit mode. You can convert the image to 8 or 16-bit. You can find these options at the top under Mode. Then the tool might work, but keep in mind that you will lose the full dynamic range of a 32-bit image. Still, we can create a selection. You go to the menu to select the tool, select and mask, or presses Alt, Ctrl and R. We go to the layer. The brush tip can be enlarged, of course. Hold down Alt and the right mouse button. And now you can just paint into the pillow, for example. On the right there are some more parameters, although this is not quite as precise. But it is another option. I will leave this at the default values for now. I now zoom in closer. We see that the result is not quite so perfect. Here we would have to make some improvements. I click on OK. Now the mask has been created for us. Then we create an adjustment layer. Select hue and saturation for this. Now we want to use our mask. I click on it with the left mouse button and drag it to the mask of the settings level. I fade in the other layers again. Now I can control the colors of the pillow. This would be the workflow to work with Cryptomattes in Photoshop. Now let's do the same thing in Affinity Photo. Unfortunately, the pure Cryptomatte file do not work in Affinity Photo 2.1. There is no plugin yet, so I will show you an alternative. When we open an EXR file in Affinity Photo, the individual channels are created as separate layers. I will hide the RGB layer. Here we see the beauty image. It was divided into blue, green and red. I will hide these. Our Cryptomatte layer is divided into 3 channels. We get the colored Cryptomatte when we put the layers back together. But we could also work with these individual layers for object selection. For example, I select Cryptomatte blue. We could now work with the usual tools. I will use the Fluid Select tool, set the tolerance to 2 and select some objects. You can do this with the other layers too, of course. Now I want to show you how to create the colored Cryptomatte. And to do that we need the channels. I drag this panel to the page. If you don't see channels, you can show them again. Go to Window and then to Channels. Here above you see 4 channels. One's red, green and blue and an alpha channel. And each individual layer, of course, has 3 channels plus an alpha. We will take the Cryptomatte blue layer and load the image into a new channel. We do that with all the Cryptomatte layers. And finally, we merge them into one image. Let's start with the blue layer of the Cryptomatte. We want to load this layer into a color channel. I will choose any channel now. Press the right mouse button at the blue channel. Select Create Spar Channel to load the layer into the blue channel. Then I activate the next layer. Press the right mouse button at the red channel, select Create Spar Channel again. We do the same with the last layer. I can also take the green channel again. Now we have created 3 channels. Green channel, blue channel, red channel. Now let's put the 3 together. To do this, we will create a new pixel layer. Here we see the pixel layer. We go to the first channel. I press the right mouse button. The pixel layer must be selected. And select Load to Pixel Blue. Then I go to the next channel. Here is the green layer. With a right click, I select Load to Pixel Green. Finally, we take the red layer. Here I choose Load to Pixel Red. In the pixel layer, all three channels are present. Everything is still black because the pixel alpha channel is black. The layer is completely hidden. Press the right mouse button. The background is set to white. With a right click, I choose Fill. And the Cryptomatte becomes visible. Now we have the same result as in the rendering. Now we can make a selection normally. Let's use the Flute Select tool. For example, select the cushion, hide the Cryptomatte layer, fade in the actual rendering again, navigate down, short jump, you can still adjust the mask of course. For this we can click on Refine. Here we can see the parameters for Refine. I don't want to go into the settings now. Instead, let's navigate to the settings layer. I will now select HSL. Recolor the cushion. Let's take some color. Then I fade that out again. We can also repaint the couch. Deactivate the selection with Ctrl and D. Selecting the couch, select the RGB layer. Create a new adjustment layer, use HSL again. Choose any other color. Then we are ready so far. Here we still have to rework. I rendered this in pretty poor quality. The resolution is also way too small. Now you have a rough overview of how to work with Cryptomattes. Let's assume the high quality rendering took about 2 hours. If the client wants changes later, for example, if you want me to dim the light a little on the right side, or if you want me to adjust the brightness of the main light, or if I need to change the colors of certain lights, then of course I have to change that in Cinema 4D and completely re-render. So I would like to show you a workflow for making these changes in Photoshop as well without having to re-render the whole thing. So let me show you very briefly how this scene is set up. I'm going to turn off all the lights. Then once here we have the key light. Then once we have the fill light, and then we have the 2 rim lights here. Once here from the right and once here from the left side. It's relatively easy to understand how this works by rendering each light source as a separate layer and then reassembling them in Photoshop. Then in each individual layer we can say how strong we want it to be visible. So now we have to define which light source should be in which plane or which light sources should be combined. So let me click on the key light and then we will just go to the Details tab. Then you will see AOV light group here. Then you can put this one light source in a group or you can put it in a layer. This might give you a little better idea. I'm going to add new light group and then you can just name those. I'm just going to call this layer or this group key. And then I'm going to go to the fill light. I'm doing the exact same thing here. Now I see our key light already here as an extra group. That means if I were to click on key here now, I would now put the fill light in the key light group. And so we can easily put multiple light sources into groups as well. And so I'm going to add new light group and say fill here now, just call it like the light source. Then I do the same thing with rim light right. Here we go to the add new light group and say rim light here as well. And then we will do the same thing here as well. I could also put the 2 rim lights together, but I would quite like to have more control. That's why I'm creating a new layer here now. And now do the exact same thing here and call this rim left. So now, of course, we want these individual lights to be rendered as a layer here. We will do that again using the AOVs, using the multipasses. So now I'm going to go up here to Redshift. So I'm going to into my AOV manager now. Then I just select the beauty pass here now. So we will press double on that. So if I click on the beauty pass here and then look to the right side, I see the light groups category here. Also all my light sources or my individual light groups that we just defined. So now I can set here which light groups I would like to have rendered. Now I could just put any check marks here as to what layers I want in here in this beauty pass. But I can now also just select all light groups up here. This will render all light sources as an extra layer. That's all we need to do now. Then I can close these windows already. So now I'm going to go back to my render settings. And then I will now specify a path here under multipass images, of course. I now select format OpenEXR and the deep 32-bit channel and also multi-layer file so that all these lights layers are also written to a file. So that's all I need to do. I'm going to start rendering now. The rendering is done now. It looks completely different now, but we are not supposed to care about that for now. Then we now have the EXR file. Now, if I open it in Photoshop, this is what it looks like. Then we have all the layers here. Then we can first delete the top two here. One's here RGB. I'm going to drag this right into the trash can and also beauty RGB. And now we have the 4 individual layers from our light sources. Once again, the fill light. Then we have the key light. And we have the rim left and rim right light. So now if I click on all the layers, select all of them at the same time. And at the top here, change the crossfade mode to linear dodge. Then we can now manipulate the highlights in this image afterwards. Let's take the 2 rim lights at the same time. Turn on the intensity of the opacity. This gives us wonderful control over these individual layers. We can just readjust the fill light. We can readjust the entire light in the scene. So now let's pull the whole thing to the side a little bit. And then we will see if we take a look at the whole thing here now that we can now see a difference here overall. I'm going to check again real quick to make sure I've got everything at 100%. Then we see that there is a little difference here from the brightness and from the colors. There are not so many colors in the materials. Of course, that's because of the 3D model itself, but we can see that it's not 100% identical. We can see that here, for example, the highlight here is a little flatter than it was in our rendering. I would quite like to show you now how to fix this problem. This is because we don't have ACES color management enabled in Photoshop. To make this work, we need to install the OpenColor.io plugin in Photoshop. I will fade that in for a moment where you can find the plugin. To do that, go to the OpenColor.io website. And then you just go here to get started, and then you can go further down and then you can pick the appropriate version. In our case, we need the plugin for Photoshop. Let's click on Adobe Photoshop and there you will find the plugin. Download this and install it on your computer. So the first thing you're going to do is going to the first layer. Then you go up here to Filter, then click on Convert for Smart Filters. Then click on Filter again. Then you go to the plugin you just mentioned. Then click on OpenColor.io, then go to Configuration. Click on Custom, then you find your OCIO file on disk. If you have installed Redshift, you will find the necessary file under Program Data, Redshift Data, OCIO. Exactly this config file. Select that, then click Open. Then click on Display right here. Then you set input space to ACES ZG. Display, there's only this one to choose from anyway, sRGB, and then under View you set it all to ACES 1.0 SDR video. Then you click on OK. So afterwards you have to do the whole thing again. You go back to Filter, so you're still staying on the first layer. Now you're going back down to OpenColor.io, recall the whole thing again, and then you do the exact same game. Click Custom again, then already automatically comes back here the config file. We click on that. Let's click Open here as well. Now you're going to set it all to Convert. Then you go to Input Space and you set that to sRGB. Set Output Space to Scene Linear Rec 709 sRGB. So now click on OK. And now this layer looks exactly like it does in Cinema 4D. I can drag this window over here for a moment. Let's check it out. So that's now here on my fill layer. Let's set the very briefly back to normal here so we can compare. Hide everything here for a moment for safety. So that's the fill layer with a smart filter and the things just set. So then I will drag the window over here, pulling that over to the side a little bit. So that was the light fill now, and fade out all other light sources here for a moment. I will close the rendering here for a moment. And then I will just take our window here for a moment. And let's pull up Photoshop here. So then we see now the layer actually looks exactly like the rendering. So let's move on. Go back to Photoshop. Now we need to do the exact same thing for all the other layers. I know this is a bit of a pain, is a bit of work, but you will be rewarded with it just looking like it does in the rendering. In Photoshop it will look as it did in Redshift. We hide the layer, we repeat this, we click on the next layer, we navigate to the filter section above, go to convert for smart filters, then we go back to filters, then go down here to Color IO, go back to Open Color IO, going to custom, select the file again, then go to display, click on input space at the top here, switch the whole thing to ACCG. We can leave the whole thing here now. These are the settings from earlier. So we click OK. Now we do the whole game again. Go to filter, color IO, go back to custom, go to convert, select the file, then we go to convert, and there we change input space up here to sRGB. And scene linear rec, and then again we click OK. There we go, and now this layer also looks exactly like it does in Cinema 4D. This is the key light. Let's compare the two results here as well. So let's go ahead and activate the key light, turn off all other light sources. Let's pull up Photoshop here, and we can see that it is 100% identical. That's quite a bit of busy work, very annoying, but unfortunately it has to be done. There are, of course, other ways. I will show you where to find the information in a moment, also where I got this information from, what I'm doing here. So we do exactly the same thing. Let's click on filter again. Let's go back to convert for smart filters. Then we go back to filters. And then we go back down here to open color IO. Select the whole thing. Up here we go back to custom. Select our config OCIO again. Then we go to display. Switch to ACCG here. ACES 1.0 SDR video is already selected. Let's click OK again. Then we go back to filter. Once again, the same thing. And then we will rearrange this again. Reselect the file. Go back to convert and take sRGB again. Confirm the whole thing. Let's compare that for a moment as well. Now that's the rim light from the left side. We will fade that in as well. That's also identical now. This is working fine. Last lap. And here is for this layer. So we are going back to filters, go to convert for smart filter again. Then we go back to filter. Let's go to open color IO. So then we will select our config file here again. So then we go to display, then we switch it all back to ACCG, click OK again, select the plugin one last time, set custom and select the file, switch to convert again, sRGB and click OK. A final comparison. This is the rim light from the right side. Let's go to Cinema 4D. Enable rim right. Also, this is absolutely identical. Now let's stay in Photoshop. We activate all the lights. Set the fade mode to linear dodge. Now we can go wild. For example, I could still tone down the rim light a bit. To do that, I will just adjust the visibility of the layer. Then we are ready so far. The workflow is a bit annoying, quite a bit of clicking. I'm still showing where I got the workflow from. You can find this in Redshift's documentation under Compositing with Aces. Here you choose the chapter Aces in Photoshop. Here's also the link to the plugin. Here is the direct link to the workflow just shown. Here are again all shown workflow steps listed. I will just fold this in here. Then you see another workflow here working with LUTs. You are also welcome to try this workflow. So that's it now in this movie. I know the workflow is very time consuming and technical. Imagine a render with even more layers. I don't think you want to imagine that. Like to try out the other workflow as well. If you have any other ideas, feel free to write. In this video I show you a simple workflow to integrate 3D objects into an image. The goal is to make the 3D model look like it really exists in the image. For this I use images from background.com. On the home page we scroll all the way down. There are 360-degree HDR images with matching backgrounds. There you can register and get started right away with the starter pack. You will notice that there are different resolutions of the images. For example, there is one with 10K and a lower resolution with 1K. There's also matching HDR that is very high resolution and 312 megabytes. This HDR offers many exposure levels and there is also a 4K version. Of course, there are other providers for such files, such as hdrhub.com. You can also download free material with a suitable background here. There are also package deals. They're at reasonable prices. Now we are going to start directly in Cinema 4D. In Cinema 4D, we will create a standard Redshift camera. In the camera settings, we select Background. We click on Override and upload our background image. I decide to use the image with a lower resolution. I drag it into the designated path and view it through the camera. The image looks a bit distorted, so it's important to use the right resolution. More precisely 1500 per 1127 pixels. I enter this resolution in the output settings. This should fix the distortion. Now I would like to adjust the perspective. For this I will just use a surface. You can use any 3D model of your choice, for example a car. I also add a sphere and position it on the surface. To make the sphere rounder, I increase the number of segments in the object settings. I guess the focal length under object is about 50. If you work with photographers or have camera data, you can make more precise adjustments. I roughly adjust the perspective. The corner of the face should roughly match this mark. While doing this, I also note the horizon line. I adjust it again. This already looks quite fitting. Next, I want to add the HDR image. To do this, I will go to the light sources. I select the dome light. I navigate to Object. Under Texture, I load the HDR image. I choose the lower resolution version for performance reasons. Of course, you can also use the high resolution version to view the HDR in the background. Navigating back to my camera. Under Background, I briefly disable the current background. I rotate the HDR to inspect it more closely. It looks good at first glance, however it does not match the original background image. A comparison shows that the road looks different in HDR. The HDR was taken from a different angle than the background image. If I zoom in closer, I see a fence and a road leading to a skyscraper. When I rotate the HDR, I see the same fence. It's right here, and I recognize the traffic signs as well. In HDR, we are looking at the signs from behind, while in the original background image, they are seen from the front. The HDR appears to have been taken at about the center of the road or median. Presumably between these 2 points. It doesn't match the background image perfectly, but it will probably do. I still expect a good result. If the image had been taken closer, the reflection would have been ideal. However, we will do our best to make the best use of the available material. I am aligning the image so that the skyscraper are visible in the background. I position it so that the skyscrapers are central. I make sure the picture is not crooked. Then I check the coordinates. I set the values for P and B to 0. After that, I fade the camera back in. I navigate to background and click on override. Then I start the rendering. I open Redshift, continue in render view. I select the appropriate window. I position it sideways to get a better view. After that, I start the render process. Finally, I adjust the HDR a bit. To look at the shadow cast properly, I zoom in closer. This helps us to better assess the situation. The shadow cast becomes clearly visible, especially at the tree where the light hits. You also notice the sharp edge of light there. Additionally, you can see the shadows of the plants. This allows us to adjust the light so that it is parallel. I briefly zoom in on the ground area and scale it up a bit. The sphere seems to float, so I adjust its position. In the coordinates, it is at 105. I set it to 100, though that it rests on the ground. I rotate the image to get a parallel line. The rendered image looks different than expected. This is due to the ASUS color management system. I disable color management to get more consistent results. To do this, I navigate to the settings in the render view. I select color management. Under view, I set it to untone map, so turn off color management. Now it looks similar to the original image. I'm closing the settings again. Next, I want to hide the ground and make only the shadow visible in the background image. This will help us better evaluate the overall image. That's pretty simple. I click on the tab and open the context menu with the right mouse button. I select render tags. Then I go to the Redshift object tag. I click on matte. Then click on override. I check enable to hide the top. And still enable the shade. I also want a drop shadow similar to the one in the background image. I achieve this with an infinite light. The light source must be properly aligned. It is visible that the light hits the sphere from the right. I take the light and turn it. I position it so it comes from behind. I direct the light upward to create a drop shadow. I adjust the position further to get a harmonious shadow gradient. I enlarge the top a little more. This way I can see more of the shadow. I adjust the window size. The top could be a little bigger. The shade didn't have enough room. I adjust the light to match the shadow cast. The window may appear too large. I turn the light down further. This way the shadow is quite okay. Actually, the shadow looks very sharp. In reality, a shadow runs softer. First sharp, then gradually blurrier. I simulate this effect by adjusting the infinite light settings. To do this, I navigate to the Details tab. Under softness, I adjust the shadow with a slider. This softens the shadow. For more contrast in the shadow, I increase the light intensity. I go to the light settings. Under object, I increase the intensity. For example, I set it to 5. That looks better already. This is quite okay. Now we want to analyze how the environment affects our material. The easiest way to check this is to put a specular material on the sphere. To do that, we go to the materials at the top. With a double click, we create a normal standard material. We drag this material directly onto the sphere. We open the material. Then we navigate to the settings on the right. Here I set the AOR value completely to 0. And the roughness to 0 as well for a perfect reflection. Now we notice two problems. The hues of the HDR are reflected and the gray area is visible. Ideally, the road should be reflected and also not so saturated colors. Here are several ways to adjust this. The easiest way is to click on the dome light. Go to tab Object, adjust the saturation, maybe to 50%, that should fit. Maybe we also need to adjust the intensity, for example, to 3. That looks better already. We could reduce the saturation even further, at about 30%, that integrates it better. Next, we want the bottom to be reflected. Just like on the real road, that can be done quickly. We create a standard material again and put it on the top. The material is replaced with a specular material. Now we open the newly created material. Double click to open the node editor. I want to use the texture of the road or background. I want to project the image directly onto the top. The image should reflect as if it were coming from the top. To achieve this, we navigate to the left side of the menu. There we select texture where we find a specific node. This is the camera map node where we can project the texture based on the camera perspective onto a geometry. We connect this node directly to the base color of our ground material. Using out color, I drag it onto the color option. At first, the texture is displayed in black since it has not been assigned yet. I click on the node, go to settings. Under path, I load the desired image. I select the background image already in use. I drag it into the designated field. The result already shows the first changes. Now I want to make sure that the right camera is used for the projection. I scroll down further. Here I can select the camera. Here I can select the camera either without the picker or I drag it in here. This fits like this. The result looks good. Now I return to the settings of my ball material. We click once on the material. I go to the AOR value and click on Reset to Default. Under roughness, we use the default value of 0.2. Let's try a different color. For example, a bright red. Now let's adjust some more settings to make the rendering more realistic. First, I want the material to be reflected on the ground. Not only the reflection, but also the color should affect the floor through the global illumination. We achieve this setting simply by using the object tag. We simply increase the value for diffuse scale. This will transfer the red color to the ground. This can be seen a bit in the back. Next, we add a reflection on the ground. For this we use the reflection scale. This means that the reflection on the ground is set depending on the material. Using the reflection scale, we regulate the intensity of the ground reflection. In this scene, it doesn't make sense yet. It makes sense on wet roads. Therefore, I remove this effect from the scene for now. Another detail that stands out is the irradiation of the bright area here. This is caused by the light of infinite light. I go to the infinite light, to the details section. We set the strength of the reflection under reflection. Under reflection, I could remove this value, for example. This would cause this bright area to no longer be present in our rendering. So far, these are the changes we have made to the various settings. Now we want to start the rendering and render it in two parts. Only render out the sphere and its shadow. After that, we compose this in Photoshop to conveniently swap out the background. Let's click on RGB at the top of this button. Let's switch to the alpha channel, which is currently completely white, but this results in a useless alpha channel in pure white. Now we need an alpha channel. To do this, we go to the Redshift object tag. There at the bottom, we see an option called Matte. Under Shadow, we also select Effects Alpha. Now we have an alpha mask for the ground, our object, and the shadow. This is perfect for further use. Now we want to cut out the background. With this, we can just paste this into Photoshop. To do this, we simply go back to the Redshift camera. Then go to the background section here. There, yes, we have selected the background image. There we can go under color right down here to alpha. And then we can pull on this slider here, and so we can also cut out the background image completely. So then we are almost done so far, and now we could render the whole thing out. Then we would have a wonderful alpha channel here. So I will switch it back to RGB mode, and then we will go to the render settings. I'm not turning anything on here yet from the setting. Let's leave it all on standard here as far as quality goes here. So we are going to save up here. So the most important thing you need to make sure of now is that you also have alpha channel enabled. You're not doing multipasses here now. I'm going to disable that. Then we take now her times under format, quite simple, times PSD. There we go, then path. Now specify another depth of 16 bits here. Here above, I specify path, where to store the whole thing. Let's just click on render, then let's go to the layer here. And now we can see here, if we switch to single pass, the alpha channel. Let's open this up in Photoshop. Here we have our normal rendering now. When I go to channels, I see the alpha channel. Then I press Ctrl A to select everything. I use Ctrl and C to copy this alpha channel to the clipboard. Then we go back to RGB. I will cancel the alpha channel. I go to my levels. I create a mask at the bottom. I press the Alt key and click inside the mask. Press Ctrl and V. I return to the mask. Then we see how the object is punched out with the matching shadow. And last but not least, we add our background image. We drag the background image directly into the file. We place it accordingly. And then we just place this layer underneath. So now we see our rendering above it. Now I can apply different effects here. For example, changes to saturation and hue. I can change the hue to match the image. Of course, we will only let these adjustment effects the bottom layer. With that, we are basically done. Now we can adjust everything to our liking, as is common in Photoshop. I can even mask out this shadow to leave its color unchanged. Now we have seen how we can render a 3D object into an image relatively quickly. Each rendering or beauty image consists of different components. This includes, for example, the highlights, then the reflections, a shadow, then the global illumination, the background image, or possibly refraction if we had glass materials, or subsurface scattering if we were working with materials with subsurface scattering, a diffuse channel containing the chromaticity or texture, We can render these individual channels or layers separately, and then recompose them in another program like Photoshop or After Effects to get the beauty image again at the end. The advantage of applying this is that we can still manipulate the individual layers after rendering. We could adjust the reflection strength, for example. We could strengthen it or weaken it. We can adjust the shadow afterwards. We can even add textures to the diffuse channel afterwards. We don't need to re-render the image to do this. We can decompose the rendering into its components. We can do that with the AOV manager. Here we have all the components of an image available. I have already added the described AOVs. On the left side, we see all the channels we can render. We take only the ones we can see in the image. Let's start with diffuse lighting. I'm going to turn on diffuse lighting so we can see that. Now this is just the chromaticity of our material being illuminated by the light. Then we have the highlights here. We take a look at that as well. This is this channel here. Then we have a global illumination channel, then a reflection channel, and then a shadow channel. We can render these AOVs individually and put them back together. Then we get the final image again. For this, we go to the render presets. We go to save, go to multipass image. Here I have already assigned a name. I use OpenEXR 32-bit for the example. Enable multi-layer file, layer name as suffix, and up here I have enabled the alpha channel. So we have an alpha channel in the image. Save, we don't have to activate for this. Then we want to render that directly. I will click on layer and then on single layer. Now we see the different layers or channels. We open the file in Photoshop. We drag the EXR file to Photoshop. We should have split alpha enabled. This will create an additional alpha layer for us. I will leave it disabled so we can see what happens next. The alpha channel is then already taken into account when the rendering is calculated. This looks a bit strange and the alpha channel is not presented separately in the file. Closing the image, open the file again. This time I activate split alpha so we get one layer for the alpha channel. Above we have the final result. We can use this as a good reference. Just below the layer we see the alpha channel as a layer. Then we have diffuse lighting, GI, reflections, shadows, and specular lighting. I will fade all of that back in. Now we sort the layers to compose the beauty image from them. I deactivate RGB and alpha channel and copy shadows directly under alpha. I fade that out and put diffuse lighting all the way down. The other three layers with GI, reflections and specular lighting I changed from blend mode to linear dodge or add. And now I want to mask out these four layers with the alpha mask. To do this, I create a group from the four layers. I press Ctrl and G, then I go to the alpha channel. Activate this by pressing Ctrl and clicking with the left mouse button, or just select this channel. Press Ctrl C to copy it to the clipboard. Go to my group, click Create Mask. Click into the mask with the Alt key pressed and insert the alpha channel. The quality is very poor, but that's not the point. It's just supposed to be about workflow. Then I deactivate the mask again. I press the Alt key, click again in the mask, and now we have the rendering isolated. In the mask, the rendering and the shadow are integrated. Next, we want to integrate the background image. I will pull that into Photoshop, position it and zoom in. Move the layer all the way down. Now we have inserted our rendering into the photo. Now we can still manipulate each layer. GI, I drag over diffuse lighting and create an adjustment layer. Now I can easily adjust the saturation and the hue. I use a different hue. I delete that again. We can reduce or eliminate the reflections. Or duplicate the layer with Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. This way you increase the mirroring, and with the opacity I can again control the strength of the reflection. I delete that again too. Now I would like to be able to set the shadow strength. This also works quite easily. To do this, I will create an adjustment layer that we will use to adjust the shadow. I use levels to control the tonal values. I drag this over the group. The shadow should now serve as a mask for the adjustment plane. We do the same as with the alpha channel. I press Ctrl. Click on the shadow channel and press Ctrl and C to copy that to the clipboard. Hide that, click in the mask of levels with Alt pressed. Then Ctrl and V and paste the selection into the mask. The quality is very poor, but never mind. Holding down the Alt key, I press into the mask. Now we can control the tonal values from this shadow layer. Of course, it would have been easier if we had rendered additional masks. For example, with a puzzle mat. Then we could have selected the ball directly. I will show this briefly in Cinema 4D. Here I would have activated the sphere. With the right mouse button, I would have added an object tag. Then I would have clicked on Override under Object ID and assigned ID 1. Then I would have gone to the AOVs. In the Redshift AOV manager, I would have created a puzzle mat. There I would have set the mode to Object ID. For the red channel, I would have assigned 1. After that, I would have rendered that. Then there would be the additional layer puzzle mat in the Photoshop file. With this layer, you could easily create a new alpha channel from the sphere. For this, we go to the puzzle mat, then to channels. I would go to the red channel. Holding down the Ctrl key, I click on the red channel and create me a new alpha channel with a button below. For demonstration, I click on RGB again. Then I go back to the layers. With Ctrl D, I select everything. I also deselect this layer briefly. Now I want to use the newly created alpha channel to change the color of the sphere. For that I go to the channels. Holding down the Ctrl key, I load the alpha channel by clicking on it. Again I click on the alpha channel, then back to the layers. Here I create a new adjustment layer. I take hue saturation. The selection is active at the moment. Now I create the adjustment layer. Now we automatically have a mask for the adjustment layer. I activate the adjustment layer and use the desired color value. In this video we saw how to achieve maximum control after rendering. To do this, we broke down the beauty image into its component parts. If we want to make life easier for ourselves, we create more masks at the same time. I have done this now only for the sphere. For many objects, we create all the necessary masks. With the extra AOVs, you have maximum influence on the final result. In this movie, I added additional balls with different materials to the scene from the previous movie. I want to show you how I set up my AOVs so that I can easily select and edit the objects in programs like Photoshop. To be able to easily select the objects in another program, I create a Cryptomatte AOV here. Therefore, I switch to Redshift. I open the AOV manager. I then navigate to my Cryptomatte path. I switch to Cryptomatte here. Still switching to bucket rendering. And we see that it works. With this, we can easily select objects. At the moment, this does not work with refractive materials. This means I can't create a mask for the middle sphere made of glass. Therefore, I switch back to the beauty path. Then I switch back to progressive rendering. Now I want to create a mask for the glass material, respectively for the sphere. I click with the right mouse button on this object. I select the Redshift render tags. Then I go to Redshift Object and navigate to Object ID. Here I assign the object ID number 1. In the glass material, we recognize a refraction. This is the red sphere in the background. In addition, there's a refraction from the large sphere. Therefore, I would like to create a mask for these as well. First, let's focus on the large sphere. I copy the tag we created earlier for this sphere. At the same time, I assign the object ID 2. Then I take the sphere that is behind the glass. I copy the tag for this sphere as well. Here I assign the object ID 3. We now create a puzzle mat. Going back to the AOV manager. In the left column, I select puzzle mat. I click on the AOV puzzle mat. At the top, I set the mode to object ID. There I enter the IDs 1, 2 and 3. After rendering, as expected, it looks exactly the same as before. We still need to activate this checkbox. With reflect and refract IDs, the glass material is included in the puzzle mat. I also activate this option. Now we can select the inner sphere as well as other objects, including the large and blue sphere in the refraction. By making a selection in the RGB channel, I can adjust the colors of the refractions. Now I can make a selection and change the colors in the refraction. Now we will switch back to the beauty path. I disable region rendering and go back to the progressive rendering. We now also want to select the small sphere inside the glass material. For this, I navigate to this sphere. I take the object tag and copy it for the small sphere. Then I assign the object ID number 4. Now we need an additional puzzle mat. I create another puzzle mat. Here I select object ID again. For the red channel, I assign the number 4. I render and switch to the puzzle mat. If I select this area, probably nothing will be displayed. I forgot to check the appropriate box for the puzzle mat. This should take the refractions into account. Now the sphere should be visible in the center. We can now close the window, switching back. In order not to bore you, I have already prepared some things. In the AOV manager, I added additional passes. Once shadows, global illumination, reflections, as well as specular and diffuse lighting. I start a rendering with diffuse lighting. In this pass, no light is coming from the small sphere in the glass object. Therefore, we need to adjust the secondary ray visibility in the diffuse lighting setting. We set this from disable to refraction and transparency. Then we find that the light affects refractions. So when we work with glass materials, we have to be careful to adjust this accordingly. The same is true for specular lighting. At the moment it looks like this. The light hits the glass material directly. A specular spot is created. However, we see nothing of the inner sphere. It is not illuminated in this pass. Therefore, I changed the secondary ray visibility to refraction and transparency. This makes the specular point visible in the refraction as well on the sphere. The same is true for the reflections. Switching to the reflections. There are currently no reflections in the sphere. Also not in the smaller sphere. I set the refraction and transparency again. This makes the reflections clearer. You can also see a slight reflections on the smaller sphere. It is similar with the global illumination. The inner sphere should get global illumination. I also changed the secondary ray visibility here. Now the global illumination is visible in the sphere and its refraction. I now return to the beauty pass. Next, let's look at some more AOVs. The two passes are still missing to get our overall picture. We still have additional materials. The glass material, the subsurface scattering material. So we need one pass for the refraction and one for the subsurface scattering. In subsurface scattering, we can also set the secondary ray visibility to refraction and transparency. I assume that we cannot see the sphere in the refraction of the glass material. Therefore, it is okay to leave this option disabled. Let's briefly consider these two passes. Here we see the subsurface scattering. This is the material used. Now let's switch to the refraction. Here we recognize our glass material and this pass. Let's go back to the beauty view. Now we want to render the whole thing. I will open the render settings. After that I go to save. I select multipass image and click on save. Then I enter the desired path. For the format I choose OpenEXR with 32-bit. Attention, even if we would select 16-bit, we will get a 32-bit EXR file. I will make sure that the alpha channel is enabled. Then I start the rendering. After the rendering is finished, we find two files on the disk, the Cryptomatte file and the actual rendered image. For the plugin, I make sure that split alpha is enabled. Let's still organize our layers. I will hide everything for now. Then I select the diffuse lighting pass. I move this pass down and activate it. Above that, we place the specular lighting. Then comes the subsurface scattering. Then the refraction and reflections of the glass. And finally, the global illumination. Let's activate all these layers. The exact order above the diffuse lighting is not important. I click on all layers above diffuse lighting, navigate up to the blending modes, and set it to linear dodge. Next, I select all the objects or layers in this group. With Ctrl G, I group them. Now we want to apply a mask to it. I will briefly demonstrate two methods. First, a method that does not provide the best quality. For this, I navigate to the alpha level. By pressing Ctrl and left mouse button, I select everything. With Ctrl C, I copy it to the clipboard and then hide it. Afterwards, I go to my group, create a mask and hold down the Alt key. And click into the mask, paste the copied content and deactivate it. With the Alt key and left mouse button, everything appears correct at first sight. Now I add the background image. Position it. Now move it all the way down. The other layers are above it. An unsightly transition is visible. A distinct edge is visible. This results from the uncleanly applied mask because I used this layer. I would like to present a method that provides a clean result. I create a copy of the whole. To do this, I hold down the Alt key. I position the copy directly below for comparison. I hide the upper layer. I remove the mask, pulling it into the trash, and confirm with delete. Now I apply the approved method. I click on the alpha channel or layer. At the bottom, fade everything out, switching to the color channels. Here I see red, green and blue. It is irrelevant which channel one selects. I click on green. Hold down the Control key. This is how I load the green channel into the selection. Below I create an alpha channel from this channel. Now it is visible. I click on the alpha channel. For this I hold down Control key. Now we have selected the alpha channel. At the top I activate RGB again. I switch back to the layers. I fade in the upper layer again. Now I navigate to the copy. I click on the group and create a new mask. Will the mask be transferred directly to this group? I will blend the background image down here. We can see that the alpha mask is pretty perfect compared to what we first created. Let me demonstrate with the old method. We recognize and pronounce hem at the edge. Now I will delete this entire group. Now our objects are cleared. So we can easily access and select the individual objects. We would like to create some more alpha channels, for example, to select the glass sphere. Or maybe to recolor. As needed, we could recolor the inner sphere or the individual objects, or the colors in the refraction. If we would recolor the big sphere blue, would also change the color of the refraction. For this purpose, we have created a puzzle mat. We navigate to the puzzle mat, going to the associated channels. Here we have the red channel, the green channel and the blue channel. From these channels we now create an alpha channel. We click on the red channel, load this into memory or selection with the Control key, and create an alpha channel from it. Then we do the same with the next one. We click on the green channel and use the Control key again and create another alpha channel. We click on the blue channel, press the Control key, create a blue channel based on the blue color. Then we navigate back to RGB. At the bottom we now have various alpha channels at our disposal. We now hide these. We then return to the layers. Now we also want to create an alpha channel for the central sphere. This refers to this puzzle mat, so we are activating it. Then we switch to the channels. We had assigned this sphere to the red channel. So I select the red channel by means of the Control key. There we also create an alpha channel. We go back to RGB and switch again. So we have created some useful masks. With these we can easily color the objects. Next we deal with the Cryptomattes. We have a separate layer for this. However, this is not necessary in this example. We have a separate file. More precisely about this Cryptomatte file, I drag the file next to it and make sure I have the Cryptomatte mask option enabled. After that I confirm with OK. If I do it this way, I get the already known result. The disadvantage is that I have to create an alpha channel for each plane. Alternatively, I could use the selection seen earlier and set it as a mask. However, we have found that this does not always produce optimal results, but there is a way to improve it. I close the current window and go back to the options. Then I import the file into Photoshop again. This time I select the option Transparent under Cryptomatte Masks. This directly masks individual passes for me. I no longer have to create each mask individually, they are perfect immediately. Now we see several white layers. Each object is masked with a white color. The special thing is that I only have to hold the Control key so I can select any layer. This gives me a precise selection of that plane. I group all the renderings. For this I press Ctrl G. I name this group Crypto. Then I copy the entire layer, or rather the entire folder. This I paste into my rendering. I center it with the Shift key. I hide the group. Nevertheless, I can hold down the Control key and select every single object. This is very efficient and fast. The best is coming right now. I want to select the front sphere, which has a depth of field. I will look for the matching layer for a moment. I'm going to show this layer briefly so that I can select it directly. At the top, I will select Auto Select and click on it. This is the layer I'm looking for. I fade out everything for a moment. I activate this by pressing the Control key. Thus I have made the selection. I fade out everything again. Now I add another adjustment layer. I select the saturation. I take this layer and move it down. Change the color. Then I adjust the saturation a little bit. Maybe I should remove it from the group, then it works better. You can see that the color change is perfect. Although you can see a visible blur in the rendering. Now we have many layers and masks for our objects. I'd suggest to select the layers we don't need. For example, alpha, Cryptomattes. I group the two puzzle mats with Ctrl and G. Afterwards I hide them. There's also our shadow pass. I would like to use that one as well. With this we adjust the shadows in the tonal values. We have already done that. I'm not going to go through this again now. This selection would result in lower quality. I will load this selection into an adjustment layer. I will now access the channels again. For this I hold down the Control key. I click on RGB at the top. Then I go down and create an alpha channel from the selection. After that I switch back to my layers. Here I create a new adjustment layer. To edit the shadow I choose levels. With this I can adjust the tonal values. I move the layer directly under shadows. I click on the shadows layer, add it to the group. Likewise the RGB color layer. I add these directly to the group. Here we also have a few layers that we don't need right now. I move this one all the way to the bottom. At the top I now have the levels layer directly. Here I can adjust the tonal values of the shadow. What else can we find in our file? At the top is the layer or group Cryptomattes. Opening the group. Now I can select any object with the Control key. Under channels I can access individual objects. Here I can control the color of the refractions. When I change the color of the sphere, the color in the refraction also changes. Let's test this once. I choose the big ball and switch to the layers. With Ctrl and left click I selected this channel. Then I go to the adjustment layer. We go to hue and saturation. Here I can change the color of the sphere, for example. Let's choose a red tone. We should increase the saturation. You can see that the color changes in the refraction at the same time. I move this adjustment layer further down. This is for a better clarity. If you don't want to lose the setting levels, I would recommend you to save the file in PSD format. Let me demonstrate. I select File, then Save As, and save it as a Photoshop file. We will see that the Photoshop file is 120 megabyte. The EXR file is much smaller at 49.4 megabyte. The Cryptomatte file has a size of 4 megabyte, 41 megabyte. A disadvantage of working with Photoshop files in the 32-bit mode is that these files are generally much larger than EXR files. When I save the file as EXR, I select EXR and name it Render EXR. This helps us to distinguish the files. Then I click on Save. In a moment, a dialog of a plugin appears. We can confirm everything like this. Let's click on Write. We will notice that the save process takes longer than saving with Photoshop. I'm going to close the file now. I'm going to switch over here. We can see that the file is smaller than the Photoshop file. Here we have 72 megabyte compared to the previous 120 megabyte. If I want to open the file, I drag it in directly without activating anything. Let's click on Open. Let's notice that all the setting layers have disappeared. Likewise, the folder structure. All layers are stacked on top of each other. I will close this again and open it again, pulling the file back in. At the bottom, I activate Create Layer Groups. The layers are all arranged differently. The Cryptomattes are grouped according to a certain pattern. Here you can see some groupings. The adjustment layers are not present. The masks are down here. This is the reason why I would recommend you to save the file as a Photoshop file. This way we can continue to work on the file at any time. I will open the Photoshop file again. Now we have everything as we saved it. Now you can continue working on the image. Some tools that are available in 16 or 32-bit are not accessible. There are also some adjustment layers that do not work. Some tools, such as Magic Wand tool, are not available. To access this tool, you need to switch to 16-bit. Before converting, I would make a copy of the original. You go to Image in the menu, then to Mode, switches to 16-bit. We decide whether to keep the layers or not. When I select Don't Merge, the colors are no longer displayed correctly. With Ctrl+C, I undo the change, repeat the process, go to Image, select Mode and then 16-bit. Now I click on Merge. All layers are then merged. We can now see a color change. We can also enable or disable preview. It shows that everything is compressed and put on one layer. The colors change, which is to be expected, of course. Now I want it to look like it did before, so we'll change the method here to exposure and gamma. This leads to the desired result. If I now click on OK, the final result is displayed on the plane. The special thing is, I have all the tools of Photoshop available in 16-bit and have all alpha channels available for selection under Channels. Perhaps I shouldn't have taken that action. I will undo the whole thing with Ctrl+Z. I wouldn't necessarily use adjustment layers here to make adjustments unless it is desired, because I would make such adjustments in the final version. This is just to mask out individual render elements. So let's repeat the process. I select Image, then navigate to Mode, select 16-bit, then Merge. Above I change the method to exposure and gamma, confirm with OK, And with that we are done. Now we can work with the alpha channels without any problems. That's it so far for this topic. Next, let's look at some more AOVs and how to use them efficiently. This time I introduce more AOVs and explain how to use them. For this movie I use the shader ball scene and a Redshift material above, just in case you skipped the movie. For the shader ball I use the material Ceramic Smooth. This is from the asset browser. Now I will switch to Redshift to the AOV manager. We know that a rendering consists of different AOVs, such as global illumination, diffuse lighting, reflections, specular lighting, global illumination, plus refraction and others. These passes combined in a compositing tool give the final image. Some passes can be further divided. This greatly increases our flexibility. I will demonstrate this using the diffuse lighting multipass as an example. We know this one already. I'm going to pull this pass here now. Now show me the rendering of this. Next, we see that in this pass, the light information is rendered along with the texture. We can split this pass into the diffuse filter. Let's take a look at the diffuse filter. Here we see now only the pure texture without light information. We also have the diffuse lighting raw pass available. Here we look at the image without texture, only with the lighting information. Now I would like to render this result. After that I will open Photoshop. I save the render in AXR format. In Photoshop, 4 layers await us. Starting with the top layer RGB, we can remove these directly. We then have the familiar diffuse lighting pass. I will move this one to the top. Now we have the pass with the texture and light information. Let's leave this one hidden for now. In the following we have the diffuse filter, which only shows the pure texture. Finally we have the diffuse lighting raw layer. Here only the lighting information is displayed. Now we intend to restore the state of the diffuse lighting pass. We select the diffuse filter. Then we go to the adjustment layer or to the blending modes. There we set everything to multiply. I go to Solo at the top by holding down the Alt key. We switch between views. Let's take a look at the diffuse lighting pass, inverting the views. Now we see the lower layers. We see no difference so far. We have now seen the setup of diffuse lighting. We combine diffuse filter and diffuse lighting raw. Now we return to Cinema 4D. Next we want to split the global illumination. Normally we just use the pure global illumination as an additional pass. I'm going to show that now. Here we have the texture information along with the global illumination for the light distribution. However, now we can split the global illumination once into the light information. I will insert global illumination raw here. I'm going to change this to GI raw. Now we only see the light distribution of the global illumination. Unlike diffuse illumination, we don't have a separate pass for the GI filter. This is because the GI pass uses the texture of the diffuse filter. Therefore, we do not find a separate pass here. Now I will take the GI pass and delete it again. So we are left with just the GI raw pass and render that again. Then I open that up in Photoshop. I take the new rendering, place it next to the old one. From this I want to use the GI raw pass. I am dragging this directly onto our old rendering. I will place this one on top. We offset this pass with the other layers. The quality is not so good, but it is not so important now. I will take this new pass and move it down. Now I want to combine this new path with diffuse lighting. To do this, I select diffuse lighting and change the blend mode at the top to linear dodge or add. This has added global illumination to our image. Now we return to Cinema 4D. Next, let's look at how we can decompose the reflections into their component parts. For the reflections, we have two available paths. One's reflections. Let's take a look at what it looks like. Here we see the ambient reflections without the influences of the light sources. Let's go back. Then we have specular lighting. Here we see, as the name suggests, the reflections from the light sources. Going back for a moment, so we can visualize and understand this better, I also added a dome light with an HDR for fun. In this dome light, I increased the specularity significantly. Under reflection, I have set the settings to 10. This causes the HDR to be reflected in the sphere. I fade in the reflection path. We don't see the reflections of the HDR, only the surroundings. Switching to specular lighting. Then we see the reflection of the HDR. I increase the brightness of this HDR significantly. I go to the dome light. Go to Object and increase the intensity. I exaggerate a bit to lighten the image significantly. This, of course, illuminates all the surrounding area. I'm now going to switch to reflections. Now we see much more in this path, as the surrounding area is much more illuminated. Switching to specular lighting. This also allows us to see the reflection of the HDR much more intensely. This is the difference between reflections and specular lighting. Now we delete the two passes. Now we can split the individual reflections as well. Let's deactivate the dome light. Here on the left side we have the reflections filter. Let's use this and take a look. Now let's use the reflection filter and see only a white color. This is exactly the same result in the material. I have added a standard material. If we click on it, it will exactly match the color of the reflection. We can change the color here. This corresponds to this color. Therefore, we could make color changes in Photoshop or another compositing tool and thereby also change the reflection color afterwards. So now we have the next path. Here we have the reflection raw path. In this path, as expected, we see only the pure reflection. Sorry, I just selected refraction. That was not intentional. I meant to select reflection raw. Here is the correct selection. With reflection raw, we see only the pure ambient reflection. And finally, we also saw the same path as before. Specular lighting, which I can't split up any further. In this path, we see the reflection of all light sources. Now we will render the whole thing and merge it in Photoshop. In Photoshop I added all three AOVs. Once reflection raw, then reflection filter and specular lighting. I now switch to reflection raw. Where now we see color nuances in the ambient reflection. Of course we can change this color scheme. We could do this via an adjustment layer or colorize it in some other way. We could also add an additional reflection color by adding a reflection filter layer. To do this, I select reflection raw and change the blending mode to multiply. This offsets the two layers. I can change the color, perhaps using an adjustment layer or another layer. Now I can adjust the reflection as I like. If I take the brush and select a color, I can influence the reflection directly. Here I have complete creative freedom. We offset these two levels with multiply. I group them with Ctrl G. Name the group reflection. Then we drag the specular layer up. We change the blending mode to add. This offsets the layers. Now I can do the manipulations I want. I can reduce the opacity to reduce the highlights of the light sources. This way we don't see the specularity of the light sources as much. I set the opacity back to 100%. Now we merge everything together. To do this, I go to the reflection group. Let's set the blending mode to linear dodge or add. Now we have merged everything together. This means I can control the reflections of the light sources and the environment separately. Let's go back to Cinema 4D. To help explain what follows, I have added 3 spheres of materials. One has a subsurface scattering material, one has a translucency, and one has a glass material. The translucency material renders faster than the subsurface scattering material. To create a translucency material, I go into the material. I activate the thin walled option in the geometry. The parameters radius, scale, and anisotropy are deactivated. Thus, the light transmission can be controlled only by the weight parameter. We now look at how we can decompose these materials into its components. Then we want to reassemble that in compositing. So we end up being much more flexible. So let's go to the AOV manager now. And let's start with the subsurface scattering material. You know the bar subsurface scatter. We can decompose this into subsurface scatter raw and mix it with diffuse filter. We will see that in Photoshop in a moment. Let's go to the translucency material. The translucency material consists of 3 different passes that we can extract. One's from translucency lighting raw, translucency GI raw. We can add these 2 fits and then multiply them by the translucency filter. Then we have the material as in the rendering. Last we have the refraction. Actually, we already know this. We can multiply the path refraction filter by the path refraction raw. This way we get the refraction material. Lastly, we have the caustics up here. I have activated the caustics in the light source. Let's display the rendering with bucket rendering. Draw a small area here. You can see the caustics only faintly. We can also render the caustics separately as caustics raw. Let's go directly to Photoshop. This is the new rendering with the same structure as the old rendering. I had to do this because the individual passes of diffuse and reflection no longer match the 3 new spheres. Let's look at the setup again. At the bottom we have GI raw. Just above that we added diffuse lighting raw. Then we added diffuse filter. The diffuse lighting path can now be deleted. Just above that we have the reflection raw and reflection filter group. And this group we have added. Just above that we have the speckle lighting path. This is the same setup as in the old rendering. Next I want to add another path under diffuse. Exactly as shown before. This is the caustics raw path. I will place this path directly above diffuse filter and change the fade mode to linear dodge. So now we have the caustics down. Next we will add the subsurface scattering raw path. We have seen that before too. We will activate that one. We will pull this path down as well. Let's change the blending mode to add. Let's go back to linear dodge. I would say that we summarize these 5 passes. Let's press Ctrl G. Let's just call this group diffuse. This is now the diffuse compositing group. Then we have the reflection compositing group. Now we go to the refraction. I will fade in the 2 passes briefly. Here we have refraction filter, which we could use to recolor the glass. And then we have our refraction raw pass. We drag this refraction raw pass over the refraction filter layer. Let's create a group from the two objects. We call the group refraction. This is now our refraction compositing group. Place these right down here and change the blending mode to add. Now we have our subsurface scattering material here and our glass material, and lastly we have our translucency material. Now we are only missing the translucency material, which consists of 3 passes. Translucency GI raw. The quality of this rendering is very poor, but it doesn't matter. Then we have translucency lighting raw and translucency tint, or also translucency filter. Now we have to combine these 3 passes correctly. So we have to add translucency lighting raw directly with translucency GI raw. Let's click here at the top and then go to add. Now we have to multiply these 2 passes by translucency filter or tint. To do this, we select these 2 objects, create a group, then we add translucency tint or filter and change the blending mode of the group to multiply. We combine this group and the translucency filter layer into one group again and call the group simply translucency. This is now our translucency compositing group. Let's fade in the other renderings again, then we place them directly under specular lighting. Now we still have to set the fade mode of the translucency group. Let's just change it to linear dodge. Now we have our translucency material. I'm going to unfold it again because it's a little bit more complex. So we add translucency lighting raw to translucency GI raw. We will do that as a group. Then we multiply that group by translucency tint or translucency filter. I'm folding this back up. Now we have all the components together for our beauty image. Let's look at some more examples of what we can now change with our final image without having to render it again. I'm going to open the diffuse folder. Here we could use a new adjustment layer for hue and saturation, for example. Let's place it directly over diffuse and mask it out. In this adjustment layer, I could now change the hue of all the material. The same works for subsurface scattering raw. Let's pull it up here. I will limit it to the lower level. We can also recolor the subsurface scattering material without re-rendering. The process is the same, or I could just create a new layer. Place it over diffuse filter and change the blending mode to hue. Now I can control the color values. I will use the brush tool. Choose any color, for example a red. Now I can paint the material without having to re-render. I can do the same with the subsurface scattering material. Create a new layer. Choose another color, for example green. Now I can also paint this material. The blending mode should be set to hue. This way we keep the brightness values of the material. Let's delete the 2 layers. Now let's go to the reflection to set the reflection strength. Here I can reduce the opacity, for example. Now if I set 50% here, we will have only 50% of the specularity. So I will set it back to 100%. Here we can do the same thing. Here we have the possibility to change the color of the reflection. I can create a new layer and put it over the reflection filter. I will choose a different hue, maybe a shade of green. Then I paint directly on it to control the color of the reflection. Now we will erase that again. Now we go to the refraction. Here I can control the opacity to set the strength of the refraction. If I set it to 0, the material becomes opaque. And 50% we would have 50% transparency. Alternatively, I can color the glass. I create a new layer and put it in front of the reflection filter. Then I paint directly on it to change the color of the glass without rendering it again. This saves considerable render time. We can use the same procedure for translucency. We create a layer and put it directly on top. Let's use a shade of blue. I paint on it to change the color of translucency. Again, we delete this layer. Finally, we can also reduce the specular lighting if it is too intense. Of course, we can also colorize the layer here. I'm going to put this back. We saw that we have a lot of flexibility after the rendering. We can change the colors afterwards, can change the reflections, can change the color from the glass material or subsurface scattering. So of course we can save an extremely large amount of render time. Lastly, we have the total translucency lighting raw pass. That behaves exactly like total diffuse lighting raw. Here there are two passes in one pass, consisting of translucency and a diffuse pass. I render both passes and then look at them in Photoshop. Here we see both passes on top of each other. Total diffuse lighting raw is the same as when we add diffuse lighting raw and GI raw together. With the Alt key, I go into solo mode. In addition, I fade in GI raw. I set the crossfade mode to add. I fade in total diffuse lighting raw. When I fade the layer in and out, we see no difference. Total diffuse lighting raw can be split into diffuse lighting raw and GI raw. So we have even more possibilities in compositing. It's the same with total trans lighting raw. Fade in the group translucency and go into the solo mode. Make a little more space. Here we have in the group trans lighting raw and trans GI raw. I put these in the solo mode. Here we have exactly the same as just now. The bottom two renders result in total trans lighting raw. I will turn this pass on and off again, so we have the comparison. So trans lighting raw and trans GI raw are added together. And thus result in total trans lighting raw. We could replace these two renders with the upper pass, depending on how much flexibility we want to have. That's enough in this film now. We have seen other ways in which we can split an image even further to get maximum control in compositing this way. Next, I would like to show you a few more AOVs and show with a few examples what we can do with them. Moving to the left side to the Depthpass, we double click on it. A set or Depthpass has been added. Let's disable the other passes. In the IPR window, let's have a look at the Depthpass. In progressive mode, we see only a black image. In bucket mode, we see only a white image. However, this is not just a white area. Let's click on the settings icon. Go to the tab Pixel. Under the mouse pointer, we can display the color information. Here we can see the values for depth pass. Let me move the mouse over it. Here we can see that it's not just a white color. We can see that it is different levels of brightness. The monitor cannot display these brightness levels at all. We can have this image converted to other brightness values. To do this, we set the mode to normalize the brightness values. Thus, the brightness values are converted to another curve. We wait a little moment. I will hide the settings for a moment. Now we see a grayscale gradient. Everything close to the camera is dark. Everything farther from the camera is brighter. By default, the brightness gradient is calculated over our camera. This is done by using the parameters use camera near and far, for thus use the settings of the camera. Let's now determine the whole thing ourselves by using these values. I will turn this off and assign my own values. Now we see that the whole thing is rendered pretty dark, so we can determine the brightness gradients ourselves. I will drag the window down. Let's go to the cameras. Maybe you have already noticed it. There are suddenly camera tags here. These are actually no longer available in the new Redshift version. However, we will see them because this scene was created with an older version. But this should not be our topic now. If you want to learn the settings of this tag, please have a look at an older course of mine. There I show you all settings of this tag. We will now look at the settings of the camera. Let's go to the tab Object. There we'll find the parameter focus distance. This is the point the camera is looking at. This is set to 2000 centimeters for me. And now we will go to the left side. I will turn on progressive rendering again. And then I'm going to click on the click to focus button up here now. I'm going to click on this area. We will wait for the rendering for a moment. This will take a little moment. Maybe I should click on beauty pass here. That would be recommended. I click on an object that I want to put into focus. With a left click, I click on the front area of the sphere. Then the value jumps to 74 centimeters. Here is the focus point. This would be the value that is black. It can happen that the value here does not change. Then move the mouse a bit with the mouse button pressed. Then it probably works. This seems to be a bug, but maybe it works fine for you depending on the version. I apparently had to activate this somehow first, but never mind. So okay, that would be 74 centimeters here now. With Control and C, we put the value into the buffer. Going to this parameter, at minimum depth, transfer that value in here. And then I will go down here for a moment. I'm going to click on the back bullet. I could also take the wall in the back. And I will take the sphere now and take the value. Now I copy it again with Control C. And this second value we copy directly below maximum depth. Now we could see a different brightness gradient. Let's disable click to focus. Switch to bucket rendering again. Now let's have a look at the new black and white gradient. Everything in front is black and everything behind is white. So back here is where our scene ends. Let's render the whole thing and then open it in Photoshop. We can now use the Depthpass as a mask for the adjustment layers. Unfortunately, since we're working 32 bits, some of them are not available. Let's look at some example with hue and saturation. Let's drag this adjustment layer directly to the top. Now, of course, we need the mask from our depth channel. We can do this again with a channel or with a selection. I will do it via the selection now. Press Ctrl and C, go to the mask, press Ctrl V and deactivate the mask again. I take the saturation down a bit. The depth information is used for this. In the front it is colored, in the back it is desaturated. I can go right back to the mask, of course. I can also invert the whole thing. With the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and L, I can change the tone values. Can move interactively in the mask. Let's break this down. Press Ctrl and L again. We can adjust the depth map wonderfully like this. Of course, we can also use other setting layers. Let's take brightness, for example. Go to the mask, hold down the Control key, copy that to the top. control the brightness. We see that only the back area is made brighter and the front area is less affected. Let's do another example. Let's take the photo filter. Let's exaggerate a bit with the values. Copy the mask up again. Now we have colored only the back area. The front area is hardly affected. With the depth map we can achieve even more. For this I will delete everything out here. I will take the depth map and drag this all the way up. Now let's set the crossfade mode. Screen would be better here now in this case. This would lead to a better quality, but we can't because we can't do that in 32-bit. I will show the difference with 16-bit later. I will put linear dodge here. I add another adjustment layer. For example, levels. This is to act only on the depth path. Go to levels again. Play a bit with the tonal values. With this I can define exactly where the fog should be. I drag the slider to the right. The fog is now moving further back. Drag the slider further to the left. Here the fog goes no further than the beginning of the sphere. Here we have set the near point. When the slider is all the way to the right, the back area disappears. Let's use the standard depth path of Cinema 4D. I rendered this one before. There it is too. I will put that one up here. And I will delete the old depth path. We set the crossfade mode to add. Playing with the levels again. Now we have a better distribution of depth information. The slider is now on the far left. The front boss disappears in the fog. In general, we have a better color gradient in this map. The gradient starts at the camera's point of origin. Let's try the other fade mode. Here above I have opened the same file with 16 bits. I put both versions side by side. On the left side we have the 32-bit version. The depth path is set to linear dodge. On the right side we see the 16-bit variant. The crossfade mode is set to screen here. The quality is a bit better. Let's look at another possibility of what we can do with the depth path. Depth blur. We don't need to render these directly in Redshift. We can also add these afterwards. Here we have the 32-bit version again. Under the layers I cleaned up a bit. Here above is my beauty rendering. Just below that we have our depth path. Let me go to the filters. Under blur we see that lens blur is grayed out. Unfortunately this filter does not work in 32-bit. For this we need the 16-bit mode. Let's go to the 16-bit mode. Here we find the same structure. Let me go to the beauty image. Going to filter. Go to the blur folder again. Now it would be a great thing if I could use lens blur as a smart filter. This way I could adjust the values again and again. I will go to convert to smart filter. Go to filter. Then I go to the blur again. Unfortunately lens blur is grayed out again. Unfortunately this filter does not yet work with the smart filters. With Ctrl and C we undo the whole thing. Let's go back to filter. Let's go to blur. And then we will select the lens blur again now. Now we see the dialog from this effect. We could have loaded the depth map into an alpha channel before. So we would have had the possibility to select the depth map directly here. That's why we don't see any possibility here. That's why I'm breaking this again. Then I go to my depth map again. Disable the top layer for a moment. Go to the channels and select the red channel. I press the Ctrl key and load this red channel into memory. Hold down the Ctrl key and press the left mouse button. Click still here below. Now we have our own alpha channel. I give the name DOF. We switch to RGB, go back to layer view. With Ctrl and D, we deselect everything, fade in the beauty image again. And then we will go back up here to filter now, find the folder blur. Then to lens blur, then comes its dialog box. Under source, we find our alpha channel DOF. Now comes the big advantage of this workflow. Via set focal point, I can determine the focus point. I select the front sphere. The area behind it becomes blurred. I rendered the image at a very low resolution and didn't optimize the render settings either. I can use radius to adjust the amount of the depth of field blur. I can also change the focus point, for example on the rear sphere. Thus we have put the focus on the rear sphere. Click on OK. Now the blur is now integrated directly into the image. I can't adjust anything afterwards. It is best to work always with a copy. In this movie we have seen a few users with a Depthpass. Next we will look at another AOV. Next let's look at the AOV Ambient Occlusion. With this we can generate a core shadow. A core shadow is generated when objects are geometrically positioned close to each other, for example in the case of grooves in geometry, or also in the transitions from the floor to the stand or to the balls, or even in these very small areas, so always where geometry is very close to each other. We can use this core shadow ideally in compositing. For example, in a complex rendering, we can use these core shadows to better emphasize the details. Let's take a look at Redshift's documentation. Then you will see that this is listed under deprecated AOVs. This means that this ambient occlusion is deprecated. Let's click on the link. Then we get the following hint. Please use custom AOVs to create an ambient occlusion with more flexibility and less limitations. So the documentation recommends that we don't use this pass. It would be better to use a custom AOV. Of course, we will look at that in this movie as well. Let's deal with the old method first. So we better understand the advantages of the custom AOV. I will add ambient occlusion to our list. I will activate this one. Here we don't have very many setting options. We look at the path in the IPR window. So AO for ambient occlusion, the rendering is completely black. This does not change in bucket rendering mode. I turn the bucket rendering off again. Go back to my beauty image. An ambient occlusion path is generated only for materials that contain an ambient occlusion node. Sounds complicated, but is quite simple. Let's assume we wanted to generate an ambient occlusion for the blue sphere. I double click on the material. Now we see the node view. Go to the assets, go to the texture section. Here we find the node AO. I drag this one into the node view. I hide the assets again. I put the node into the solo mode, so we see directly the AO in the rendering without influence of the material. But now I want to have the AO rendered in a separate path. To do this, I need to include this node in the material. There are several possibilities for this. I will show you one variant. I go to the right side to the attributes, click on the material, scroll all the way down here. There we find the parameter overall tint. I press the Control key and then press here on this little circle. Then now we have this parameter right here in our material. Then I will take the ambient occlusion node and make a connection to overall tint. Now we can see the AO in our material. This looks pretty dark overall. This is because the AO is offset against the color of the material. Let me back to our IPR window. Click on AO again. Everything is still black here. I will switch to the bucket rendering. I will wait a few seconds. Now we can see the ambient occlusion, but only on the sphere. Now we do the same for the floor. For this, I will take the material from the floor. I click once on the floor. The object is called plane, and here is the material. I click twice on this material. Then we come back to the node view. Again, we will add an AO node. I'm going to blend in the assets again. Drag the AO node into the node view again. I click on the default material. Scroll all the way down to the right here. Press the Control key, stay on it. Click on the small circle. Then I take the parameter overall tint again. And then I connect my ambient occlusion to overall tint again. And so the AO will also be seen on the surface. I will go to the preview rendering window again. The whole thing is pretty darkened again. As mentioned earlier, the AO is added to the color under overall tint. Of course, we could create the AO for the stand as well. Then we would have to add an AO to this material. Let's switch over to the AO. We can already imagine what this looks like. Now we can see the AO for our individual objects. So on the surface and on the sphere behind, the ambient occlusion is pretty strong in the rendering. Of course, we can also influence the ambient occlusion using nodes. We could also multiply the ambient occlusion by the color and use nodes to control the visibility of the ambient occlusion. We can get creative here. That's enough for this method for now. We will take a closer look at the ambient occlusion parameter in a moment. I will click on the ambient occlusion node. Here we still have numerous setting options. This should not be the topic yet. We will take a closer look at these parameters in a moment. We will now go to the AOV manager again. I'm going to delete the ambient occlusion path. We could also just disable it and add a custom AOV. I blend out the AOV manager. Next, I want to show you how to render the ambient occlusion over a custom AOV and show you the advantages of custom AOVs. We don't really need to create the AO here by pressing twice here, but we can also create the custom AOVs directly in the materials. So I will delete that one out again. And now let's go directly to the blue material from the sphere. Press twice here. Then we go to the asset browser. Then under utility, we have the folder AOV. Then we find three different nodes. One store color to AOV, store integer, store scalar, and scalar allows us to store information from a node. Here we store colors. With integer we store values between 0 and 1 or black or white. With this we could also store masks. With scalar we save as grayscale gradient. Ambient occlusion is a grayscale gradient. So we use this node for this. Let's drag that one in here. Clicking on the node. I'm going to create a little more space here for a moment. Hide the overview on the left side and go to the properties. Click on the node again. Then we have AOV 0 available here. Under name, I can create a new AOV. Here we see the option add new custom AOV. I will press here. Let's give it a name of our own. Call it my AO, for example. Click OK. Show the AOV manager again. Then we now see the new custom AOV with the name my AO. Here we can also read the type custom AOV. Drag the window down. Now I want the content from the ambient occlusion node to go in here. I'm clicking on the node again. We need an input port again. Under input, we create this port. To do this, I press the small circle while holding down the control key. Now we have the input for our AO node. Out color, I still connect to surface. . Now we still have to loop through the material width. I click again on the score scalar AOV node. Then we see beauty input here. And then this is where our material comes in. I press the control button, then press the small circle. Now we have our input port, and this is where we pass our material through. So now I have created my own AOV. Let's go back to the IPR window. Select my AO and wait a little moment. Now we don't even need to switch to bucket mode. And here is our ambient occlusion path. Now we are going to do this for the floor. I need the appropriate material again. Here I click with a double click. On the left side we fade in the assets. So here I go again to AOV and then I go to store scalar. And also now here we want to direct the ambient occlusion in. So if I click on the node now for store scalar, make this a little bit bigger here for a moment. That was a little bit too big. Go to the right side and click on the node. Then I can now directly select the AOV here that we just created. But I could also create another render path. To do that, I would just press on the top here. And thus I could also render multiple ambient occlusions in different paths. So I click on my AO. So then we are going to pipe the whole thing in here now. For this we press Control key on AOV input 0. And we also direct the content of the AO into the same path. So and the output of outcolor we connect back to output and to surface. The material itself we will now feed here into the beauty input. Press Control again. And click on the small circle. And then now we see directly in our rendering the ambient occlusion for the floor and for the sphere. What makes the whole thing so flexible? I can also render the ambient occlusion information separately. Instead of rendering the AO directly into the image, I render it in an extra path. This allows me to remove the link again. I will go to the beauty rendering. The AO is right there in my rendering and is mixed with the color from the material. I'm going to go to the overall tint and disconnect it from the ground. Now, of course, we don't see our AO from the ground. I will do the same for the material of the sphere. Again, I go to the node view of the material of the sphere. Also here I disconnect to overall tint. Nevertheless, the AO is stored in my AO path. In our rendering, we no longer see an AO. Now I'm much more flexible because I have an additional AO path available. And now add the AO afterwards in the compositing, so I don't have to fine-tune it already in the preview. Next, let's render an AO for the entire image. For this, we do not need to access the material. Let's go back to the AOV manager. Let's create a custom AOV again. This time not in the material, but by just double pressing here now. I click on the custom AOV. Do I have the default material option here? And for this we are going to create an ambient occlusion material and assign this. So let's create a new standard material. I double press here in our material manager. And this material I activate, double click on it. And that's where we are going to create an ambient occlusion node. In the free space, I double click. Just enter AO here. This is also how we get our ambient occlusion node, and I will assign this node directly to output. So we get the pure ambient occlusion. So we pull the whole thing directly to surface. We can delete the material, the node of the Redshift standard material. And this is now our default material here for the ambient occlusion. So I will just name the material. I double click on this one. And just call the whole thing AO. Let's go back to the AOV manager. Under Custom, I can drag the new created AO material directly into here. I will give a new name here. To do this, I just press here and take a new name. Take the name Complete or Complete AO. So now if I go to the left side to this view, then I can see my new ambient occlusion path here now. I will activate that. Now we see the ambient occlusion for the entire image. So lastly, let's look at the settings of the ambient occlusion. We are going to go to the footage now. Let's make the window a little bit bigger. Let's click here on the node AO. Let's go to the settings. Let's see what we can set here. Let's take a look at the most important parameters, samples. This is the quality of the rendering. The higher I set this and the more noise-free the paths become, bright. Here we set the brightest color from the AO. We could also use a red here, for example, and under dark I would take a green. We could use that example in compositing for the red and green channels. I'm going to put that back. Dark I set to reset to default. Next we have these three parameters. These are crucial for the look. Let's start with maximum distance. The value is set to 0 here. From the starting point, the AO spreads infinitely over the whole model. I will use a different value here. For example, let's take 0.2. So the ambient occlusion is much smaller. And the higher I set this value and the more the AO spreads. So we will take 50 here for me, and then we will go to the next parameter here, spread. Here we set how much the ambient occlusion should concentrate from the starting point. The smaller I set this value and the more the ambient occlusion concentrates at the starting point. For example, here at these grooves, I will use a small value. For example, 0.2, then the ambient occlusion concentrates more at the starting point. Let's take an even smaller value, for example 0.1. The whole thing now becomes much richer in contrast. The ambient occlusion will expand or spread at most by this factor given here. I'm going to reset this value. Fall off. This is what the name says. Herewith we determine the propagation on the surface. Go to maximum distance. I set the value a little bit smaller, let's say to 10. Let's see. I'm going to go a whole lot closer. I will take an even smaller value. Let's say 2 for example. Thus the AO does not spread so far. With the fall off parameter I determine the course of the propagation. I take a value below 1. The fall off is getting smaller. He's then slowly being pushed back here. I will take the value of 0.2. The gradient becomes much brighter now. And this one focuses more on the starting point. And so it will become softer and softer, respectively brighter, and we see it less and less. I set the value to 0. Then it disappears completely and we see nothing at all. I use a value above 1. The dark area slowly moves to the outside. I will take larger values now, for example at 10. Now we amplify the progression significantly. The dark area slowly moves outward. So that was the fall off parameter. Let's move on. Let me reset the values. Spread 0.8. Fall off is already reset. Under maximum distance we had a 0. Reflective. Here we can add a reflection to the AO. Let me enable this option so we can see that. With invert normal, we invert the AO. With this, we can simulate dirt textures. Under output mode, we still have the option occlusion. This is set by default. Now, if I click on this, I can also click on sampled environment. For this, we should illuminate the scene with a dome light. Then this light would influence the AO as well. At the moment, our light has no influence on the AO. That's where we are activating now. Now we see only black for the time being. This happens because we don't use a dome light. I added a dome light once already. activate this time, then this light is included for the calculation of the AO. Not only the light, but also the color of the HDR is used. Then we have occlusion in alpha. With this we can have the brightest values also included in the alpha channel. So I click back to occlusion here. Then we still have consider same object only. Maybe I want the AO not be applied to other objects. Let's take a look at this sphere. This also receives an AO from another object. The umbra is, after all, determined by the nearby objects. Thus, only the own object is observed. Let me activate that. Now the AO looks completely different. The AO completely ignores the surrounding objects. Only what can be seen in its own geometry is calculated. Here we see the AO very strongly. This just belongs directly to the output. This should suffice so far to the topic AO. Finally, we calculate the complete AO of the whole scene. We can add this in the compositing afterwards. Let me click on this node. We are just narrowing down to the AO a little bit. Because of the maximum distance value, I set this to 1. So we can focus more on the umbra. I render the whole thing as an EXR file. Then let's open the whole thing in Photoshop. I have already added the AO in Photoshop. I set the crossfade mode to add. Now we have much more details of our model. Now, of course, with Photoshop we can have lots of possibilities to edit the AO. For this I would create a mask and determine what details I want to highlight in the image using the ambient occlusion. That should be enough for now. Using these 3 nodes you can render other nodes using the multipassers. For example, you could render a texture node into a separate pass. This gives you a lot of options in compositing. Let's go to the texture section. We could use the result from the curvature node as a separate multipass. You can also use it to render masks for any object. I would now like to show you this briefly. Let's start with store integer to AOV. This can store integers. I drag this node into the node view, hide the left side. For example, I want to create a mask of the blue sphere. We click on the node. The node should store information from the sphere. First, we create a custom AOV with add new custom AOV. I call this one simple blue ball mask. In the AOV manager we now have a multipass for the ball. Now we want to store a value in it. I'm going back to the left side. I fade out the one on the right, then I can go to the math up here now. There I can now see the node value up here. Here I can set a value via a variable. We can now determine an integer. I will drag the whole thing in here, fade that out on the left side. We can hide the preview image. Go to the properties again. Here we set the data type. We take the int type. Store integer needs int values. Here I assign a value of my own. I leave these at 0 now. 0 would not correspond to any selection. Everything above 0 would be rendered white. I now store the value directly in the node. Here above we see AOV input 0. Below that we select our render path. I click on the small circle with the Ctrl key pressed. Now we have an input port. We pass the value into our render path. So now we would have to connect out color with surface. Unfortunately, the other connection is removed, but we can connect both results. To do this, we route out color to the store integer node. Release the mouse button, go to inputs. and then go to Beauty Input. Outcolor comes to Surface, Store Scalar is routed to Store Integer. The material goes to Store Scalar. Now I have both renderings available. Let's take a look at the passes. Select Blue Ball Mask. Everything is still black because I assigned the value 0 for value. Now let's take the value 1. Now a mask is created for us. All values above 0 correspond to a true value and are white. For this reason, this also works with the value 2. That means all values that are above 0 are true or white. We can use this pass well as a mask. You can save any black and white gradient in an AOV, save a curvature node separately, or forward other information. Try rendering a few other nodes into separate passes. You will notice how flexible this makes you. That's all about the custom AOVs for now. Next, let's look at the world position AOV and what we can realize with it. So I double click on it, then the abbreviation and the name P for position appear. And if I change here in the rendering to do this pass, then we don't see anything at first. And if I switch to bucket rendering here, this colorful image appears. Let's look at the RGB values of the channels. Now I can go to the red channel here and then up here on the right, click on the gear here and then go to pixel. When I move the mouse over it, I see the parameter P, that I don't have just a pure white color in the red channel. There are many different brightness levels. The monitor cannot display these. So the same is true for the green channel. With a mouse pointer we can see different brightness levels here as well, and of course in the blue channel as well. I render this image and open it in Photoshop. In our 32-bit EXR file I create an adjustment layer. I use exposure for this. I activate the red channel in the channels. When I experiment with exposure we see the different brightness levels. This is for the X-axis. I change to the green channel, which is for the Y-axis. This results in this progression. I'm going back for a moment. Then we see the gradation for the Y-axis here as well. Finally, the Z-axis is still missing. Again, we see that we get a lot of information from the brightness levels. What can we get from this world position pass? Maybe your composition tool can already work with this pass by default. This will allow you to access any position in 3D space. And that even in the 2D image, for example, to make a color correction at a certain position, I would like to show you the workflow in DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve can work with this pass by default. In DaVinci Resolve, I am in the cut area. Then I take my render and drag it directly into the media pool. And then I will take my render and drag it into the edit area, of course. The first thing that's noticeable is that our rendering looks completely different than it did in Cinema 4D. I will put it down here for a moment for comparison. That's simply because we don't have ACES color management enabled in DaVinci Resolve yet. To do this, we go to the project settings. Either we do that at the bottom using the little gear, or we go to the file at the top and then project settings. Then we go to the color management. And at the top we change everything to ACES CCT. Then we go to ACES version and change everything to ACES 1.1. And at ACES output transform we change everything to Rec 709. This is for your monitor. After that we just click on save. At first it looks like this, however we notice that it is still not quite correct. So now we need to scroll down here and navigate to the edit section. We then right click directly on our rendering. Now we convert our rendering under ACES input transform. We will do that down here under color space conversion. There we change the settings to ACES CG, CSC. So our rendering should now look exactly like it does in Cinema 4D. Next we navigate to the Fusion section. We will notice that our rendering looks different once we click on it. It is clearly brighter and overexposed in the background. Let me make a quick comparison. This is because Fusion is reinterpreting our rendering. However, we can disable this. There's a small button at the top to do this. If I click on the little triangle, we see that Fusion View LUT is automatically applied. We can just disable that. To do that, I just click on this button. Now everything looks like we re-imported it again. Now we also want to apply ACES to this rendering. In Fusion there's a special node for this. I click with the right mouse button, then we select Add Tool. Then we navigate to the Resolve FX color section. There's a node there called ACES Transform. It is also easier by pressing the Control key and the spacebar once in the empty room. Then we have this quick selection. Here we enter ACES. Then exactly the same appears. And we add this node now. If I click on this node now, we see the same setting options on the right side as in the project settings. Then we set the whole thing to ACES 1.1 at the top, and under Input Transform we scroll all the way down. Then we select ACES CG, CSC, just like in the project settings. Under Output Transform we set the whole thing to Rec 709. Now we want to pass the whole thing directly to our ACES transform in Media Out. For this we connect the output here. So far we don't see the result from this node yet. We can see that from these two small dots, the left dot represents this view and the right dot represents that view. In Media Out, the small white dot is on the right. So we always see the result from this node. If we want to see a result of this node, we just take the window, drag it right in here, or just click on the little dot. So now the whole thing looks exactly the same as in Cinema 4D. There is only one drawback to using this workflow. Of course, there are other possibilities. Now we go to the Edit section. Here everything looks the same as before. Now when I switch to Fusion again, everything appears as before because Media Out is automatically selected. However, we can easily fix this by clicking the little button at the bottom again, or by dragging the window of this node directly here. I didn't feel this was particularly onerous, since we probably won't be switching very often. Anyway, I found this workflow the easiest to implement. Now we start assessing the world position pass. On the left side we see our regular rendering, and now of course we need the world position pass. To do that we will just drag our rendering right into the bottom here. Since we are working with an EXR file, we can assess all the layers. That's why I click on this node. Now we are going to go to the inspector. On the layer we can select all created layers. We only have the P pass or the world position pass, so we will set this to P. Of course, now we want to see the whole thing in our viewer, so we'll take this node and drag it right in here. I will blank out the left viewer. Now we have a little more space. Now, so that we can select something in 3D space, we need 3 different nodes. So I will create these now and then explain how all 3 of them are related to make it work. We'll click on the right mouse button, select Add Tool and start with Color. Here we select Channel Boolean. Next we need another node, Add Tool. Then we go directly to Position. We need Volume Mask and finally of course an effect. You can choose whatever you want here. In my case under Color I choose Color Corrector. In the first step we have to copy the RGB channels of our world position pass into our beauty image. Then we have to specify that these copied channels should be responsible for X, Y and Z. This is necessary for the volume mask node to work. To do this, we drag our beauty image into the background. We drag the whole thing to the yellow arrow, and our world position path we put in the foreground. To do this, we drag it to the green arrow. Now, if I display channel boolean directly in the viewport, we see exactly the same thing, namely our world position path. We go to the settings from the channel boolean node. Under operations, we copied the red, green and blue channels. And the individual channels were forwarded to red from our red FG. So from the foreground, the image that's above it, so our world position path, this was routed to the red channel, and the green foreground channel was also routed to the green channel of our beauty image. Same with the blue channel. We don't want that. We want to copy the individual channels, but don't show in our beauty image. Therefore, in to red, we can change everything to do nothing. We just copy and set to do nothing here as well. And for blue, I will select do nothing as well. Now I want to define that these three channels should be responsible for X, Y, and Z. We will do that in the next step under AUX. It is important that enable extra channels is enabled. Then you go to the 2X positions. Here you want to use the red foreground that we copied. We do the same for Y. Then for the green and for the C, we take blue FG. This is necessary to our volume mask to work. Now I can easily connect the channel boolean node. Here with a yellow arrow for the input. I will go to the volume mask object and drag it right in here. At first we don't see anything. I go to the inspector and the volume mask node. Then we see pick here. I can click on this and hold down the left mouse button. Then you can go directly to the rendering. Now we see a small square. Now I can set the size of this selection under scale. I can also set a soft edge so that it is softly drawn. If I don't want it square, I can change it to sphere under shape. The nice thing is if I click and hold pick again, I can make a three-dimensional selection directly in our 2D image no matter where. Now I will just take a selection here at the bottom. I'm going to go under the ball. Now I go to the tab color. I just want to display the mask. Now if I click on this, we will just see the mask. Now I can continue to go to shape, click on pick again and hold down the mouse button. Then we can see directly in real time our created mask. Now I will go back down here. Now of course we want to apply an effect. In the color corrector node we find several inputs. We see match reference, we don't need that at the moment. We see input and then we have the input effect mask at the bottom. This is our effect mask. We want to control the effect using a mask. Then I will take this node and drag it to the blue. Now when I drag this in, nothing happens at first. We see that it's wrong because it's on red. He doesn't know what to apply the effect to because we just masked it. If I go upstairs now, here we have an input. This is the yellow input. So we will take our channel boolean and route it to the yellow area. Now it works. Now I can, in this node, I will display it briefly here by just pulling it in here, clicking on it here and then masking all the colors adjustment as I want. I choose a red tone now, so you can see it better here. Then I can go to my volume mask, can go to pick again, can just click anywhere here and can apply color correction to this area. Now we are extremely flexible. I can still change the size here. For example, make it a little bit bigger, can change the soft edge and so on. This is self-explanatory. Then I route the result from the color correction to my media out node. Let's route that in here. Now I would like to see the access colors. We will take the last node, pull this one in at the top. Now I can see the correct view of our rendering. Now I can assess the individual nodes. Now everything is correct. Go to pick again, take a selection. For example, this one. Go to the node color corrector. Now I can make my settings. Then we go back to the cutting area and continue to cut our movie. If we want, we can go back to the fusion section. Here we have this view again. Axis transform we pull up and set what we want. Lastly, I want to show you how to do the same thing in After Effects. But first of all, by default, this doesn't work in After Effects because we need an additional plugin for about $49. But more about that in a moment. We start with our rendering. We drag this into our project window. And then we will create a composition from that. Then we click on the little button here with 8 bits. And there we change the color engine to OCIO Color Managed. Under OCIO configuration, I set the whole thing to ACES 1.2. Under bit depth, we set it to 32 bits. Then we go to the working color space. Here we select Composition Linear ACES CG. And then here under Display Color Space, we set the whole thing to ACES Rec 709. Then we confirm the whole thing. We can see already this does not look 100% exactly. Now it's in the rendering. We can see that the colors are a little bit different. In our footage, we still need to fix that. And to do this, we press the right mouse button, go to Interpret Footage, then we go to Main, and then we can switch to Color. Then we say Preserve RGB. So that's all we have to do. We confirm that. Then we see the whole thing looks absolutely identical to Cinema 4D. Next, of course, we want to add the world position pass to the timeline. To do this, we will again take our rendering from the project window and drag that directly over the first rendering. And on the right side, let's find the extractor effect. And with this plugin, we can then directly access the individual layers from our AXR file. Then we go to the left side to Layer. And then we will pick on P here for position pass. There we have our position pass. We can hide the lower layer directly. And then now you need to install the Position Matte plugin. For this, I go to the website. For this, you go to the aescripts.com. Position Matte 2, as I said, $49.99. There are also different versions, but you can also use the demo version by just clicking on Try. Once you have everything installed, go to the Effects and just type in Position here. Then you will find under Tillman the plugin Position Matte. We will apply this effect directly over it, of course. After that, you will have the mask directly in After Effects. On the left side, I fold Extractor to make it a bit clearer. Here we have several parameters to customize our mask. For example, radius, which as the name suggests, allows us to adjust the size. With feather, you can regulate the blurring at the edges. Scale X, Y, and Z allows you to distort the whole thing in the respective direction. Or you can also invert it with invert if desired. Above under position, you can control the position with X, Y, and Z. You can also define the mask with a color picker. For this, you just have to deactivate Position Matte. I go to the color picker and just select any area. For example, here somewhere in the middle. Then I will activate it again. As we can see, we have now put our mask right in the middle. So I'm going to put this back now. I briefly deactivate Position Matte again and go back to the pipette. I now select the lower range again and activate our mask again. Now I would like to apply an adjustment layer and apply an effect to it. Of course, I want this effect to work only on the mask. So I click with the right mouse button, choose New and create an adjustment layer. Now here I will use the hue and saturation effect on the right and apply this directly to the adjustment layer. I'm just going to make some adjustments now. I'm going to go to Master Hue here and just change it to a random color. I will now put this layer directly over our rendering. I will fade in our rendering for a moment and fade out the mask briefly. Now here would be our final result with the current color settings. Now, of course, I want the adjustment layer to be controlled over by our mask. We can do that quite easily by selecting the upper layer under Track Matte from the adjustment layer, which is layer 1 here. So then we see the adjustment layer now acts only on this one area. We will go back to the top layer. Here I can click now, then I can deactivate the whole thing here again under Position Matte and fade that back in here underneath as well so I can see the colors. Now I can use the color picker if I want this to be on top. For example, at the top, fade that back in and then fade it back out. And then we see that the color correction is now just in this area. So that's it so far, how we can also do this with the World Position AOV in After Effects. The concept from the last movie also works wonderfully with animated cameras. Imagine if we had an animated camera, then the color correction would stay at this point. This works because the color correction is done using the world position. But what would happen with objects that are animated themselves? I let the sphere rotate around itself once. I press play here. The ball is spinning. Via the volume mask, I determine a new point. Go to the pick button. Select this area once. I will make this a little smaller. So I have a color correction at this point. Press play again. Then as expected, the color correction stops at this point. I'm going to go to Cinema 4D. In the last movie we saw that in 3D space we can address every pixel. We were able to do that with world position. We can also read the position of each object. And this is done by the Object Space Position AOV. I select this pass. I will render that and then we will compare. We see P once for the world positions. We know this already. For X, Y, and Z we get the depth information respectively. Let's look at the path of object space positions. Here we see the same thing, only with respect to each object. Let's take a look at the color channels. This is the red channel. Again, we have the depth information for X, Y, and Z. And this is for each individual object and not for the whole space. Also, the sphere consists of different objects. Even the smallest part has its own coordinates. I select the blue channel. Here we see again the information for each object. I will render the example once. We know that the sphere is animated. We saw that earlier in DaVinci Resolve, the ball spins a boring 360 degrees. We also render a puzzle mat at the same time. This will make it easier to mask it out later in DaVinci and After Effects. Clicking on the sphere. I will stop the rendering for a moment. I will open the folder of the sphere. Somewhere this bullet must be found. That's just the bullet. Here I have already added a tag. Then we go to the object ID, assign an object ID of 5. Then we go back to the AOV manager. And there we create a puzzle mat. We have all seen this here before. It's nothing new so far. So here we click on it twice. Then I click on the puzzle mat, change the mode here to object ID and assign the number 5 for the red channel. We render the whole thing. In DaVinci Resolve, I have already put everything together. So setup is the same as in the last movie. I only use the object space position pass instead of the world position pass. We offset this again with channel boolean, where everything is absolutely identical. Under color, the operation is set to copy. For red, green, and blue, the operation is set to do nothing. And under aux, I'm inheriting the red, green, and blue channels to the X, Y, and Z positions from our actual rendering. And then under volume mask, I selected a specific area. did a color correction on it. Now let's play the animation. The color correction sticks to the animated object. Now we have only one problem. I click on the volume mask, click on Pick, select the range. Now we see the selection on several objects. Let's select the upper area. Now we have a selection at the bottom at the same time. We see that we always select several objects at the same time. Each object has its own coordinate system and each object has its own color channels. Let's go back to rendering. But there is a simple solution to solve the problem. To do this, we mask out certain areas. For this sphere, we have rendered a puzzle mat additionally. Let's apply this puzzle mat as well. Let's mask out this sphere now. We can convert the whole thing relatively quickly. The goal is to make the color correction work only on the sphere. Let's go to the media pool again. Grab the rendering again, drag it in here again. Let's take a look at this. At the moment we do not see ACES color management, but this should not be of any interest for now. Now we want to mask out this sphere and put the actual rendering underneath. This way we can see the rest of the scene. For this we use the merge node. With the right mouse button we click on Add Tool. We find this under Composite. Here above you can also find a quick selection of the most important nodes. The merge node would be here. Media out, so I will put the rendering right to the color correction. I will take that to the foreground. You don't always have to remember where to pull in what. It takes quite a bit of time in the beginning. You just click on the exit, hold down the Alt key, goes over the node, release the mouse button. Now you get all inputs displayed. The final rendering comes to the foreground. The original rendering comes into the background. We press the Alt key again. We now mask the whole thing with a puzzle mat. Take the rendering again and put the node directly under it. I will just make a little bit more room up here. Now let's use the puzzle mat. Activate the puzzle mat. Then I go to the right side to Image. And then I go to Layer and select the puzzle mat here. Let's display it above. We will take those as a mask. So I'm going to go to the exit here, drag the whole thing to the merge node with the Alt key held down and select the effect mask. Let's see the final result. The whole thing does not work yet. It still looks the same as before. In the merge node we have not yet defined that we want to use the puzzle mat for masking. Make the whole thing a little smaller. We click on the merge node, going to the settings, go down here to channel, select the red channel, and we see that the lower area is masked out. We will direct the result to ACES transform. Now that was wrong. Put this in again. Wanted to put the result up here, of course. Then we are ready so far. The upper sphere is masked out. I'm going to make this a little bigger again. Over the volume mask I pick an area again. Now we can pick a range up here without affecting the lower range. Now we have another problem. But now we still have all the other objects in the selection. We can also have a puzzle mat rendered in Cinema 4D using the standard renderer. The way we would have access to all the other objects. I will leave it like that for now, though. Let's recreate only the upper area. Then I can set the size here now. Now I don't have to worry about too many objects being selected at the same time. So I will make this a little smaller again. Here we have again an overview. Put the movie on pause if you want to recreate this. In DaVinci Resolve we are done so far. Then we saw that we can apply color correction to animated objects as well. Of course this works with the other effects as well. the whole thing worked by using the object space position pass. And then we used the merge node to cut out the animated sphere with the puzzle mat, then merged with the rest of the rendering. Now we will put the same thing into After Effects. I have already imported the animation. From that we will create a composition. I will take the layer. With Ctrl and D I duplicate this. Then I go to the right side to the effects and enter an extractor. We put extractor on the layer. On the left side I go to layer, select object position here. With Ctrl and D I create a copy of object position and change the top layer to the puzzle mat. Now we have everything we need. The puzzle mat, the object space pass and the beauty pass. For our object space pass we now use the puzzle mat. For this we go to the right side of the object space pass. Here we enter set mat. And then we take this effect, put that right on the top of it, and then we go to the left side, take mat from layer. Now in our case that would be the first layer where the puzzle mat is present. That's what we select. Then we go up to the right side, then we select effects and masks. And under use format we take the red channel. And so we have then punched that out directly. Now we want to apply the plugin to this layer. We will go to the right side to the effects, and there I will just type in position. So then we have position mat. We put this effect directly on it. So now let's go to the left side here to the effects. Position mat we will disable here for now. Go to the pick point. I use the eyedropper to select the upper range, the same way we did it in DaVinci Resolve. Then I activate the whole thing again. I'm going to go down to radius here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Under feather we can soften the whole thing a bit. For color correction we now use this mask. I will fade out the layer for a moment. Then let's create an adjustment layer. I press the right mouse button, go to new and then go to adjustment layer. And we put this layer directly over our rendering. So on top of our background layer. Let's go to the right side, select any effect. Take hue and saturation, and I will put this effect directly on top of that. I will play with the values a little bit. Let's choose some color. We will still mask out the adjustment layer. We want to have the changes only on the sphere. We click on the adjustment layer. Then we go to the track matte area, and then there we select the level 2. And so we are actually done. I'm going to press the spacebar. The animation is played. Let's track our color correction. Our color correction moves along with the animation of